You know,
being here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our minds?
Yeah, and I wondered, why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit. Ready?
Just kidding.
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and Matter. We said, fuck it, let's talk about albums. We said, let's talk about some movies and some fucking comics. This week in the universe, across the internet.
So what's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frankie? Man,
What's up?
it's been a minute.
It's been a minute. It's been about like a week's worth of minutes.
It's been more than a week.
How many minutes are in a week?
It's been 2 weeks.
Nah, but I said a week. How many minutes you think are a week?
I'm gonna say 12,678.
There's 10,080.
Oh, so I wasn't too crazy to get into the double digits there.
In 2 weeks, there's 20,160.
All right.
So
all right.
if you tuned in, you now know something you probably didn't know. You know, and that's what we do here. We tell you how much weeks are in whatever length of time.
We also do many other things.
We do.
Also do a circus act from time to time.
We do.
We also do moving for people.
Oh, move the people.
Like yeah, you know, if we can just push everything over here. And
what else do we do? Culinary arts.
We do culinary arts
Definitely,
as well.
culinary arts.
Don't forget about our music program.
Music program. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for deaf people.
For deaf people.
I remember that.
And also I my favorite one, the ass eating competitions that we do every year.
Every year on Christmas.
That's
the best. Oh, everybody's wearing Santa hats, and the asses are in presents boxes.
the ass are painted to look like elves. So it looks like you're just kissing an elf.
And both cheeks have a W on it, so when they bend over, it says "Wow."
Yeah. and the winner always has the best looking wow.
100%. So if you want to join in on our ass eating contest, message us. Message us with a picture of your ass. Unless you're 18 or younger.
Yes.
We don't advocate for pedophilia. Yeah, that's our other podcast.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Me neither.
Mr. 4chan over here.
Creepypasta. You ever read one of those creepypasta things or watched one of those?
Creepypasta? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, if you don't know what creepypasta is, there's two things. One, I think it's Squidward suicide, like from SpongeBob.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Squidward suicide. And then basically they it's an old thing. There's a movie based off it now coming out. I just have no idea what it's called. But there's a story about like Pokemon and like all these old cartoons that you love, and they just have a real like conniving twist to them. Okay. I forget the suicide one, but you ever hear the Pokemon music that was released in Japan? That was so scary that like people will kill themselves to it or something like that.
No,
bro, that shit is
Holy
wild.
shit.
Yeah, it's just scary ass music. Like they had to change it and everything. I could be wrong about they kill themselves. I hope I'm not. But it's some spooky music.
I hope you are.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. I meant for the epicness of the story. If it happened, but you're right. Hopefully they're alive and well. That's fucking hilarious. But what are we doing here today?
We're on the earth.
And this is what's in our mind.
And this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter.
We're here.
Yeah, man.
We're back again.
Back.
It's been a minute.
Really has 20,160 minutes.
Exactly,
actually.
But you know, we're coming back full force.
Yeah, man.
You
know what I recently done?
What?
I covered my laptop camera.
Okay.
Because I use like streaming websites to watch sports and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, allegedly. And yo, bro, I just felt like they look at me when I watch sports. Like I was watching A.M.C yesterday, right? And I'm watching the whole time, and the stream was working fine. And the second I lay down, the stream ends. I was like, whoa. I was like, that's fucking weird, man. So,
I mean, I've seen before that someone from the NSA has said that it should just be good practice nowadays to just cover your webcam when you're not using it.
But that's some bullshit, right? Like, isn't it like, oh, so expect to be spied? Okay, I guess that's true. But the NSA spied on people, right? So what if the police were like...
But it's not just the NSA to worry about nowadays. Yeah. It's just random hackers and
random
things
hooligans,
like that. And
anonymous.
Yeah, it could be anyone nowadays.
You still believe in anonymous? You think they're real?
I don't know. I'm always a little back and forth about it because it's just kind of like, you know, there's no like official proof or anything or whatever, but they definitely supposedly do a lot.
Yeah.
But it's like, it could just be stories. I don't know.
Could be some bullshit, Anonymous. Fuck with us and we'll know you're real.
Yeah, that, honestly, come on to the show. Make your point.
Anonymously.
Anonymously.
Yeah, man.
But we need a name.
We need a name. Edgar.
We'll keep the name between us, just like the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
You, me, and Link.
Oh, Link is Javi's dog for our new listeners in Spain and Durham. You know what Durham is?
No.
I don't either. I'm sure it's a place though. Let's see. Durham University is in England.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
I want to go to that school now.
Me too. About to apply. Earth, Mine, and Durham.
Well, I got some news topics to bring up today.
What's up, man?
And then we'll be getting on to our AMC section as we do.
Yes, sir.
As I like to do, I'll just kind of read off like the headlines. The first one isn't really a headline because for the first topic, we're going to be doing an update on the Russia-Ukraine situation. Okay. Nice. Just because I thought there was some interesting stuff that's happened recently where I'm like, it's kind of interesting to just kind of bring this up.
Okay.
The second topic is going to be our big topic for the episode.
All right.
The headline reads, how two middle school desperados ended up in a police shootout.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
It's a pretty big article.
What the fuck?
And then for the third topic, we're going to talk about Doctor Strange.
Nice.
Multiverse of Madness.
Nice. Good.
Lighten it up and whatnot after the second topic because
and
we're
how
gonna
bad
need to,
the movie was, right?
How awful it was.
How terrible that shit was.
And then,
tune in for more.
And then we'll be getting onto our AMC section,
nice.
which we'll say what it is later but
on.
Yeah, those are our news topics.
I'm excited, bro.
What are you thinking from these topics? What do you think's going on?
I was thinking, like, when you were growing up, did you watch Pokemon or Digimon?
I watched Pokemon more.
Did you watch Digimon at all?
A little bit, because my cousin was really into Digimon.
I never liked Digimon, but they have a following that if you like come at them, they're like, nah, could you hate Digimon? Yeah. I was gonna ask you earlier, but I never fuck with Digimon like that. So fuck Digimon. Yeah. But the topic seemed crazy. The shooting one seems pretty fucking wild.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
I believe you. I believe you. All right.
But let's just get to it.
Mm-hmm.
So this Russia-Ukraine situation.
Okay.
On this past Thursday, because what's today? Tell me the date.
Today is Sunday, the 15th of May, 2022.
Nice. 15th of May.
So
on Thursday, that would have been the 12th?
14, 13, 12, 11th.
11th.
I think so.
So on the 11th, pretty much, that marks 11 weeks since the invasion has begun.
It was the 12th, sorry.
All right.
It marks
Way to go, Frankie. I trusted you. You're the one with the tech in front of you.
God damn it. All right, but it was the 12th, and from then it's been 11 weeks since the invasion has begun. Okay.
Yeah. Which it's just kind of wild to think about, just even when you say that out loud. It's been like, that's almost like 3 months right there.
Yeah.
Or 4 months.
And it's just still going on, and people are dying all the time, and again, I think today's day and age, people get tired of the same news, whether it's crucial like Ukraine and Russia or not. But it just sucks that you don't see as many people advocating as much as they would have, if it was like fresh, hot news. But there's still plenty of people, of course, that are advocating. But it's just interesting because we're a very short attention span. I think generation of people. I think so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so in terms of talking about what's going on, I'm going to kind of be bouncing around a little bit of just kind of little things that are happening here and there. And then there is more of a main topic that I want to get to.
Okay.
But pretty much what's been going on is that currently Russia's making strong advancements in eastern Ukraine. Okay. So eastern Ukraine is kind of getting fucked up right now. There's been a lot of situations going on where people have been dying, a lot of civilians and things like that. Yeah. And Ukrainian and Western officials say Russia's withdrawing forces from around Kharkiv, which is Ukraine's second largest city, because it's been losing territory there. So
Russia withdrew from Kharkiv.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but now it's being said that troops are going to be redirected to the southeast where they're making greater progress. So they're just kind of redirecting their troops because they're losing one fight here and just saying, okay, well, let's just go
center or focus on one little area.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And so that's just a little thing going on in terms of like where the battle is actually happening, like geographically and like where it's happening in Ukraine. It's also being said that Congress is likely to approve $40 billion in military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine.
Okay.
Which is a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking money.
I always thinking about tax dollars when I read things like that. And it's like, yeah.
I fund the war.
It's Franky's fault.
It's my goddamn paycheck.
But, so that's just kind of what's going on in terms of like, we'll talk a little more about the economics, but that's just one little point of the economics of it.
Well, I don't know if you have like the answer to this because it's pretty like, I think the headlines for everything is misleading. I don't know. I was going to ask, who do you think is winning this battle between Russia and Ukraine? Because I don't know, like, can you say winning? Can you say this and that? Like, because if it's Russia doing better or is Ukraine doing better? Because all the headlines I see from the beginning of this whole like, destruction of stuff, is that the headline is always this: Russia underestimated Ukraine's resistance and how Ukraine may come out on top, this and that. But I don't really see that happening when it comes to like the long term of things, because like what you're saying now about just like how they're just gonna recensor everything, and I mean Putin doesn't seem like he's backing down at all. And I mean, I just don't know. I don't update myself constantly, but do you know what side is winning or what side is, doing better and this and that?
Well, I will say that Putin, there have been some experts kind of questioning his military skills because of the war and how, because everyone kind of expected this to just kind of finish overnight. Yeah. Everyone just kind of expected Russia to just sort of trample over Ukraine. But it is true that Ukraine has been putting up a really good defense and a good fight against Russia. So that is very true. And that it has just kind of been surprising everyone as it continues.
Got you. Because I always think of it as propaganda. Like I always feel like they're just saying that to just kind of keep the hopes high, to keep the support going. And not that it helps, but you see here in the background we hear like ooh, and I'm thinking like the longer this goes on, are we getting closer to nuclear attacks and stuff like that? And like from here, like I just googled it as you brought it up, and I'm like, this is just an update on numbers really quick. There's at least 46,000 deaths, 12,000 non-fatal injuries, at least 400 people are missing, at least 14 million people have been displaced, 2.1 thousand buildings have been destroyed. And guess how much the property damage money-wise is?
60 billion.
600 billion.
600 billion.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot. I'm not trying to laugh at that. It's just a lot of money. That's outrageous, So that's crazy. And that's like updated right now. Like it's updated 11 hours ago from Reuters. So that's some wild shit, actually.
So, moving on, I also have some numbers to report to because the United Nations Human Rights Chief has reported that the bodies of more than 1,000 civilians have been recovered in Kyiv suburbs, and that the figures will continue to increase, and that claims of war crimes have arisen from Ukraine. Yeah, from the human rights section and things like that. There's actually a vote going on right now to investigate even further, but it failed due to the fear of inflaming tensions even further than what they are. Okay. So there's kind of a situation going on, which is almost like history repeating itself, where everyone's afraid of trying to step on Putin's toes because they're afraid of what he might do next.
His reaction and shit, right?
Yeah, which is repetitive of kind of what happened with Hitler back in World War II, where everyone, you can arguably say that the actions of other countries led to the war just because of the fact that they kind of let Hitler go on so long doing this.
But he was going off, man. That motherfucker went off. I don't know that much about the history of, Hitler and stuff like that, so I don't really know. But goddamn, bro. That motherfucker really rose was it the Nazi flag on the Eiffel Tower? History, bro. History. Crazy shit. Yeah.
But, and in addition to the killing and destruction, they are investigating Russian troops' sexual violence against women, girls, men, and boys. So
their own troops, men in the Russian army are sexually assaulting women in the Russian army? Or Ukraine?
That Russian troops are assaulting women, girls, men, and boys on the Ukraine side of things. That's terrible. That the reports of sexual violence against men and boys are not as close to what's happening to women and girls. But they are increasing in numbers for the men's and boys. So
oh wow, that's interesting.
It's really
I mean, in the U.S., women get sexually assaulted by their own troops and by men, regardless. You know, so it's sad.
Yeah, and a quote said that women are raped in front of their children, children are raped in front of their mothers. So that's terrible. Pretty intense, like of what's going on of these accusations. And I just saw another update the other day after I wrote this down that they're pushing the investigation even further to look into a specific Russian troop.
Oh, that's crazy.
But what's also going on is that, like I mentioned, the war is also eating away at the global economy at the moment. We thought that this war wouldn't affect we thought that the effects of this war were going to stay within the boundaries of Russia and Ukraine, but we have clearly seen that it's affecting everyone.
Yeah, gas prices, right? Gas prices. I don't drive for shit, so I'm not. But I was in the car with my father, and he was like, "Gas price." He just thanks Biden, getting all political and shit. And I was like, "What is like? Do they? I don't know shit about anything." So they were like, "I was like, what gas is coming from?" Like Ukraine or Russia. And he's like, "No, it's like the petroleum or something like that." It's like, I guess more complex and stuff. I'm not sure, like with all that stuff, but definitely gas prices are higher up than usual, and that sucks for you guys.
Yeah,
and meat, right? And meat is expensive right now too.
Yeah, because basically what's going to kind of go down the list of like how the global economy is getting fucked is that inflation rates and energy costs are spiraling up around the world. Some experts say that maybe Putin is testing how long the West can bear rising prices and energy shortages, which is kind of interesting. In Germany, which is Europe's largest economy, their surging food prices lifted inflation in April to the highest it's been in about 3 decades, which is pretty wild. And here in the U.S., recently, Biden was praising American farmers for everything that they've done, despite the war, severe weather, and supply chain blockages. But still, the prices of dairy, eggs, cereals, and soared up in April, which is pushing inflation up overall. So it's definitely getting pretty wild in terms of just everything going up in price. And that more than 40 countries like Turkey and Indonesia have stopped exporting oil, wheat, and other commodities to basically just keep it for themselves. And that experts say rising food prices and dwindling agricultural output could trigger a global hunger disaster.
Yeah, man, I heard about the breast milk, or like, no, the feeding for kids, babies. I don't know where to say, but it's like formula, baby formula. Okay. That's on a short today. I don't know if that has anything to do with Russia or anything like that. But I also saw a video that kind of explained a lot to me, where it was a driver for a dairy, right? He was delivering milk. And so the video gets to him at a gas station, and he fills up his tank, and he shows how much it costs to fill up his tank. And it was a ridiculous amount, especially because it's a big truck, like a 16-wheeler. And he was like, "You see this?" He was like, sooner or later, this will be so expensive that we won't be able to make the trips. Milk can't get to any other place without this, type of vehicle, big truck. So that's why milk is going to start going up in price. So when you start paying like $16 for a gallon of milk or this and that, it all comes down to like the gas that's being used to transport them in the first place. That shit blew my mind when I first saw that, because I was like, that makes a lot of sense. Because you think, like, why is dairy going up? Well, how do you think we get the dairy in the first place? Those guys have to wait in line and this and that. What if there's a shortage of gas or something like that? I don't know. So, I mean, it's a trickle effect, right? It just all trickles down.
Everything kind of just like is connected in that way, and especially with the economy. It's like anything that has a price tag to it is going to affect the price tag of another product. Yeah. That's just kind of how it works, which is really unfortunate. And since the pandemic has started, we've just been dealing with shortages with everything.
Like right after the pandemic, basically, is this Ukraine.
Yeah, because even when the pandemic started, since they had less people working in factories and things like that, products just weren't being made as quickly anymore. So that was kind of the beginning of these shortages. And just on top, coupled with the fact that the global population is just increasing at an insane rate, it's almost this idea of like, do we even have enough resources to survive?
Yeah, bro.
So and the war is really testing this at the moment. But the topic that I kind of really wanted to pinpoint with this Russia-Ukraine update, which I think is the most interesting thing about it at the moment, is that Finland leaders announced that their country should apply for NATO membership without delay. Okay. And that Putin thought this war could weaken NATO, but it seems like it's only strengthening it, which is just really which I found super interesting because.
Is Ukraine part of NATO now or not? Because that was always a thing, right? So, if they join NATO, Putin would be like, whoa. Right?
So there was hopes of Ukraine wanting to join NATO before the war happened. I think I have the number here. But I think it was about like 6 months before the war started, they were actually in talks to maybe hopefully join NATO. But as soon as the war happened, it kind of just diminished that hope completely.
Yeah. That's Putin probably not wanting them to join NATO.
Yeah.
You know? God damn it, Putin.
And in Finland, the public opinion in favor of joining NATO shifted from 20% 6 months ago to nearly 80% now. So Finland is definitely really supportive of this idea of joining NATO. And that Sweden is expected to do the same within a few days. There hasn't been an update on it yet when I wrote this down, so they haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But we'll see what happens with Sweden. But NATO's Secretary General promised Finland a smooth and swift process. However, it can still take up to a year or longer for them to join, which leaves both Finland and Sweden vulnerable to Russian retaliation while not covered under the alliance's collective defensive pact.
Why does it take a year? I don't know why it would take a year, right? Like, you would think there's some bypass, some shit because of Russia going off.
Yeah.
You know, like that's some stupid politics. Was it like diplomatic shit or whatever?
Yeah.
Like,
it's just...
fascist. What is it? The Suentai? I forget what the word is. That sucks. Yeah, god damn it. That sounds dumb to me, but
it's frustrating because it's definitely just kind of like, why does it have to take a year?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, what are the requirements or what needs to be done to make this happen any quicker?
Some bullshit.
I mean, like I said, they promise a smooth and swift process, so hopefully it goes well. But in the meantime, Britain has committed themselves to fill in that gap in defending Finland and Sweden, even if they don't join NATO in the end.
Okay.
So Britain's being good guy right now.
Good shit, Durham. I don't even know that's in England. Is England and Britain the same shit?
I always get them mixed up. I'm not entirely sure.
Let's just say now it is. Let's go Durham.
Nice. But an interesting idea is that all this can actually help Putin in the long term.
Oh,
because
shit. I did not expect that.
Yeah, because he has described NATO's eastward expansion as one of the reasons he was compelled to send troops into Ukraine in the first place. So this could only reinforce his argument to Russians that it is the West, not Russia, that is driving the conflict. So in terms of that propaganda and whatnot, this could really help Putin and really help sort of the morale of Russia and like just help them.
Like an assembly of everybody else like coming together is like a bigger threat to Russia overall. Is that what the message is? I'm kind of confused. This
could only unite Russia even more because it only makes their enemy even more clear to them. Like
stronger and everything, right?
Like, well, it makes the enemy more clear to them because originally, like I said, Putin says that one of the reasons he sent troops in the first place is because of NATO's eastward expansion.
Yeah, because so their expansion is
a threat to Russia.
Yeah, there we go.
And so this only makes the enemy more clear to Russia in terms of like, well, now we know who's trying to fuck us over.
Okay, got you.
So to unite Russia like this can be more dangerous than anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of what's been going on in terms of like the big updates in Russia and Ukraine. I found like the NATO stuff really interesting because it could be a catalyst to lead to a bigger war, which is something that everyone's trying to avoid right now.
Yeah, but
no one wants it.
Yeah.
But
except Putin. Putin. Like, never say never.
Putin is that guy that says, swing at me. Swing at me.
With like 7 bodyguards around him. Just do it.
He's waiting for it to happen. Bro. He wants it to happen just so he could have that excuse to just push this even further.
I saw another video, right? Because this is how I got my information. And it was about how basically they recovered the deaths of either fallen Russian soldiers or fallen Ukraine soldiers, right? On either side. Basically what I'm trying to say is that if you're in Russia and you have Ukraine soldiers there and vice versa, if you're in Ukraine and you have Russian soldiers, you're supposed to, because of like just the rules of war, you're supposed to try to get all the bodies and at the end of the war send them back to the opposing country. And in the meantime, what you're also supposed to do is identify them as well. Right, to your best capability. So Ukraine has been doing this. Russia obviously doesn't want to say shit to anybody about anything, but Ukraine has been doing this. And of all the bodies that they've recovered, right? This is interesting. They are able to identify the corpses by using face recognition, like scanning and stuff.
Okay.
So what they'll do is they'll get a dead body, they'll face recognize it with like some software. Then they'll look it up on social media. They'll find the person pretty accurately and fast. Then they'll contact the person in Russia that knows them. And they'll send them pictures of the dead body and stuff, right? And the reason they're doing this, one is to be like, yo, your man's dead, you know? Like, this is whatever. But the other is to really inform Russians what's going on, you know? So this is a kind of a tactic, you know, that are being used. And a majority of them, like 80% of them in the interview, it's a nice, good video. 80% of them are like, go fuck off, like Russia's gonna fuck you up and this and that. And 20% of them, like of the Russians, are saying like, hey, like, we understand what's happening right now. Like, can we go over to Ukraine to pick up our, you know, let's say son or husband or this and that body? And it's interesting because I only know so much on how Russia is handling this because of what you're saying. And even like right now, like looking through the stories and stuff, just by typing in Ukraine, Russia, there's a story where 3 brothers were shot and like just thrown into a river and one of them survived. There's that story of like we put it on the social media where they infiltrated a town and the mayor was killed and everybody was just basically killed and laid out on the streets. And so at the end of the war, you have to give these people back, you know, and it's just, I think it's interesting how Ukraine is using that as a tactic to, you know, because how do you feel when you get a message on your phone and it's a dead body picture of somebody you knew or like really love?
Yeah, I mean, it's really important to Ukraine to try and sort of get themselves inside sort of that Russian mind because since Russia has sort of banned and blocked a lot of incoming like news and media and things like that from other countries, there's a real propaganda going on in Russia right now. So
for sure,
it's kind of Ukraine's duty, or it's like
you said duty. No, stop. So sorry.
But it's definitely like a good tactic to sort of try and push through that noise and still try and get that message to the Russian people.
Even somebody else was able to hack Russia's like basically TV system, like the channels, and all the channels said the same thing. This I'm forgetting, but for sure happened. It was saying like Russia is, you know, to fault for the war and this and that, and basically say you go on your TV guide, right? It was all the same text that was saying like who's to fault, Russia, and more information. There was also articles. Somebody infiltrated a Russian website, and they basically had headlines about what was happening in the war in Russia, which is, you know, forbidden, this and that. They don't really let you do that. Yeah. And so looking at the comments of those videos and stuff, hacking a website and hacking a TV channel just to show people in Russia what's going on. It's very interesting. And it's like it's kind of like what we were talking about Anonymous, but in its own little form and segment. Like it could be them, it could be somebody else, but these little things have to help in some sense or way.
Yeah, that's definitely the idea.
Yeah. But it's crazy, bro, because I don't know, like how did they do this before? You know, like was it like through letters, through voice? In the past, I mean, like
definitely through letters, I would imagine.
Pigeons and shit, you know. Just
like
go.
Like those planes that would just drop like flyers like on top of towns and shit like that.
That or like bottles, messages in a bottle. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, we're so lucky today. But then there's that backlash of getting traced back. You know, they have hackers too, and this and that. And I think all that stuff is dumb interesting, man, because it's just a little like. Details, devil's in the details type shit. You know? But it is unfortunate, and I have no idea when this is gonna end, bro. To be honest with you, because it's crazy. Is that as a war? Is that as a war? Like what the fuck?
Sometimes it just kind of hits me, and like I don't know. I just feel so intensely about it sometimes. Where like I was at a concert like last month or something, and I literally had a moment where oh no, I remember when this happened. It was at my showcase last month. Okay. And I was just sitting there and I was really just looking around. I was like, man, we're really all here just living, like selling our art and like having a good time. And over there's like a whole fucking war going on.
You know, it just, I mean, that's really how it is in general. You know, like even if it's not Ukraine, we're not gonna bring this up today, but I don't know where it was. I always forget. But it was in the Middle East. But the reporter that got killed, apparently she died. But it was pretty much her getting murdered.
Like an assassination.
Yeah. And she was wearing her press outfit. And somebody made a good point. They were like, anybody that just thinks that the war in Ukraine or Russia is the only thing to be focused on is like, this is a natural ongoing case in this area all the time. And how I think it is interesting to bring up how people look at the Middle East as like, oh, these guys are always fighting and this and that, it's a mess. But then people in the Ukraine are looked at as like victims and this and that, which they both are. But there's a certain focus on like white European countries, and they need to be looked at as a bigger victim than people who are like brown in the Middle East with the war that's also going on that we pretty much had a big part in too, you know. And that's a very real thing that I think is not spoken about enough.
I think it's definitely also kind of a desensitization to it, because while the Russia-Ukraine stuff is very new, I think maybe that's why there's definitely also more focus on it, where kind of like how you said in the Middle East, they've always been fighting. I think some people are just kind of jaded to it. So they're just kind of like, it's always been like that.
Yeah. And even stuff that's happening around us, I know this is not to minimize how important this stuff is outward of the U.S., but like the shit in the U.S., we still got some big ass problems here too. I mean, there's problems everywhere, is what we're trying to say ultimately. But it's just interesting. It's not a battle, but I think all topics should be addressed in that certain way. And I think I've always had this opinion that this is a world now of trending stuff. Like if you're trending, you're gonna get the benefit of the doubt, which is unfortunate for the people who are suffering that aren't trending. And what does that mean? I don't know, but definitely Ukraine and Russia is the most trending topic right now. And you're right, it is because it's new, but I still think that we should handle what's happening around here as much as we do with things that are happening out there. Like not one more than the other. I'm not trying to say, well, let's focus on America first and then, let's focus on everything with the same energy, because if we don't, we're just solving one problem and leaving another to solve later. And that, imagine the people suffering then, or even North Korea and Kim Jong-un's bitch ass, man who doesn't shit and created the burrito.
Man, every time I think about him, I want to take a shit. Just I could be like, look what I can do.
Kim. Yeah, bro. It's a weird world, bro. And even like, we not to breach the subject too much, but the shooting that happened like yesterday, yesterday, right? Yeah. It's crazy. And we'll get more into that later on in the future. But it's just sad, bro. It's just such a sad state. I was, it's not to get too political, but I was sitting down, just being myself, and I was just saying, like, damn, bro, there's a lot of racist people in this country, and not to be like that, like, of course, there's a lot of hate everywhere. There's a lot of people who just really just ignorant, and take that as you will, whoever's listening. But I'm just saying, like, for real, like when you walk around looking like how you do because you came out that way, somebody's like, ugh, it's just ridiculous, bro. It's just sad. That's what went through my brain the other day.
Hey, man, it happens. Yeah, I have thoughts like that too.
Yeah, bro.
We live in a very broken world sometimes.
Hell yeah.
And I think even that idea of how like shitty the world is kind of talks to our A.M.C section later.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah with that.
So I think it might be good to sort of bring this topic up again when we get to the A.M.C section.
I like that idea. I like that idea. All right.
But so for our next topic, it's our juicy one. I'll just read the headline for you again. How 2 middle school desperados ended up in a police shootout.
Okay.
So I'll just preface this by saying that this story focuses more on one of the kids than the other.
Okay.
And
fuck the other kid.
I'll explain why.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But this story really focuses on 14-year-old Nicole Jackson. This story kind of started when she was 14. She's now 15 because this story happened last year.
Okay.
But they're like the court trial and stuff and things like that takes a long time.
Yeah. Like NATO.
All
right.
But before I even get into what happened with Nicole Jackson and this police shootout, I'll also preface all of that with the fact that Florida has a pretty messed up mental health system at the moment.
Okay.
And this story has kind of brought a lot of attention to that.
Interesting.
So
does New York. Just saying.
I mean, not as much.
Frank James, bro.
I'll get to that.
All right. Okay, cool.
But
the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix, bro.
That was in Gotham,
which is New York, essentially.
Or is it Chicago?
Oh shit, Joaquin, come on the podcast. I know I'm on a first name basis, bro.
Good for you, man. I also know Joaquin, but I don't like that guy.
Yeah, I know. I know, bro. I seen the Joker the other day. That was good. Not as good as when I first saw it, but it was pretty good. Yeah. It was good, man. The ending when he's like, in a society where... Oh, man. Robert De Niro killed it. It was all right, though. Anyway.
So, pretty much, in Florida in 2018, there was a school shooting in Parkland High School. Okay. 17 people died in this shooting, and it was committed by a teenager with a history of mental health challenges. Okay. This really highlighted Florida's chronic underfunding of mental health services as the state's population has soared, and that a state grand jury in 2020 called the mental health system a mess. They noted that it provides less funding per capita for mental health care and treatment than any other state, and that nearly 1,500 children at a time are typically on waiting lists for behavioral health services.
Jesus Christ.
And so... instead, the state has escalated the use of brief emergency mental health interventions under the 1971 Baker Act, which allows for involuntary mental health commitments of up to 72 hours. So children as young as 5 or 6 have been led away by the police in handcuffs after misbehaving at school because of this.
That's ridiculous.
And they say it's a costly and cruel alternative to more effective therapy.
Of course. People who think handcuffing a person that's mentally unstable is right are idiots, and fuck every cop that's ever done that.
And an estimated 37,000 children a year are involuntarily committed to psychiatric facilities where they face conditions that would harm and traumatize even adults. And that Florida is doing this at a rate that is unheard of in any other place. And so that's kind of real quickly of like the state of Florida's mental health system.
Yeah.
But it even goes on where the Children and Families Agency has said that the state was expanding adult mental health services to include more children and trying to cut down on the use of involuntary mental health commitments with better preventative services that include a single point of contact for children and families. Okay. So they're doing what they can, but it's still really shitty.
Yeah, no doubt.
But and another thing, after that 2018 Parkland shooting, the state poured $28 million into mobile response and community action teams designed to help troubled children. And I have this guy in my notes. You might remember this guy, Governor DeLoser.
The GOAT.
He pledged $23 million of COVID relief funding in 2020 to expand mental health services, and then back plans to add a resiliency curriculum in the schools to help children build the mental health skills to cope with life.
Okay.
So again,
just life.
Like
it just sounds pretty vague. I know it just sounds vague.
I mean that's how I wrote in my note. But the article was more like with the struggles of life and whatever. I didn't think I had to be that specific, Frankie. Life is hard enough.
Breakfast, going to the gym.
Again, we'll say in the A.M.C section, sometimes breakfast is hard.
Yeah, and veggie trays. All right. 23 mil.
But so that's kind of again like everything going on in the mental health system in Florida.
Yeah.
This whole story just really brought a lot of attention to this because it's just kind of like, if it is this bad here, why isn't more being done?
Yeah.
And again, they are doing things, so we'll see how these things play out. But you could always do more. You could always do whatever you can. So we'll see how things progress. But that's kind of how this story opens up in a way.
Gotcha. Because so the instability of Florida's handling of mental health in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so to really get into the whole story now,
Nicole Jackson.
We get to Nicole Jackson. And she was born in Puerto Rico, but moved to Orlando when she was only 9 months old.
Okay.
When she was young, she was known to be good-natured and compliant, but had an explosive temper, and that she and her 3 brothers frequently brawled so violently that it took police intervention to stop it. Their mother, Elizabeth Maldonado, has a master's degree in criminal justice and formerly worked as a college admissions director in Orlando. But she has struggled to keep a job while battling an opioid addiction and keeping up with her dysfunctional family.
Okay.
They have lived in a series of motels, rented houses and apartments, and hotels have often kicked them out due to their frequent disturbances, and that they've moved a total of 34 times, according to their grandfather.
Jesus Christ.
Nicole was suspended from school when she was 8 for going after the teacher with scissors, and her mother filed a complaint to the police department that Nicole was setting fires, touching people inappropriately, and told others at school that she was going to shoot her family. And she said in that complaint that she's very violent and a horrible liar. She was 6 years old when that happened.
That's crazy.
And so this would be the beginning of some 4 dozen documented encounters Nicole had with the police over the next 8 years of her life. She was involuntarily taken to a mental hospital at least 2 dozen times during that time as well. And she was also on a variety of medications, including antipsychotics. Mm-hmm. She had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, ADHD, and oppositional defiant disorder. Nicole's mother pleaded for help from child welfare authorities, but nothing ever came of that. And social workers said her mother was incapable and frequently missed appointments for counseling or therapy, and that Nicole was missing weeks of school at a time. When the state took custody of Nicole in 2019, her mother didn't even put up a fight. Nicole spent the next 2 years in a series of group homes and was shipped off to mental hospitals, sometimes more than once in the same week. Mm-hmm. And it just kind of goes on where in that time, in April 2021, she was caught setting large fires in a vacant field. And on the body cams of the police, she was caught saying, "It was fun. Nobody died." So that's just kind of how she was. Yeah. And when the group home where she had been staying at refused to take her back, she was sent to the Florida United Methodist Children's Home, mm-hmm. which is a shelter for abused children and is on contract with the state to accept as a last resort foster children who had nowhere else to go. Okay. 3 employees, 2 of whom no longer work there, questioned if the home was even set up to properly take care of these kids.
Yeah, because if it's last minute resort for people who don't have homes, kids at home, that could be anything, right? That could be anybody coming in aside from those who've been abused. So mixing those 2 groups would be kind of a terrible idea.
Yeah, so
that's ridiculous.
It's just kind of messy in there.
Yeah, it's just like, go here. You know, that's crazy.
Yeah, the police were called to that home almost 300 times in 2020. And on June 1st of last year, Nicole got into an argument with one of the employees because she wanted to go over the fence to catch lizards. She ultimately escaped while hitting an employee with a stick on the way out, and she brought a 12-year-old boy with a disruptive history like hers. They broke into a nearby home and trashed the place. They broke like the sliding glass doors. She used a metal baton to break mirrors. They were just tearing up the place. No one was home. Yeah. So they just broke in and did all this. And while they were doing that, they found the homeowner's guns and just started arbitrarily firing off.
Jesus Christ.
So they were just having a grand old time. Yeah. And by that point, while they were trashing the place, a passerby heard like glass breaking and called the police. Yeah. So by the time that they were shooting off and whatever, the police had arrived. Mm-hmm. And so what happened when the police arrived is that Nicole gave them the bird. She strapped a loaded 12-gauge shotgun around her neck. She crouched down on one knee by the garbage can in the driveway. And in that time, and pointed the shotgun at the police. Oh, damn. In that time, the 12-year-old boy had an AK-47 and continued to fire the gun inside the house. And in that moment, you can see the body cam where one of the officers or sergeants, he says, "Lieutenant, I'm all for not killing kids and stuff, but I mean, if they're shooting at us, we have to put an end to this." And it resulted that for 10 seconds, 8 deputies fired at Nicole, unloading 66 rounds. Jesus Nicole Christ. Screamed in pain, and the 12-year-old boy came out and surrendered.
They killed Nicole?
Nicole was then hospitalized with 8 gunshot wounds and was charged as an adult with armed burglary and attempted murder of a police officer. And the 12-year-old boy is being charged in juvenile court, which is why he's not being identified in the story. Course, yeah. And he faces similar charges. So Nicole spent a week in recovery, and she's now 15, and she's being held without bail and faces a sentence of up to life in adult prison.
Come on, man. That's crazy.
And as a result of the shooting, the country now plans to use $5.4 million in COVID stimulus funds to start a family resource center for juveniles accused of crimes. So that's just another response from the state where, again, they're doing what they can.
Yeah. Only until something crazy happens rather than look at what's happening in the world and say, hey, let's stop this from happening before it happens.
The story does point out that experts have said that this definitely could have been avoided with the right proper care and treatment for Nicole and having the right program set in place. And the story also noted that all the times that she had been to the mental hospital, she's basically out the next day.
Yeah.
So it's just not effective. Nicole's public defender, they plan to file a motion for her to be declared mentally incompetent to stand trial, but the expert changed their opinion and decided Nicole was fit after all.
The fuck, man?
And prosecutors have offered a sentence of 20 years in prison and 45 years probation in exchange of her pleading guilty. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah.
But the boy himself, he's now 13. He pleaded no contest and will probably be sentenced to about 3 years in a juvenile correction program, followed by conditional release that by law must end when he's 21.
And they broke into the home with the guns, right? Like in the area with the guns. How did they get access to that again?
They just broke in.
They broke in and they just found guns and started shooting us.
Yeah.
So you ever play with firecrackers?
Yeah.
And like, especially if you're a kid, right? You play with firecrackers, and what's so enticing about them? They just go tick, 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 they just fucking, So imagine being a fucking 12-year-old kid, right? And having the gun and just, shooting it. Of course, it's crazy and stuff. But you know what I'm trying to say? Of course, that's interesting, man, because I'm not trying to say the whole Nicole Jackson thing, that's a little more complex for sure. And I don't even think she deserves this much punishment without holding the state accountable for what you don't treat somebody well, you let them in and out these mental hospitals, you put them in the wrong area of care, you kind of dismiss the issue, and at the fault of a lot of people, she gets the ultimate blame put on her. And then this younger kid also, it's just, what I'm trying to say?
Overall it's sad.
Yeah, and it's neglect. It's not fair,
She definitely said in the story, Nicole Jackson, she said herself that, kids make mistakes, but this is a big mistake.
Yeah.
So she definitely acknowledges what she's done, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And what I thought was really interesting too about Nicole's character is that the whole story ended with a quote by her where she said, "I want to become successful. I want to become a doctor. If not a doctor, I want to become a veterinarian. If not a veterinarian, I want to become an actress. If not an actress, I'd become a model. If not that, I would become a detective." But then she took a pause and then she said, "Detective might be a little hard."
Oh, that's dope. That's kind of like, that to me is like the end of a comic book, to be honest with you. Like that little line. But it also just goes to show how much you're developing as a little person, like somebody who's just still has aspirations to be much more than what she is. And how is she going to do that with this fucking strain on her? Which again, it gets more complex because obviously she did point a gun at the cop. So, you can't really dismiss that altogether. But again, I think it all traces back. I think they should trace it back to the neglect that's been, presented to her and stuff. And that's what I mean. Because I feel like, when I said New York City and how they handle like mental health and stuff like that too, I just think of like Frank James, somebody who's mentally unhealthy himself, who shot up the subway station, like he did it because he himself felt that the New York City was not as capable to handle, people who are, mentally unhealthy and stuff, and in any form of way. And that's not to speak bad about the whole system in itself. Obviously, there's some states that are better than others. And New York City is a very huge state of the world and this and that. But I just think, I know the Joker's a movie and stuff, but I think of that when I think of mental health here sometimes too, for people in very severe situations who don't have access to, facilities or opportunities. I think of the Joker sitting in front of the lady and him just talking, and he's just like, "Do you ever just listen to what I'm saying?" And she's like, "Listen, they cut the funding and this is done. Like, we're not doing this no more. You can't get your pills no more, or this and that, Again, that's a movie compared to real life. But when you have like a first-hand basis of Frank James, again, not trying to make this guy, a savior to acknowledging the crisis that is mental health, it's just still very interesting because maybe he has a point to some extent in some areas, or like homelessness, how, we are such a huge city, and how much of, man, there's been times where homeless shelters have been put up in certain neighborhoods, even Williamsburg, and it's brought nothing but crime. There was a petition to stop a shelter being built in Williamsburg, like kind of where I live, and who's positioning this stuff? It's the people who moved into there gentrifying the area. But then it comes to a point where there is an area in Greenpoint where there was a shelter built, and ever since that shelter has been built and placed there, it's for former criminals before, like people who have criminal pasts and are homeless, and the crime rate has risen up. you know? And so then you get to this little like middleman, like I don't want to be guilty and say, I don't want to feel guilty and say, I don't want them to build a shelter here, but I also don't want this area to be unsafe because people are just being put there, you know, where there's no rehabilitating them into, you know, society, which is what prison fails to do constantly. You know, I know, like for me, I'm just kind of aiming at different points, but we don't act before it happens. We just respond, like with the mass shootings, you know, with everything else. We just respond and we're like, oh, we'll try to fix it from here on out, and they continue to happen. So I don't know. I don't really have a point, but it just gets me frustrated with this case because, I mean, that's a whole life ruined, you know.
Yeah.
And it's sad because when you see a little kid saying they want to be all these things when they grow up, it's just like, well, tough because the system let you down even before you were involved in it legally, like as an adult. So
I mean, I think about Fight Club. I know you haven't seen it,
yeah,
but that movie deals a lot with like mental health and kind of like the system and things like that. You know, the story definitely rings true to a lot of like story, like fictional stories and things like that. It's a very real situation, and sometimes it seems like it's impossible. And it's really difficult to say if it is possible to fix all of this because we do only react.
Yeah.
But sometimes maybe as what you said, like even building a shelter increases the crime rate. What do we do about that? And then it's kind of a difficult situation. So it's like,
I say we fix the prison system. That's it. You know, like fix the prison system and tear down these condos and make them into houses.
I just always think that it's like, especially with this, it's like you try and fix one thing, and fixing that one thing causes another thing to happen.
It's like whack-a-mole. Like you push down this whack-a-mole.
It's exactly like whack-a-mole. Yeah. And so it's just like sometimes I think about it. It's like, is there ever really a way to fix all of this? Like,
what do you think about the concept of people like New York City being so heavily populated that people shouldn't really live like this, like in an area that's so concentrated with people?
I think about the fact that you should Google this up just so I'm not spitting out numbers, but Rome itself back in the day used to be like many times denser than New York City is currently.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna write Rome population 100 BC. Let's see. Really?
Yeah. That
4 million to 5 million people by the end of the 1st century BC. This may seem like arcane dispute, but a recent. Well, but what about it? And was Rome like a huge developing?
I mean, because Rome, it was the size that it was to have like about like say 4 or 5 million people. It was really dense.
Okay.
So it couldn't really fit that many people, and so I always think about that where it's like New York City's a pretty big place.
Yeah, bro, it's gross.
But it's getting really dense, and then it makes me think about how like we're just making buildings go up rather than out.
That's true.
Because
we can't even make them go out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so that's what it is. And then that just makes me think of Blade Runner, where these super fucking tall buildings exist, and like everyone's just living in towers, and it's like it like depending on what floor you live is all dependent on your class and all this crazy shit. So
that's true. Except with the fire. You know? But then I think about the stress about having so much people around you all the time, you know? Like looking over your shoulder, not just because you don't feel safe in there, just because you don't trust nobody around the fucking and anywhere, you know, anywhere you go. And how like we ever see New Yorkers go somewhere where it's not New York and they're like, what the fuck? And then people are reacting to them like, why are you acting like that? And it's just like, I'm from New York. Like, what the fuck do you think? You know, it's just so strange. And I don't know. I love New York City so much that I don't know if I would ever leave it permanently, you know, but like I'm going to go to Utah this weekend, right? And I'm hyped. I'm hyped because it's going to be a different, like, it's just a different area, more trees, a lot of Mormons, you know, but having open space and just chilling out is really nice. You feel me? And it's tempting, but after a while, you just want to come back here because this is your craziness, you know, but it just has so many faults. Like in Futurama, they have New York, right? Which is like this futuristic New York City, but you still have homeless people and you still have this and that. Like, does that never go away? You know, and I'm not trying to say like get rid of the homeless people, like throw them in a big mountain of, you know, and just put them on fire. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like, how do we help? You know, how do we help? And it's interesting, man. It's interesting because there's so many people to help, and some people don't want to help themselves. You know, like you can't really spoon feed people into reality either. So that's where it comes to true life.
I mean, definitely like talking about homelessness and like mental health. While they might be kind of like same branches, I definitely think there's still different camps of like how you treat the situation, because the solution for homelessness is not the same for mental health.
Not at all. Not at all.
But I also did see in this story that they said that a lot of the kids that are looking for homes, that there's just not enough space in these homes because there's not enough homes being built.
And a lot of people don't even want to spend time in like shelters and stuff. Like even people in New York City don't like how these shelters are and how they don't control their lives when they're in shelters. Like everything is run for them, and there's still a lot of sexual assault and like crime that happens in the shelters too. But
yeah, I mean, there are kids being left out on the streets because they literally have nowhere else to go, and they have these mental health issues, and it's kind of a recipe for disaster. So it's a really tough situation. It's kind of a like you said, a whack-a-mole situation where it's like you can try and fix one thing, but it's gonna maybe just cause another problem.
And maybe there's too much kids because we can't abort them because Roe versus Wade is no. No, that's an interesting thing in itself. You know what I'm trying to say? Like why would you bring a kid into this world when there's so many kids into this world already? Which is not fair to say because some people just want to have their own kid, you know. But somebody where we worked, right, came up to me and she was like, "Hey, like, you know, would you adopt a kid or have a kid?" And I was like, "I'd probably have a kid. Like, I'd rather have my own kid, you know, and this and that." And she said, "No, I'd rather adopt." And I was like, "Why?" And she was like, "Because there's so many kids in this that need, you know, parents and this and that in this world and this and that." And I was like, "Yeah, that's true. I still rather have like my own kid, you know, and not in a bad way or nothing like that, you know. It's just kind of." Of course, people who are infertile, who can't have kids or this and that, obviously those circumstances that really kind of leeway you into adopting and stuff. But I think it's still a beautiful thing to have a child on your own, you know, if you decided to have a child yourself, you know. So I was like, there's no debate here. It's just straight like opinion at that moment. But there are a lot of people, a lot of kids who do need to be adopted, you know, like that. I'm trying to look it up because that's an interesting thing in itself. And I don't know. It's crazy with the whole Roe versus Wade stuff going on, and isn't it crazy that shit got leaked?
Yeah,
come on, who the fuck leaked that shit? You know, I don't know how that shit happened. And somebody in the Supreme Court was just like, "Oh, this has changed everything about how the Supreme Court functions in general." Just because, like, what's gonna happen from here on out? Like, who leaked it? I always think these things happen from the Supreme Court themselves. Like I don't
think someone from Supreme from Supreme Sandwich
Supreme the company. Definitely. I feel like it's like when artists are like, yo, my album leaked. It's like, bitch, you leaked that shit yourself. Fuck out of here. Like we know you did because it kind of is a pretense for what's to come, you know? Like I'm not advocating that it should be, you know, like what's it called? Struck down, Roe versus Wade. Obviously, you know, your body, your choice, live your life, do whatever you want. Go clap cheeks, you know. But it's crazy. I do not think at all that somebody was like infiltrated the Supreme Court and was like, I'm gonna leak this stuff, you know, just because I don't know. And it, you know, what the fuck? It says here there's 443 kids in foster care and more than 123,000 whom are considered to be waiting children available for adoption. So of the 400,000+, there's about 123,000 trying to be adopted or close to being adopted, which is ridiculous. And yeah, go adopt a kid.
Yeah, man. It's definitely a scary world out there as is kind of the theme.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
And all you can really do is just look out for one another.
Yeah, or yourself. Well, that's the truth, man, because it's fucked up shit. Right? Even though the sun is coming in beautifully right now.
Yeah, right? It's looking so nice in here. It's like such a nice looking day.
But there's death all around us. Anyway.
But, I mean, that was kind of the second news topic. It was definitely a more intense story. Definitely brings up a lot of issues in general.
For sure.
But I kind of wanted to lighten up the episode. I thought about bringing up what happened with the news journalist in Saudi Arabia.
Nah, but it's depressing as fuck.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, maybe we'll talk about it in the future if like things develop from it. But
that's why I brought up in gists, because I was just like, they're major topics anyway. But I just think those are the things that have happened in like the past 2 weeks anyway. So let's kind of like blurt it out there, you know. But you're right, that shit is depressing as fuck.
So I decided let's just do what we do sometimes. And have a mini A.M.C section.
Let's do it.
And let's talk about the newest superhero movie, because that's all we've done it for.
Before that, we gotta say spoilers, I guess, right?
Yeah, of course.
Spoilers.
I'll put the timestamp in 3, 2, 1. 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Nice.
And so so I saw Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Woo! I saw it.
Movie was ass. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, that movie was woo.
We both saw it in IMAX.
Yeah.
Actually.
Oh no, I didn't see it in IMAX.
Oh, you didn't see it in IMAX?
I'm gonna go back to see it in IMAX, but I couldn't get the tickets when they came out. So I just bought it for theater near my house. So I'm gonna go see it again in IMAX.
It looked really good in IMAX.
Bro, I couldn't imagine.
It looked really good in IMAX.
I fucking wish. Well, I guess we got both perspectives.
Yeah.
You know? Oh man.
But because when I saw it, it was actually a late showing, so my theater was kind of empty.
Nice.
So there wasn't much of an audience reaction because it was late and everyone. I saw one person drinking a White Claw.
I can't blame him. Fucking, and did we say what's the name of the movie completely? Doctor Strange
Multiverse of Madness.
Multiverse of Madness. And it's rated R, right? Or
no,
what?
PG-13.
I thought it was supposed to be rated R.
No.
Damn, Brian told me.
There's no rated R Marvel movie.
God damn you, Brian. I could have sworn it was Brian, a friend of ours, you know?
Yeah.
Hate that guy.
Hate that guy.
He told me this movie was rated R. I thought it was rated R the whole time.
Nah, it's PG-13.
This ruined everything. Well, it wasn't even rated R-esque. It had little smidges of it, I guess.
Yeah.
But
so it's interesting that you kind of even say that because I don't know if you were familiar with who directed the movie. So it was directed by Sam Raimi, and
oh no, you've mentioned him before. When it came on the screen and it said Sam Raimi, you've mentioned him before for sure. So when I saw it, I was like, I know this guy.
Well, he's famously known for doing the Spider-Man trilogy with Tobey Maguire.
Hey,
then he also did the Evil Dead trilogy back in the day.
I never watched Evil Dead, bro. I gotta check it out.
I love those movies.
I know. I have the DVD at home. I gotta check it out.
I have the third movie is called Army of Darkness. I have the movie poster as a shirt.
That's awesome.
And then I also have a Doom and Evil Dead crossover T-shirt. Because in the movies he calls Ash calls his shotgun his boomstick. So I have a Doom T-shirt that has a Doom guy holding a shotgun and it says "Boom" in like the Doom font.
Javi, everybody. Cool. That's awesome though. That's awesome. That's fucking cool, man.
I love Sam Raimi, and when they first said that he was directing this, I was like, oh,
eek.
Oh shit. But I was also very scared because I was like, oh man, I really hope that this movie pulls through in the end. Because I was scared that Sam Raimi and Marvel were going to have creative differences and I thought they were going to split and that they were going to have to get another director.
Okay.
So I was really worried for like a hot minute of like,
would that be more so Marvel's doing if that did happen or Sam Raimi's doing or a little bit of both? It
would definitely be more of like a Disney Marvel thing because
like we don't want that in there. Like we don't want these things.
Yeah, because we've definitely seen how Disney has like a pretty controlling hand over their films where especially the Marvel movies and the Star Wars movies where we've seen for the Solo Star Wars movie about Han Solo. Originally Phil Lord and Chris Miller were supposed to direct that movie, but they left for creative differences. Those guys are famously known for doing Zombieland, Into the Spider-Verse.
Wow. So they know what they're doing basically. Zombieland is a good ass movie. I feel like it's an ultimate movie.
It's really good.
Yeah.
But if you kind of know the movies that they did, you know that they have a very known style of breaking the fourth wall and being
like talking to the people
and being very meta in their movies. That's dope. Disney was just like, we don't want that for Star Wars because that's what they were apparently doing with Solo. So we've seen how Disney has a hand over their movies.
Would you have wanted to see that in the Star Wars movies?
Oh, I'd be perfectly fine with it.
Just because it's a little.
I was so excited for Phil Lord and Chris Miller to do a Star Wars movie. I still like Solo at the end of the day, but that's another conversation.
That's when I catch up because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
But so I was very concerned that Sam Raimi and Marvel were going to split from this movie for creative differences, and so the fact that this movie ever came out actually surprised me.
Oh man.
And very quickly, I got the sense that this is a Sam Raimi movie.
Yeah.
Because you have like these quick zoom ins and like these like close ups on like facial expressions and like these quick pan shots that he does. And
very familiar with this guy, you know?
Yeah. Like his camera work is just very like, if you know his camera work,
you know Sam Raimi.
Yeah. And
that's cool as fuck.
It's like very quickly, I was like, oh, yes.
Nice.
And very quickly, too, I love the fact that, the big octopus, which I have a fun fact about.
Okay. At the beginning of the movie where he's fighting the shit in the city.
Where his big eye gets just ripped out of his like fucking body and you hear the and all of that, just as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh my God. Fuck
like some real like naughty shit, I guess, in some Marvel movie-esque, you know?
Yeah.
I definitely agree. And even in the beginning, how it started off with the dream, like it was him dreaming about, what was it, Erica? What's her name?
America Chavez.
America Chavez, right? First of all, dope as fuck. The representation, let's fucking go. She had a skull candy on her shit, you know what I mean? And she had a little LGBTQ thing too.
I didn't even notice her pins.
Yeah. No, bro, her jacket, her jean jacket had a skull candy, which I think was dope. Nice. Obviously, skull candy, Mexican, something like that. If she's Mexican, her last name is Chavez. But even then, like there was a kind of this no remorse of Doctor Strange being like, "Nah, I gotta do this for the world. Fuck that. Like, you know, I gotta sacrifice you and this and that." And just like that to me was already cool, just because it was daring, and I like things like that because it kind of breaks away from this happy Marvel, you know, this and that. Which is, I didn't expect that. I rewatched the first Doctor Strange with Beatrice.
Okay.
And she loved it. I thought it was really good too.
Yeah,
it's
a good one.
Yeah, man. And I really thought that his character is so different. Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange.
Cumberbatch?
Right? What's his name?
Batch,
whatever. Cabbage Patch.
I forget where I've seen this from, but there's definitely a joke where it's like, how do you pronounce Benedict Cumberbatch's name? Is it Benedict Cumber Lumberbatch? Benedict Cumber Humber?
Benedict Cucumber. Yeah, I never knew what the fuck his name was, but every time I say his name, people are like, what? So I understand now. But he's such a unique character in his own way. He's very sarcastic, very this and that, and just off the first one to the second one is a perfect transition, you know? And what's that guy's name? Wong, the homie.
But I was really curious to see how you were gonna react to this movie because you haven't seen Infinity War, you haven't seen Endgame, you haven't watched WandaVision.
I didn't even know there's a show about her. But I love her though.
So it's just like you haven't seen these things that definitely like play a part into this movie.
Yeah, man.
And so I was really curious to see how you were gonna react because when you said that you got the tickets for it, I was like, oh, you're gonna go watch Doctor Strange?
Yeah, bro.
I didn't know how excited you were gonna be about this movie.
I was mostly excited because I thought it was rated R, but I really, even back watching the first movie in theaters, right? It was just the visuals are incredible, bro. With the whole like New York City breaking up into this little, what is it, the mirror glass dimension? Mirror dimension, and it's just the visuals were incredible. And what I thought was gonna happen with this movie is just another 3 hours of the same stuff. That was my biggest worry. Not that I really considered it, but they did it so well in the first one, where there was so much scenes of it. Even the scene where he gets warped through like 100 dimensions. No, that was in this movie, but they just kind of replicated what they did in the first one and the second one without redoing the same thing.
Yeah.
And like when him and America Chavez go through a bunch of dimensions, and one they're like an anime drawing, another they're in
like their literal paint.
Their paint and stuff. It gave me a lot of Everything Everywhere at Once vibes too. Okay. Good movie. That's a fun little movie. And it was just dope, man, because it was visually new, but just as exciting as the old visuals. And I loved it. I loved everything about it, and it's cool. It's really fucking cool, man.
Yeah, the fun fact I got about the big octopus is that originally that was supposed to be Shuma Gorath.
And
Shuma Gorath is a Doctor Strange villain in the comics.
Ooh, okay.
And so when I saw that originally, I was like, oh, that's cool. They're bringing Shuma Gorath into the movies. Fuck yeah, they're really getting into like the mystic arts of like the Marvel universe. But then they changed his name, and because there was a dispute over the legal rights of Shuma Gorath.
No way. Who's disputing?
So the owners of Conan own the rights to Shuma Gorath, and Marvel just never asked if they could use it.
Oh wow!
So they had to change his name to Gargantos.
But it was the same type of character.
Pretty much, Gargantos is just another big octopus.
That's funny. That's fucking. You can't do that. Like that's like if I make a cartoon of a sponge living in the sea, and I call him like Square Man. Like no, I'm not taking your shit at all. That's
well, because technically Marvel does own Conan at the moment.
Okay.
So I was a little confused even still of like, wait, but
you can't just
what would be
rename
the problem with that? Because if Shuma Gorath is like owned by Conan, but if Marvel owns Conan,
oh man,
I don't know.
Lawyers, bro.
It's confusing.
Lawyers. They just want that cheese, bro. They just change their name. That's bad funny.
That was a little fun fact.
Dr. Weird.
But that you even saying that just reminded me. But I don't know if you would know this.
What's up?
Try me. There is a Doctor Strange Easter egg in Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2, the old one with Tobey Maguire.
With Tobey Maguire.
I know a lot of people love Spider-Man 2. I never liked it as much. I was at the first one, and the third one was kind of cool. I guess it was just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
What was the thing? Yeah.
So when Dr. Octopus first comes out onto the scene, and they're trying to figure out what to name him in the Daily Bugle, they're like, "Oh, well, he's a doctor and whatever," and like one of them goes, "Doctor Strange," and J. Jonah Jameson goes, "No, that one's taken."
Oh, what the fuck? No way.
And yeah,
that's cool as fuck. Damn, bro, they really thought hard into this, and so before like even getting more into the movie, I've been going to a lot of comic shops lately, just like buying different shit. A lot of those random comics that I picked up, and I wanted to pick up some Doctor Strange comics, right? Just because they look so cool and different, man. I know nothing of this guy's character at all. Like who created Doctor Strange?
Stan Lee and I believe Steve Ditko. Yes,
that's
Stan
crazy.
Lee and Steve Ditko.
And I feel like Doctor Strange is its own like realm of Marvel, of course, but I feel like he's like one of the biggest parts of it when it comes to like how the movie represents him and stuff like that.
Well, it's definitely a little different from the comics and movies because they've actually said in interviews and quotes and whatever that basically Doctor Strange in the MCU is gonna be like kind of like our new Iron Man.
Okay,
where he's gonna be kind of the main focal point for things to come in the future.
Gotcha. It just looks like it because he's such an important figure from what it seems here. This is skipping ahead a little, but there was a little I don't know if it was like a universe they traveled to in the movie, but Thanos is dead in the little shot, right? What was that scene? Because I just remember in the bottom right corner of the screen, it was Thanos dead, and he was stabbed in the heart or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
When they were like going through different multiverses,
I think so, or something like that.
I don't think I caught that.
Or it was like one thing that they were talking about. It might not have been the multiverses. First of all, I got a funny joke that not my own. It was like America Chavez, the first Mexican superhero, and of course her power is to go through borders.
Nice.
That's that funny. But yeah, I saw Thanos dead, and it was like a reality that wasn't, because you know how there's different realities in this film. So I thought that was really cool, and I never understood, like, because I never seen Thanos on the big screen. But when I did, I was like, yo, that's Thanos. It's dead. And then that was in the movie and shit. And just cool to see, bro, because...
Another thing you haven't watched that also kind of plays into this is the What If show.
The What If show. I don't know what that is.
So back in the day, the Marvel Comics had this series called What If, where it was just literally they asked these like crazy questions, like what if this happened?
I think I came across it just looking through the comic books. Maybe, I don't know, but
and
it sounds
so
familiar.
The TV show is just the same thing, but MCU style, where like one episode is like what if Peggy Carter became Captain America?
Gotcha.
And
is it on Disney Plus?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I saw it on Disney Plus and everything. Okay.
So there's an episode because I'm gonna try and like catch you up a little bit.
Yeah, please do, because I definitely need a lot. Bro, how do you even catch up with this shit? This is like fucking millenniums of history to this shit.
But in the What If series, there was one episode where it was what if Doctor Strange became evil, pretty much.
Okay.
Where in this universe, Christine, she dies instead of Steven.
Okay.
Or she dies in an injury and Steven is kind of fine in the car accident. And so because of that, Steven goes insane trying to basically resurrect her, or he uses a time stone to basically revert time and try and fix it. But every time he does it
fucks it up, right?
It fucks it up even more. And so he becomes evil. He gets a hold of the dark hold and things like that. And he becomes super powerful. And so it's supposedly confirmed that the evil Doctor Strange in the movie is that Doctor Strange from the show.
Nice, because when in the trailer, this movie seemed like it was gonna be him against the evil Doctor Strange the whole movie. That's how I thought it would be. Yeah,
that's another conversation that's come up of like, is the marketing misleading about the movie,
like purposely or maybe not purposely? Because
I was actually kind of surprised pretty quickly to see that Wanda was the main villain of the movie.
Yeah, bro, she killed that shit, bro. She really killed that role, bro. First of all, she's gorgeous. I think she's absolutely gorgeous. But like her character, really well done, and like to get into it, like more the misery that is revolving around her character, right? Like it really is about her and her children, wanting to be with her children. Yeah. Right? Because how did she originally get away from her children? Did they show that in the movie or no?
So that you need to watch WandaVision to basically know what was going on at that, because just because in Infinity War and Endgame, Vision dies. In those movies.
The girl, the lady, Elizabeth Olsen. Or Vision.
Vision.
Who's Vision?
Vision is the robot dude with like the
with the little fork.
That's Black Bolt. Vision is the robot dude. He's red. He's got the yellow cape, and he's got like the one of the Infinity Stones in his forehead.
I don't know what that is.
Damn, you've never even seen any of the trailers or anything?
I don't think so. Damn. But now I know who he is a little bit.
But
okay, he dies.
He dies. He and Wanda had a relationship, so he dies in Infinity War and Endgame. So in WandaVision, she basically creates a reality where he's still alive, or using magic and stuff. And she basically creates a life where she has these kids, and Vision, and they're just kind of a happy family. Yeah. But by the end of the show, that's how you find out that she's using magic and all this shit.
That's so just like this. It's kind of like that, kind of,
Yeah, so it's very dark. And Wanda enslaves a whole town of people to basically play out her fantasy of living this like happy sitcom life.
Even showed that in the movie, how like at first when she's playing with her kids and like, come on now, let's go, and then it just goes back to reality and she's not without her kids. And I mean that whole little concept is dope, man, because it's just first of all, she's delusional, I guess, right? She's very delusional, but she's in complete control. And I forgot the line. The line is super good, but it was Doctor Strange, I guess, or somebody said something to her, and they're like, "How do you like create this madness out of this and that?" And she's like, "Well, mothers always do that, like by creating a kid." Yeah. Remember the line I'm talking about? I said it so terribly, but it was like, oh shit, like, but it's basically a mother's love for her children, and to me, I really like that because. A lot of heroes and villains have motives and stuff, and I really like that. Like, you can't really surpass that in terms of anything else. Some people want to destroy stuff, some people want power, but she dead ass just want to see her kids that aren't really there no more for her, right? Or never were there to begin with.
Technically, they never existed. It's just her magic just kind of created this reality where in the main 616 universe, which I love that they finally did that, because in the comics we've always known the main Marvel universe to be 616.
Oh man!
So I loved it when they named that. I was like, oh, nice.
And for those that are listening that watched the movie, like when this is when Christine was talking to Doctor Strange when he's in the cage, right, in the jail. This is so cool that you mentioned that. I'm getting chills just talking about it because again, watching this movie in theaters when it came out, right, it was on Thursday, so it came out on Friday, but I watched it on the Cinco de Mayo, right? That's when it came out, some shit.
I think so.
So when Christine was explaining to Doctor Strange, she's like, look, there are a bunch of universes and this is what I study, right? She was like, but you're from the universe 6-1, and the person behind me said 6. Like, they said it as she was saying it. So I told Beatrice, I'm like, yo, bro, like, she dead ass knows what the fuck this is, like you know what I mean? Like, she was so into like you are, like, she was like universe 6-1. They said it simultaneously, and I'm like, that's incredible that you know so much about this storyline already. And I thought that was cool. I thought that was really fucking cool. It's like that passion is really there for that.
Yeah, I was really hyped when they did that. I was like, "Fuck yeah!" But I forget what I was saying a second ago. But
she was in Universe 616. Fuck.
But here, I'll bring up another fun fact real quick for you. This movie has been banned in Egypt and Saudi Arabia.
What?
Because of America Chavez being gay.
I'm done, bro. Come on. I didn't even know she was gay. I thought her parents were only gay, to be honest.
So in the comics, she's gay.
Okay.
They I guess they've just, like, Marvel has said outright that in the movies she's also gonna be gay.
Okay.
So like Egypt and Saudi Arabia were like, what?
That's mad funny.
You want to do what?
That's mad funny. I didn't know that. I thought it was just her mom's and stuff like that. But that's why if you see the pin on her chest and stuff like that, well, that's funny as fuck. You're missing out, Saudi Arabia and Egypt. You're missing out.
I also thought it was so funny to listen to Benedict Cumberbatch speak in Spanish.
Oh yeah,
the movie opened up.
You mean Cumberpatch?
Yeah, Cumberpatch. Yar.
And
I a line that I really like in the movie, because something that I kind of argued with my brother about was that Christine says at her wedding that
this is the beginning. This is like pretty much the
beginning where she says that Steven always has to hold the knife.
Yeah.
And when she said that, I was like, the fuck does that mean? And as the movie went on, it kind of got repeated. And then as I thought about it more, it hit me where I was like, oh, like, it's this idea where Steven is always appointing himself to make the tough calls.
Okay.
Because as we see in Infinity War, Steven gives up the time stone to Thanos because he uses a time stone to look into the future, into multiple futures, and finds out that the one future where they win is by giving up the time stone.
Okay.
And so at the wedding, when you see that one guy like who's like, oh, like I lost my brother and whatever in those 5 years, because Thanos snaps away like half of the universe, but everyone gets brought back 5 years later. So in the MCU, they refer to that as the blip.
The blip.
And so,
oh my god,
that guy being like, I lost my brother in that time and this and that, whatever the case is, that guy was kind of like questioning Steven of like, was that really the only call you could have made? Was that really the only way to stop Thanos? And so there's definitely this theme going on of like, is Steven a good guy or is he a bad guy, or is he a good guy making bad guy decisions?
I think of the Batman and just in the way where just because I've been playing Arkham City again and just a whole bunch of shit where he's just saying like, I forget where I saw this in, but he was like, I'm the person that can make these choices that, or I think it's because I watched The Dark Knight again or something. He was telling Gordon, he was like, you can't make these choices and neither can Two-Face before he was Two-Face, but like I can be either way, because it's basically saying like to do what's necessary, I'll put myself in the negative light or the shining light, but it's what's necessary. And then I think of Doctor Strange, how he was a surgeon, so even when he broke his hands, he was like, you're doing it wrong, like you got to do it this way and this way, and how like he was the best neurosurgeon. And then how when he went to go get taught in the Buddhist, what is it,
I forget the name of the temple,
but when he went to go get taught and he was asking, and then he finally realized like this might work, he was like, help me, and they kicked him out. It was like he might be his own demise in that way, but when he does have the opportunity to hold the knife and this and that, I don't know. Like, well, obviously because the movies, he has to prevail. He does the right thing and stuff like that. But is he?
Because the thing that my brother and I were kind of arguing about is that I made the claim that Doctor Strange doesn't have a character arc in this movie. I said that the other characters in this movie do. I said that America has her own character arc where in the beginning of the movie she can't control her powers. And she's afraid and fearful. By the end, she controls her powers. Yeah, that's a character arc.
Got you.
I forget who else said had a character arc. Who else is even in the movie?
WandaVision. That's her name, right?
Wanda. Yeah. Wanda has her own character arc.
She finally realized that she can't be doing all this crazy shit.
Exactly.
And
But Steven, as we see traversing the multiverse, that other Stevens, like other Stevens, our 616 Steven is just like the rest of them. Yeah. He's making the same mistake and he caused an incursion at the end of the day. And that is a really big deal. Yeah. Because in the comics, these incursions, basically what's been going on is what it seems like Marvel is doing is that they're leading to Secret Wars. Secret Wars, what is this? And Secret Wars is a Marvel event that happened back in the day. Okay. Where basically Dr. Doom reshaped the universe, and just it was this whole idea where he reshaped the universe in his own image, and everyone was on this planet called Battle World, where it was split up by different sections of different universes pretty much. So like one country was like a universe. And they were all on this one planet called Battle World. I love the Dr. Doom. This is what I get and everything. That's dope. Okay. So it seems like Marvel is kind of leading to this Secret Wars. And this all kind of, in the most recent Secret Wars, all this, because it happened a couple few times after that. Yeah. This is usually how Marvel reboots their universes and whatnot for the comics. So it could be a way to reboot the cool MCU. Yeah. But it seems like that's what they're leading to, because as we see with the Illuminati, they're talking about incursions, and that how an incursion already happened in that universe. I can't believe they call them the Illuminati. Were they always called the Illuminati? That's what they're called in the comics. That's so funny, bro. I thought they were just fucking around, but that's when it was like, Mr. Fantastic and this and that. First of all, let's talk about that. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Wild. So how do we get there? We get there because he gets how does he get to that area in the first place? America and him travel the multiverse, and they end up in a futuristic New York. Yeah, they go to the Sanctum Sanctorum, and Mondo is there, and he roofies or drinks pretty much, and they wake up in there we go, the Illuminati. Who are the five characters there? Who are they all? Because I only know Mr. Fantastic and is it Lex Luthor? Lex. What's his name? Charles Xavier. Whoops. Whoops. Shows you how much I know. But who are all of them there before I embarrass myself? So that was crazy. And before you say anything, when these characters were shown on the screen,
bro, this theater was like clapping like crazy, like cheering and this and that. And that's what I've never experienced in a movie before, right? Where like literally at the end, you can't see it in the audio, of course, but at the end of the movie, some guy like raised his hand up like this. He was like, yes! Like he was like, his hands were raised and stuff. Like he was just so happy. But when these characters that you're about to say got introduced, the crowd was going crazy, but by each one was being more like cheered than the other. And I'll say it right now. So
yeah, I mean, it starts off where like Mondo's like, yeah, you know, we're the fucking Illuminati. And I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we got Captain Marvel over here.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh fuck. And he's like, we got Black Bolt over here from the Inhumans. And I was like, what?
Yeah, bro.
And then I think he explained himself, and he's like, yeah, and then we also got fucking Reed Richards and fucking John Krasinski portals in. And I was like,
yeah,
what the
that was crazy. That was first of all, John Krasinski, super props to this motherfucker for being obviously in The Office, other shit too, creating a Quiet Place too, directing that shit, and also being in the fucking Marvel movies. That to me, like, that guy is a big inspiration to me, bro, because that guy does it all. And so subtly too.
He was actually one of the original people in talks to play Captain America back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I would have never guessed, but I think the other person did it better. To be
Chris
fair.
Evans.
Yeah. But who else was there? It was
and then they're talking about what's going on at the incursions and what happened in their universe, and then fucking you hear tell them the truth, and fucking Professor X rolls up, and they even play the little X-Men thing like
that's dope. I didn't notice that. That's dope.
And he rolls up in his like classic comic yellow wheelchair, and I was like, yo, no way.
It was like a gift to people that know that stuff, because for me it was just like, whoa, but I was so happy because of the cheers behind me. Like my face was like, this is so cool. Like it's so genuine, you know. But they cheered the most when they saw the lady Captain America. That's Captain Marvel. Who's that?
That's Captain Marvel.
When they saw her, bro, they went off. Like out of everybody there, maybe Xavier, right? They were a little hype. But when they saw her, bro, that theater was screaming louder than ever, bro. Like I've never heard that.
I thought it was pretty cool that she was Captain Marvel, because I had forgotten her character in the first Captain Marvel film, where she's supposed to be Carol Danvers' like best friend.
Okay.
But Carol Danvers is Miss Marvel,
okay,
Captain Marvel in the main 616 universe.
Got you.
Yeah, so I had forgotten her character, so when I saw her, I recognized her as the actress from the new James Bond movie. So for me, I was like, oh, the new 007's Captain Marvel. Fuck yeah.
That's dope as fuck. But yeah, that whole scene was very like incredible, man. It was incredible, and I've never experienced that in a theater before.
Because cool. I'm sure you didn't see the trailers to this movie.
No, only the main one, like the one they show in theaters before movie starts. Yeah, that's the only one.
But in the first trailer, it kind of spoiled that Professor X was going to be in the movie, because that line of like, you should tell him the truth is put in the trailer. So people immediately were like, that's Patrick Stewart.
Oh, they heard his voice and stuff like that?
So immediately people were like, that's Patrick Stewart. Professor X is going to be in the movie.
Oh,
so
nice.
definitely, definitely like that's why there wasn't much like surprise of Professor X pulling up in the movie.
Okay.
But what was so surprising is the way that Wanda just fucking wrecks them.
Every single one of them, bro. Every single one of these bitches, man. And interestingly enough, the Black Bolt character, right? He's the one that he speaks, right? He's died, and everybody just died and shit like that. So in the movie, I don't know if you went to go see it, Jujutsu Kaisen in the theaters and stuff like that.
I haven't seen it.
So I went to go see it with Brian. It was really cool. I saw it again. And
that's why I didn't go.
Yeah, bro. And then went to Uno's. It was fun.
Nah.
Uno's got some cheap ass drinks, bro. I swear to God.
Of course, it's Uno's.
Bro, we go there.
It's half water.
Yeah. Every time we go to Uno's and drink, we're like, damn, bro. Like, we're really, like, when you go to Uno's, you get the, you know, drinking for a budget, right? You pay very little, but you sacrifice the ambience of a real bar. Like, you're just surrounded by children and pizza and sunlight. Anyway. In Jujutsu Kaisen, there's a character who's alongside the other characters that have powers and stuff, and his character is essentially Black Bolt's power, where he doesn't say anything, and he has to speak in sushi ingredients. So his whole like he'll talk and he'll be like salmon, he'll be like I don't know, whatever, you know, whatever he makes sushi out of. But when he speaks, like he'll say like a word like die, and everybody all the ghosts will die, and how he's been cursed with that since he was a little kid, because he had to worry about how he spoke to different people, because if he did, he would end up killing his own family or this and that. And so, my friend's FaceTime, I want to let him see me on the thing. But yeah, how can I say? Yo, I can't. My bad. I'll call you later. Fucking. I was gonna say. So I wonder do you know anything about Black Bolt's upcoming? Is it similar to that? Because he basically is the same thing.
Well, he's a part of the Inhumans. I'm not super familiar with the Inhuman side of the Marvel universe, but they're just kind of like their own like alien race. I think if I remember correctly, in the comics at least, they used to live on the moon at some point.
Okay.
But they're just kind of like their own race. They all have their own powers and things like that, and whatever the case is. And Black Bolt is a king of the Inhumans. There was a really bad Inhumans TV show that they canceled like after the second or third episode.
It was really bad.
It's on Disney Plus. You can watch it.
I don't want to at this point.
What's really funny too is that like because I watched a video about the Inhumans show from Mr. Sunday Movies. Love those guys. But
shout out to them.
They even pointed out that if you search up like anything on Disney Plus, it'll give you like other suggestions
instead of that one.
So say if you searched up like Spider-Man, it'll show you like the main Spider-Man stuff, but then it'll show you like other characters to kind of be like, oh, you might also like this.
Okay.
But if you search up Inhumans, it's the only thing that shows up.
Oh, okay.
They're just kind of it's like in the back corner of Disney Plus where it's just like where it's like I guess if you want to watch it, here it is.
Your choice. your body, your choice.
But in that show, Black Bolt, I think he kills his parents accidentally because of the fact that he has his powers. So he definitely has like a fucked up past for sure.
Yeah. But how he died was awesome.
Oh my god, that was insane! I don't know why he freaked out so badly.
Yeah, bro, just don't say anything.
I figured he would have kind of like expected something like that.
Dumbass, right? He's like, oh, I can't. My mouth is closed and I kill people with my voice. Let me try to say something. So let's go by how she kills everybody, right? She kills Black Bolt, who speaks people to death, right? By making him have no mouth. And he basically implodes, right?
Implodes.
Oh, it was so cool because he literally blood came out his eyes.
His head kind of caved in.
Oh my God, so crazy. Then we got John Krasinski embarrassing himself. He was like, "Don't you have what is it?" He said like, don't do this. Like I have a wife at home and this and that.
He said that he has kids, which also got me excited because that means in this universe of the Fantastic Four is definitely established. Because in the comic, because originally they didn't have kids when they first started. Yeah. But at this point in the comics, they have a whole family. They have kids and everything. Very recently, The Thing and Alicia, his blind wife, they adopted 2 alien kids as
in like the actual comic books, or like,
in the comics currently.
I can't. Did they remake the Fantastic Four? They remade it, right? Or am I bugging?
Like in the movies, you mean?
Yeah, like before the old one.
There was a reboot by Josh Trank in like 2014, 2016.
No, right? I wanted them to make a real good Fantastic Four. Like
I mean, they are gonna make one officially. That's a part of the MCU.
Nice, because that sounds, because I feel like they didn't do him justice at all. All I remember is what's her name?
Jessica Alba.
There we go. You took the words out of my mouth. We all know what we're talking about here, and if you don't,
no, I know what you're talking about.
Hell yeah! Her acting was so great and very classy.
You know the amazing scene where she takes off her clothes in front of everyone to become invisible.
Oh, you're a pervert.
You're a pervert. And then fucking Reed and Johnny just run around the crowd 2 seconds later because for some reason Jessica Alba couldn't do that. Sue had to get naked because that's what people wanted.
That's what the people wanted. All right, so how did facts? How did Mr. Fantastic die? He just got ripped to shreds.
He just
basically.
got ripped like fucking string cheese.
Like string cheese. And then who dies next? Is it Miss Marvel or is it?
Miss Marvel died. No, Captain America dies next.
Captain America dies
next. She gets sliced in half by her shield.
That was cool, man. Because then you see the blood on the shield and shit, right?
My brother wasn't too much of a fan of that shot of the way it kind of zoomed in on her face, but I was like, I mean, what are you gonna like? What can you do? They're not gonna show her getting like.
That's why the rated R would have played it so beautifully, right? Because the rated R would have they wouldn't have showed that for sure, especially with Disney and stuff.
Yeah,
but I think that would have been a stronger way to go about it. Then Miss Marvel dies by getting crushed, right?
Yeah, she gets crushed by the debris of that statue.
And then we get to the part where Captain Xavier, he basically does his zoom shit.
Professor Xavier.
Fuck. Dr. Xavier, Mr. Xavier. Fucking who's Lex Luthor? I always wanted to know that.
The villain of Superman.
He's the villain of Superman. He's bald too.
Yes,
that's why I confused.
I figured as much.
I have been playing a lot of fucking Batman. I'm almost Arkham Knight. I'm playing actually.
Nice.
What's it called? Love that game, bro. It's such a fun game.
It's a good one.
All the Batman games are so fun to play. Like you just jump around and shit and fly and. And that's when like Robin dies, but he's not dead. He's the Arkham Knight. Actually, is that actually in the comic books and stuff, or not? Or is
the
that just
Arkham Knight is a new character that they made for the game.
Got you.
But technically, that whole story is kind of rehashed. Like when they first announced the game, everyone's like, "Oh, who's the Arkham Knight?"
Yeah,
this is
that's
wild.
A beautiful little twist.
They're like bringing a new character into the DC universe, but the fact that it was just Jason Todd, everyone was kind of like, "Oh."
I thought it was pretty cool.
Because in the comics,
he dies.
Jason dies
for sure.
He becomes Red Hood, who's a villain.
Oh,
but then he kind of gets reformed and becomes he retakes the name Red Hood and becomes a good guy again, or like an anti-hero.
When I was reading, because I saw this beehole, but I was watching comments for the deleted scene in Batman, right, with Robert Pattinson and stuff, and they were saying that this person particularly was saying, I love the Joker, he's great and all, but they exclude so many great characters, and one of them was Red Hood. And the other was I forget who, but then I remember in The Killing Joke, before the Joker falls into the vat of acid, he puts on the thing to be Red Hood and everything. And now I'm kind of curious for Red Hood to be. Is he a good character? Is he a fun character?
Like I said, when Jason became Red Hood, he kind of started off as a villain. He was torturing Batman because he was mad at Batman for the idea replacing him and leaving him to die, kind of deal.
Got you. I'll be mad too.
So that was kind of his original motives, but then he kind of gets reformed. Becomes like an anti-hero because he uses guns and stuff, and so he's killing villains.
No, but is he like? Do you think he's an interesting character, Red Hood? Like, would you want to see him in the movies?
Oh, of course. I think Jason Todd is a super interesting character. Cool, mean, in like Zack Snyder's DC universe, like that stuff already happened. Okay, which is kind of like a little fun tidbit because there's like that scene where Bruce is like walking in the Batcave and he looks up at like a Robin suit and it's covered in like Joker graffiti and whatever.
Oh,
so
what the fuck! I didn't even see that. That was in the last movie or a different movie?
No, that was in Batman v Superman.
That's
if
cool,
I remember correctly.
I gotta check that out.
So yeah, it's just like it's a little thing that just tells you that like this already happened.
Got you. So, timeline shit.
Yeah, so it's just a little fun fact.
Nah, man, that's dope. By the way, in the Batman movie, there was an R that showed Robin's R. In the Batman movie. Okay. I swear. I said it earlier. Nobody believed me.
I still don't believe you.
I swear
gotta see God. It with my own eyes.
I swear to God. I'm not going to look it up. Even though I have the power to right here. But Doctor Strange, right? So we get to all these motherfuckers getting demolished. What did you think of how Professor Xavier, how do you think about his death and how he died? I like the color.
Oh, it hurt the most.
Yeah, bro. He fucked. He had mind fuck.
And also because like jumping ahead a little bit, because Wanda, she dream walks into universe pretty much, because we learned that in this movie that dreams are just the multiverse, which is a really cool idea.
It's a beautiful concept in general, even with real life. You know, when you think about what are dreams and how real they're, and how even I think during MRIs and stuff, you can see people dreaming and everything. And when are we gonna be able to look at dreams visually? You know? You ever like do like acid or mushrooms and you close your eyes and you just see a bunch of shit in your eyes and everything? No, like colors and everything. Oh man, it's weird. It's fucking weird as fuck. Yeah. Anyway, I do shrooms once and I close my eyes and I just see a bunch of stuff, bro, and it's so cool. Anyways, but yeah.
But so Wanda, she dream walks into this universe and whatever the case is, and then by the time that like she's taking America back to the main 616 universe, she ditches that universe, and that universe is Wanda. She kind of flies out of that little realm that they're in. Yeah, she flies out back into like that doorway. Like you could see like the red in her hands and whatever. So I was like, oh, this Wanda also has powers. Okay. And so I was kind of confused or kind of expecting that this Wanda to like do something. Yeah. Because I thought maybe like, oh, what is she gonna dream walk and be like, yo, bitch, what you do with my body? But then also when at the climax of the movie, when America opens up the portal to that universe again
and brings her there, right?
I'm assuming it's the same universe, because when Wanda comes down the stairs, she's still covered in like blood or something.
I really like the imagery of that, by the way. Like the blood coming down half her face. It's just her eyes are so big. Elizabeth Olsen, right? The one who plays WandaVision. Her eyes are so big and kind of mute. Like there's no emotion to her eyes when she stares blankly. Like when she stares blankly, like even if you just look at her pictures as a regular human being, not like WandaVision, she has such a blank face. And
her last name isn't Vision.
What is it? What is Wanda?
Maximoff.
I'm saying WandaVision. It's just Wanda then. But yeah, I think she's a perfect fit for that character. Like I thought it was brand new into the movie. I didn't know it was a show. Then I shortly realized it was. But she's perfectly casted. I think so.
She was also she originally came in Avengers: Age of Ultron, the second Avengers movie.
Ooh, okay.
That they kind of do her origin in that movie.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I kind of thought that in the climax when they were finally like face to face that they were gonna have like a quick like fight off or something. But that didn't happen. In which I feel like what I've seen online or heard from some people is that some people were a little underwhelmed by the climax of just kind of this like Wanda just kind of getting sad and like the other universe Wanda being like, don't worry, I'll take care of them, and that just kind of being it.
Yeah.
So some people were a little underwhelmed by that. They
wanted some extra shit and stuff like that.
Yeah, they wanted that big third act.
Man. I thought it was good.
It worked for me.
Yeah.
I didn't have any complaints with it. But I think I remember what I was saying earlier.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Let me distract you. Now what are you saying?
Back to Doctor Strange not having a character arc.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
Because the metaphor that they say in the movie of that Steven's always the one holding the knife. Because as we see, Steven, like other Stevens in the multiverse, uses the Darkhold to dreamwalk, and that's how he gets back into the main 616. And pretty much like when he does that, there's also, and I'm pretty sure it's an Evil Dead reference because when he takes over the dead body, the way the hand sticks out is the logo of Evil Dead.
Right? First of all, that I really liked a lot, man. How he used the dead body. The dead body makeup was all right with the face.
I thought that was done purposely to look like that because Sam Raimi loves practical effects.
Okay,
and I actually had a question where I wondered how much of the movie was practical or CGI because it is Sam Raimi, and so
what do you mean by practical effects? Now I'm confused. Like is it like
physical,
crafted?
So for example, in Endgame, Chris Evans, at the end of the movie, they make him look old, like old Captain America.
And that's CGI.
And that was CGI.
But this is more like,
but that
real.
Zombie was makeup.
That's
it
cool
was
as
all
fuck.
physical.
See, if that is the case, that's cool as fuck. Because Beatrice was saying, she's like, I didn't really think the makeup for the zombie face was good. And I was like, yeah, I didn't really have an opinion. I was just like, because I was so enthralled by how the ghouls, whatever, he used them as wings.
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved everything about that little, when he floated away, like, and how they got in his face. And it was very like hellish. It was so dope, man. So dope.
But yeah, I think those practical effects, like if you were to watch Evil Dead, it's very reminiscent of that, old school, just kind of like gory looking, like sort of campy looking, just practical effects.
They went off back in the day with like old school effects in terms of horror movies. They may have not done that well in a lot of other things. I watched the Ghostbusters like 2 days ago.
Nice.
Love that movie.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Little special place in the heart. But even just I follow this page, I forget what it's called, but I think it's called 80s Horror Doc. Right.
Okay.
And they just constantly post different like throwbacks to how they used to do horror films, and it's just amazing, bro. Like how crazy people get with the visuals and everything, makeup.
I have so many facts about Evil Dead because I love those movies, man.
Gotta cover one of those movies then. We gotta cover one of those movies for sure.
Like, I'll just say this. There's one shot that kind of always rings in my head sometimes of just how gross it is, where there's a shot where someone gets stabbed right in the ankle with a pencil.
Oh, nice.
And it's right there. And you see the pencil just go in their ankle.
Nice.
And it's such a
strong ass pencil.
It's such an arbitrary spot.
Yeah.
Like, why the ankle? And that sometimes that shot always just rings in my head. I'm just like, oh God, I would fucking hate to get stabbed in the ankle. Bro, oh my God.
Then you gotta check out Hostel. I don't know if you never seen it before, right? Oh man,
you've talked about it.
Oh man, I would just say this. There's a scene where he gets, I've definitely said this before, but he gets put to a chair and he's just sitting there. And basically Hostel, they're just paying to torture people, right? So he lets him loose, like he's not locked in the hands. But before he does that, right here.
And like your Achilles?
Basically your Achilles behind the heel above the bottom end of the back foot, whatever. He gets a saw and he's... so it's like your Achilles is talking. Like, you know when your shoes talk? When your Achilles... and he's like, go ahead, stand up, go ahead. He does it to both and they close up on the image where they cut it. you know, all that stuff. And he stands up and he just falls to his feet and falls to the floor. And he's just trying to go while and then he just kills him. That movie's not great. I think it's kind of just disgusting.
It's like body horror porn.
Like
body
super
horror.
body gore porn. Like it's the worst ever. Like the last scenes are kind of stupid, but those little torture scenes are just like, it fucks with me. But that scene in particular is in my brain, bro. It's so gross. It's
body horror is a little too much.
Yeah,
for me.
bro. It's like, why are you making these movies, you freak?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about any other. So to explain the post-credit scene to you.
Okay. So there's two, but the second one is kind of just whatever. There's a hot dog and shit like that.
You don't even know. I don't think you know this, but that hot dog vendor is Bruce Campbell.
Who's Bruce Campbell?
And Bruce Campbell is the lead of Evil Dead.
Oh, wow. So there has to be a lot of
Bruce
affiliation.
Campbell and Sam Raimi went to school together. They went to film school together. So they created Evil Dead together. And Bruce Campbell has a cameo in every Spider-Man movie of the Tobey Maguire films.
No way.
He plays a different character in each Spider-Man film. And originally, Spider-Man 4 was going to happen. And the movie was originally going to open up with Spider-Man bringing in Mysterio for the first time. And it was going to be revealed that Bruce Campbell was Mysterio. So that's why he played different people in the past movies.
Because that's what Mysterio does, right? He plays different people and stuff like that.
Yeah. So
that's cool.
That just would have been really cool if that ever happened. But yeah, that hot dog vendor was Bruce Campbell. So
that's why it was a thing.
Yeah, so that second post-credit scene is definitely just kind of like
a fun
thing for them. Because the movie's kind of campy, because like even when he's punching him, it's very slapstick where it's like
yeah.
So it's very campy, but it's done purposely.
Yeah.
And so it's really fun. But
I do like the part. But I do like the part when she's like, yeah, in this universe you don't gotta pay for food. Like most universes you don't gotta pay for food. It's crazy. And then she gets the pizza ball and she's like, you gotta pay for that.
They look so weird.
Yeah, but it's just funny. She's like, oh, I guess you do gotta pay for this. It's really bad funny.
The actress that played America was pretty good.
Yeah, she did a great job, and I love that there wasn't so much focus on her either, because I think that was the first time she's been introduced. So the fact that there wasn't so much focus on her was awesome, because her shit was sad though, like her screaming at her moms and like they just go into a different portal, and I don't know. I just really thought it was cool. I definitely like representation is cool and all, but for me it was cool because, you know, like a lot of Mexicans gonna watch that movie and stuff and be like, yeah, or just any Latino, you know.
Yeah.
But to me that was really dope. It really hit home. I was like, nice. But the border joke is hilarious. I can't lie.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good movie overall.
Oh hell yeah!
I was really happy with it. Especially with Sam Raimi directing it. But the post credit scene, I could be wrong. I haven't looked into it personally, but because as we pointed out, the Steven and the Illuminati universe caused an incursion by using the Darkhold.
Yeah.
And since our 616 Steven uses the Darkhold to dreamwalk, we see at the end of the movie that the Darkhold has taken control because his third eye opens up.
That's I love how the movie ends too, like with that, like how he just like and just and just fucking looks to the camera and the third eye is there. So say that again. So the third eye is what?
It is just like proof that the Darkhold has taken over of him.
And that's because he used a spell earlier, right?
Yeah, he used a spell from the Darkhold to dreamwalk.
Got you.
So now we know that that's a thing for the next time that we see him, that he's being controlled by the Darkhold one way or another, and
the consequence of that is after he dies, he won't ever is there a post-death
the consequence is just like the Darkhold is evil. It's chaos magic.
Gotcha.
It's not really like supposed to be wielded.
Gotcha.
It's supposed to kind of just be kept away.
Taboo almost.
Yeah.
Okay. So then at the end of it, the post credit or anything?
Yeah, like someone slices a portal through and they're just kind of like, you've caused an incursion, bitch. and she's just like, now we got to go fix this. And he's like, bet.
And he has a scarf.
But I think that that woman is his wife. Well, like in the comics, she's his wife at some point, and that's how she's kind of more famously known as Doctor Strange's wife. So I forget her name exactly, but if that's going to be the next character that they introduce, it'll definitely be a way for like that relationship to happen in the movies where he can get married with this character, and that'd be pretty cool to see.
The guy who also raised his hand, he was like, yes! when she came out, he was like, nice. Yes! And I was like, okay.
He knows what's up.
Yeah, maybe I should ask him, like, yo, what is that for the podcast? Yeah, man. I had no complaints with this movie, whatsoever. I thought it was super cool. I thought it was fun for the people reacting behind me. And this you posted on the social, but they did have the trailer for the second Avatar, and that was pretty cool to see. I love the name of it, Way of Water, I think it was called.
Yeah, The Way of Water.
Let me look it up. I love the title for it. That's freaking dope.
Yeah, it was my first time seeing the trailer when I went to go watch it.
Nice.
And, definitely got to watch that movie in IMAX.
Yeah, man.
That trailer looked beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh.
I remember when the movie came out, it just made such a fucking huge, like, splash, not to be like Way of Water, in terms of cinema and everything. And I remember I watched it the first time. I just forget it because it's been so long. But I got to check it out again because it's interesting. I just know that the human claps cheeks with the Avatar.
And they fuck hairs.
They fuck hair. That's that funny. But yeah, so what do you give the movie out of 10?
Out of 10, I'm going to give it a solid 8.5.
I'm going to give it a 10. I'm going to give it a 10. Just because I enjoyed it all the way through. And I didn't even watch it in IMAX yet. I just thought it was, like, in terms of Marvel movies, it was definitely the best Marvel movie I've seen in theaters, which is not that much, but...
No, you definitely gotta go back and watch these other things so that you really just get a whole sense of what's going on.
That's the plan.
I mean, we've kind of talked about it for the show that maybe we'll kind of go through the MCU
I would like to do that.
For a future Patreon or something like that. That'd be pretty cool.
Hell yeah, bro.
Like we could have whole episodes just breaking down.
You gotta pay me to watch all those movies, bro. That's a lot of fucking movies, bro.
I mean, you don't gotta pay me. I'll do it for free. I don't give a fuck.
No, but immediately following this movie, I was like, I really want to watch from, like, there's lists on the internet, right, where you can watch it, like, or I think even on Disney Plus they have the order.
They have it like set up for you on Disney Plus.
So I definitely want to do that just because it seems interesting and it's just cool, man. And I definitely want to read Doctor Strange comic books, like, that's for sure. That's like, I was gonna buy beforehand and read, but I was reading some of, what was it, Daredevil comics, right?
Nice.
I picked one up and I read a Daredevil comic, and it just ruined everything that I'm watching the show of. And like that Froggy dies in the future or something like that.
Oh.
And that like he loses. You told me he loses his license practicing law and stuff, and I was like, like, God damn it. But
I mean, the show doesn't have to do that.
Still. But I was reading. It's just cool. I just picked up a lot of comic books, like dollar comics and like other things.
Nice.
And it's cool, man. But one hard thing to do is that I pick up one and I want to read the next one, and I try to look up online. It's impossible to find this shit. It's impossible. So it's fun though.
You got to pick up trades, like volumes,
man,
like these guys.
Oh man,
that's gonna be like the best way for you to like just really get full stories.
No doubt.
It's full. It's cool and fun. I tried to combine those two words.
Fun.
I was gonna
fucking
say fool.
Cool.
It's fool to fucking read issues and stuff.
Yeah.
But since they come out monthly or like bi-weekly or bi-monthly sometimes, the best way to get the full story is to just get volumes.
Yeah.
And you also save money that way too, getting volumes. But yeah, that was Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
So good.
Our mini A.M.C section.
Ooh, now we are on to the actual A.M.C section.
Yeah, if you're back.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that shit. But if you want some spoilers, rewind. We don't spoil much of it. just all of it.
Just the whole fucking movie.
It's a good ass movie, bro. I had so much fun watching that movie. It makes you sad because then we gotta wait so much longer for the next ones.
Got the comics.
Facts. Facts. All right, man. So now we are to the A.M.C section.
Well, we're here.
We're here. And this is it. This is the A.M.C section.
Presented here. We are looking at Mr. Miracle.
Mr. Miracle.
We are on the comic section, the A.M.C section. It's been a while. So I read half of this like 2 weeks ago, and then I read the other half like this week.
Nice.
So, but I figured the way that we can go through this story too
is pretty complex, I guess. So in a way, in a sense,
Yeah. I figured the way that we can go through this story, which I think might be interesting, because this book is pretty split into sort of two acts. Yeah. Two big acts, kind of to the halfway point almost. So I thought it'd be interesting where I'll try and explain the first 6 issues. Okay. And you'll explain the next final 6 issues.
I'm with the shits. I might need your help a little, but I'm with the shits. Yeah. Let's go.
But before we get into it, I just like what were your thoughts like when I brought this up to you? Like what did you look into anything when you picked this up?
So when I first heard you write Mr. Miracle, I was like, what the fuck is that? To the point where I Googled it and I saw the cover for it. I'm like, I've never heard of this character. I don't know what the fuck this is. And I didn't even think it was part of the DC and Marvel or anything like that. I thought it was just something in its own. But no, I just got the book. I went immediately. I called the comic book store in my house. I was like, "Do you guys have any issues left?" They were like, "We got one left." I was like, "I'll be there right now." So I went over there. I was gonna go to the city, so I went there instead. Thankfully, Action City Comics. Thank you. And fucking no, I just got it. I immediately started reading it, right? And this is not what they're getting too into it. Just as I was reading it, and like right before we started shooting, I was like, this was a little difficult for me to read. And the reason I say that is because it was very different in terms of pace, right? In terms of the way it was written and the dialogue from the characters. There's a lot of just ongoing panels, right? Where it's not really a lot being said. It's just a lot being shown. And it doesn't really dive into one specific subject. It kind of just is everything happening at once. And it's just interesting. It's super odd, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just being vague about it, you know?
To kind of like just sort of say general things about it. Some people will argue that this is not a subtle comic, that they feel like that the themes are just like right there in your face.
Okay.
But I don't know. So like I mentioned to you before, I've read this now 3 times.
Yeah.
And the first time I read it, I thought it was really good. I really liked it.
Yeah.
And no, it wasn't for Mr. Miracle. It was because the reason why I picked this up is because of the writer and artist, Tom King and Mitch Gerads.
Yeah. And it was created by Jack Kirby. That's as much as I know.
Mr. Miracle was created by Jack Kirby.
That's what I know.
And there's even a little Easter egg where in that one page where they're putting their hands in the Hollywood cement.
Yeah.
And you see Jack Kirby's like
oh, no way.
Name, and
Nice.
Mr. Miracle, like Scott kind of puts his hand on Jack Kirby's hand.
That's cool as fuck.
But there's a lot of odes to sort of Jack Kirby's Mr. Miracle all throughout this.
Yeah.
But Tom King and Mitch Gerads are a great duo in the comics world, kind of like Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo with Batman. Tom King and Mitch Gerads are another team where they collaborate a lot of times. Another comic that I brought up to you before is Sheriff of Babylon. That is also created by Tom King and Mitch Gerads.
In the same style, basically.
In the same style. They do 9-panel grids and everything, and they're very like Tom King has a very specific style of writing for sure.
Okay.
And I'm just a really big fan of his work. I think he's such a good writer. And so when I saw he was doing this with Mitch Gerads, I was like, fuck yeah, I'm down. This is the only Mr. Miracle. Well, not the only, but this was the first Mr. Miracle comic I've ever read.
Okay.
So I was unfamiliar with the character. A lot of this was pretty new to me as well. The first time I read it when it came out in 2017.
That's what I was going to say with just the beginning of it, where like, again, there was so much character happening where when we read Sandman, I was like, what the fuck is all this? But it just kind of like travels into a lot of different stories where this is within one story. And I was like, I don't know who any of these people are. And like, it kind of just dives into the storyline instead of kind of easing you into it. But
another couple things I wanted to bring up before we dive into it.
Yeah.
But you wanted to ask what was different about my copy versus your copy if we put them up to the camera.
When you see the YouTube video, you'll see that I have one that's pretty much like what everybody has, I guess, modernly, right?
I believe so.
More modern version. But what do you have in front of your hands?
So I have the Barnes & Noble's version of the book. And just a little fun fact about this is that I have a pretty rare copy of it in terms where you see this corner where it says Barnes & Noble exclusive edition.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be a sticker.
Okay.
It wasn't supposed to be printed on it.
Okay.
So they printed basically like 200 batches of this where it's like this. And then they reprinted more batches where they removed it and it was just a sticker.
Got you.
So I have, I guess, a rare copy where it's like a misprint.
I'm going to rob Hobby after this.
I got this because Tom King and Mitch Gerads, they did a panel at Barnes & Noble's to promote the book. And I went and they were able to sign the book for me.
That's so cool, bro.
Mitch Gerads
he even drew the shit on the fucking... that is so crazy. What the fuck? We got to put that shit up everywhere, man. That looks so cool.
The only person that I'm missing in terms of signatures for this is Nick Darrington. And Nick Darrington did all the cover arts for the 12 issues.
Gotcha.
And I love Nick Darrington's art.
And you're talking about like these big frame photos, right? Like, are you talking about this? Or
yes.
God.
Those are the cover arts.
Like, this is just like glancing into one of them, but this is one of the biggest things that got me, because whenever you turn to the page, it's just beautiful. And I know the audio listeners, they can't really see it, But Jesus Christ, just look up Mr. Miracle and what was the person's name again?
Nick Darrington.
It's ridiculous. And it's so... Oh, yeah, you can see it right here. He signs them as he draws them and stuff like that. They're so incredible, man. Every single one of them. He doesn't miss once.
But I do have the director's cut. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I have the director's cut. And I have all 12 issues of it signed by the entire team.
That's
Tom
amazing.
King, Mitch Gerrits, and Nick Darrington.
You brought them all to get signed. They signed every single one of them. They're so cool for that.
So
awesome.
I didn't do it all in one sitting because like the way Comic-Con works, it's like first 3 are free. Every one after that is like $5.
Okay.
So I would like split it up throughout the weekend since I usually go all 4 days.
Oh, that's smart. That's very smart.
So I could get it for free that way.
Yeah.
But
genius.
I have a whole series signed by them. But again, I'm missing Nick Darrington's signature on this one. So
Nick Darrington come to the podcast, sign his book.
Honestly.
Okay.
But those are just kind of some little fun things that I wanted to throw out there. And I also wanted to read the introduction.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I did read that, to be honest with you. I don't even think do I have it? No, I don't have it here.
Yeah, I was actually curious to see if this copy was just kind of unique in that. But there's an introduction by Tom King for it, and I just kind of wanted to read it because I think it speaks a lot to the book.
Please do.
And it kind of frames everything in a nice way. So it reads, April 2016. It was my wife's birthday, and we were at dinner with the kids, and everything was going well. So well. And I was dying. My chest exploded. The world started inching black. I reached for my oldest and hugged him close and said I was sorry that it had to be like this, that it had to be in front of him. I was so sorry. Later in the hospital, I told him I was either really sick or really crazy. I hoped I was crazy. You can come back from crazy. I prayed to God I was crazy. They did a lot of tests. Yeah, they said, you're crazy. Thank God, I said. And I went home and tried to figure out what the hell was going on. To get better, I did the things people do to get better, and everything was going well, so well, and the world went wrong. People everywhere were acting the way people everywhere shouldn't ever act. Rules that we assumed governed our behaviors were abandoned with ease and often pleasure. The astounding became casual, the casual became caustic. The world is either really sick or really crazy, and I hoped it was crazy. We can come back from crazy. I prayed to God it was crazy. Then I started writing Mr. Miracle. I'm not sure it's a writer's place to say what a book is. Mr. Miracle will be whatever it becomes when you read it, but maybe it's okay to say what I wanted it to be. Surrounded by the new nonsense of our everyday recovering from the breakdown of my everything, I just hope to write a fairy tale that could talk not to the politics of the moment, better writers than I are doing that, but to the anxiety of it all. This floating, ubiquitous fear that so many are trying to escape and fight and escape again. I wanted to write about how we deal with this new pain, this new sense that there's something terrible out there, something vile that no matter what we do just always, always exists, that always just is. In attempting to address this moment of inanity and insanity, I was fortunate to be partnered with one of the best artists in any medium, Mitch Gerrits. At the beginning, I told Mitch I wanted to do this thing, but I thought it was impossible. No one could draw it. Mitch said, let me try. 2,327 panels later, the impossible is done. It's here, and it's impossibly lovely. Looking at Mr. Miracle now, I don't think I've ever been prouder of anything I've ever written. Not because it's my best or anything like that, but just because whatever it is, at least my oldest can read this and know a bit of what it was like when the black was coming in and I saw his face and felt his arms around me. How tight he was holding me. That's in there, I think. Anyway, I see it there, and I think maybe he'll see it there, and he'll know, as the world seemingly spirals in, how much it meant to me. Tom King, Washington, D.C., 2018.
That is some deep shit. Like all jokes aside, that is some real heavy stuff right there, man. God damn. And I watched the video that showed me a little quote by him that he says, I flirted with the edge of death and came back from it, and I woke up and the whole world seemed different. I don't mean this in a political way, but the world as it is today, what's happening every single day, doesn't make any sense, you know? But I don't mean to say I like, but I do admire how he words his things from there. Because when he says, like, I hope it's not sick, I hope I'm just crazy, you can come back from crazy. Which in a way, you know, this is a crazy thing to say, you know, kind of, you know, but it's interesting because, I mean, I don't know. It's just depressing. It's just sad, you know, it's just, but it's also realistic and truthful, you know, it's not kind of hiding away from the blunt reality of things. And that was really heavy. And I wish that was in this book, because if this book had been prefaced with that, it would have made the tone of it much more real. I guess my flaw with the book, not like the book itself, because I really do admire it, but with how I was reading it, was more on happy go getter like comic book movie, like, because you look at the character in the beginning, the way I see it on this book, and it's like a happy guy with a cape, Mr. Miracle, like what can't he not do, what is this? But it really doesn't go that way. It kind of goes like how he mentions the introduction. It's just a lot of gaps you don't get to fulfill, and a lot of story that, is it happening or is it not happening? What's reality? What isn't? And it's just, it must be how a crazy person thinks, and, we don't say crazy disrespectfully, like for lack of a better word, and for his word himself, Tom King, right? It's just very applicable, and even like watching some videos of it and even just reading it, like just coming all together, like this book makes me sad, but when you really look at, like, we'll talk about it later on, but certain images and certain like themes of it all too. Yeah, very interesting.
Something I was also curious about real quick. Does yours have page numbers?
Yes. Nice. It does. Is yours?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Finally a book with pages. Right? Yeah, bro. I think American Splendor didn't have. Maybe it did. I don't know.
No, it didn't.
Jesus Christ. We were just there just flipping. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool.
But so we just kind of open up with the first issue, and it's written by, drawn by a different artist than Mitch Gerrard's.
Okay.
And it's just kind of a quick sort of origin recap of Mr. Miracle, and it does its best to just kind of sort of break comic history down in
a couple pages.
Yeah, like 6-8 pages, something like that. But basically Scott Free is the son of Highfather. And he gets switched over to be the son of Darkseid. And Darkseid is basically the Thanos of the DC universe.
Okay, that I didn't know, but it makes a lot of sense. And also, Darkseid gave up his son Orion to Highfather. Orion, there we go. Oops. And they did it to prevent the war from going on because there were so many people dying. Right? Okay, cool. And so
that's just kind of like a quick recap, because he comes to Earth. He escapes Apocalypse, where he had been tortured his whole life by Granny Goodness,
and just constantly tortured. And then he would always try to escape.
Yeah, and that's kind of how he got his name, Scott Free.
Kind of jokingly, right? Kind of evilly jokingly, like.
And he took that name and just went with it. And he came to Earth and he found some escape artist dude who was going by the name of Mr. Miracle.
Yeah,
and that dude died, so he took on the mantle because he's been an escape artist himself in life, and he's there with the original guys like assistant Oberon and everything's all happy and everything's all cool.
Yeah,
and then the screen starts to glitch out and it just ends with saying Darkseid is.
Yeah,
and then it opens back up with art again by Mitch Gerrard's, and it's just a full these splash pages are very rare throughout this book. There's
only like 6 of them, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken.
So, yeah. So it's very rare that these splash pages are here.
But they're really well done, man.
And it really brings an intimacy very quickly of what's going on, because you're face to face with this guy pretty much.
And you see this discern in his face where, again, like most of the images that are shown for him and the main images, especially in the front of the book, or this one at least, is him smiling. And it's kind of like the smile where it's like contagious, where like, it's like, haha, I'm Mr. Miracle, like, and then you see like Scott Free looking straight at your face with this just sorrow eyes, and definitely somebody who's just been through something.
I mean, definitely even the difference of our covers, my cover kind of like portrays more of that.
That's why for me, this is why I was like, what am I stepping into right now, And
but it basically just opens up with these every issue opens and ends with these very third person narrator adventure voice pretty much. And that's something that Jack Kirby used to do in his original Mr. Miracle.
That's what confused me when I was reading it, because towards the middle of it, then I finally got the idea of it. I was like, oh, okay, this is what's happening at the end of every issue. But the way I read it was like, and Mr. Miracle never forgets that somewhere out there, Darkseid is, and then that's what I only grasped at the end. But at the middle and the beginning, I was like, what is happening? Like, are they saying this? Is Mr. Miracle saying this? But it's kind of like an outro. So like for the next one to come,
Yeah,
and
that's just a cool third person narration.
Which is like an homage or something like that, or is it just
like I said, that's what Jack Kirby used to do in his Mr. Miracle comics. So it's sort of like a direct thing that Tom King wanted to do as well, to just kind of like speak to that, I guess. But it opens up with that kind of narration voice, and you're thinking like, oh, classic comic thing and whatever the case is.
Like some shit like that. Yeah.
But then it opens up to a double page spread of fucking Scott Free with his arms and his hands all bloodied, and there's a razor blade on the floor. Yeah. And the captions are reading, "You will see what he does. You will wonder how he does it, but always waiting in the wings are his two greatest enemies, the men who challenge him and death himself."
And to me, that's why this little like page, and we'll put it up here to see, but we'll how we just described, it's just so contradictory, you know, like the voice that you read it in. It's like, again, I read it as like dun dun dun, dun but always waiting in the wings are his two greatest enemies, like, you know. But then you see a real, very serious image of him, you know, slitting his wrists.
The right word for that would be a strong juxtaposition.
There we go. That's a perfect thing. Thank you for being here. No, but it's true. It's very true. Like
it's a very strong juxtaposition where it's this very happy go getter, campy comic classic style with something very real.
Oh man, this shit's just sad, man. Because it's just like, for me, I feel like Mr. Miracle saying like, I don't want to be here doing this, you know. Like, I'm not saying that's what he is saying, but when I look at this page, like, it's kind of like, I don't want to be part of this anymore. Kind of what he's trying to do, like commit suicide and this and that, you know. So, and sad, man.
We get another one page splash, which also brings up a pretty important theme throughout the entire comic, where I'll just read it because it's pretty important.
And it shows a kid basically writing in his notes with a pencil, right? We're talking about this one?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And he says, and the teacher says to the whole class, "Draw whatever you want." When they're done, the teacher asks them what they've drawn, and the children say dinosaurs, hearts, superheroes, anything, doesn't matter. The one child says, "I drew God." So the teacher says, "That's very nice, but no one knows what God looks like." And the child, without a second's hesitation, says, "Yeah, until now." And that's a very big theme throughout this comic. This idea of God and
what he looks like,
and what he looks like. Have you ever seen the face of God, and whatever the case is? But what's also really important is that they are all gods.
Yeah. I definitely didn't think about that.
Coming from fourth world, like new gods and apocalypse and everything, like they are all gods. So it's a very interesting theme to sort of bring up of like, who do they look to?
Who's their God, right?
Who's their God?
Oh man. And that's how we kind of look at ourselves, you know, in a way. Obviously, we're not gods, me and you, in the society, but there are higher ups, right? And to some people, like Kim Jong-un to North Koreans is God, right? And who's Kim Jong-un God? I'm not trying to compare them, you know, but I'm just trying to say that it's just weird, man. And in a world where you exist, you always must think what is outside of this world. Yeah. You know, this is yeah.
And pretty much you just kind of see in the next couple pages that Scott did try to like commit suicide. He's taken to the hospital. He's taken out of the hospital. He's back home. He's with his wife, Big Barda, and then pulls up his brother Orion, and he's like, "Yo, what the fuck you doing?" And he just wails on him. Yeah. And something, this little scene is another very important scene, I think, in terms to Scott's character, because something that I think you kind of pointed out is like sort of the dialogue and the pacing of this, is that as we see throughout the book, Scott is just so jaded. Like I think he's depressed. Yeah. Like I think straight up, like, Darkseid is just like a metaphor for anxiety, and that Scott is just clinically depressed. Okay. And so,
I mean, he did deal with a lot. From what I was saying, that he has PTSD, that from the torture that he endured when he was younger, depression, all that stuff and everything. And it's weird. It's but yeah, that makes a lot of sense too.
And so I think this instance here really shows that very early on, where Orion comes in and he's like, "Stand," and he's like, "Okay," and he wails on him and he's on the ground, and Orion's like, "Stand." He's like, "I know, standing."
Kind of just like, "I'm doing it, like, don't worry," like unfazed, right? Like whatever.
Yeah, he's just so whatever about it.
It's like a person who's depressed and it's like, "Oh, you got fired and you just lost your wife," and you're just like, "Okay, like, what am I gonna do?" Whatever, you know. And it's just like, you should react to these things, you know. But somebody who is in that condition wouldn't, you know.
And pretty much Orion leaves, and Big Barda tries to like talk to him, and he's just kind of like, whatever. And he notices that her eyes are a different color. Yeah. And he's like, "What the fuck? I thought your eyes used to be this color." And she's like, "Nah." And then it goes back to sort of this new scene where we are now seeing Mr. Miracle having an interview on like a late night talk show, and he does a little act and stuff,
and everything's so glitchy,
and the whole thing is like distorted and glitchy
with constant black frames panels. I mean, that just say Dark Side is Dark Side. That's a whole from that little scene with Orion. And then going forward, it's just Dark Side is. So imagine we're just having a conversation with like, yeah, you know, this and that. Dark Side is, and it's just like,
and it just goes back.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
I actually have a shirt that says Dark Side.
No way, I'm about to get that shirt. That's dope.
But yeah, it's just kind of a thing where he starts talking about what he was doing in terms of his suicide. He's like, oh, it was an act. You know, I was just trying to, I'm an escape artist.
That's what I thought it was at first. Reading it, not understanding the heaviness of it, I thought he did it to try to like escape, since he's an escape artist. And then he just accidentally hurt himself. But I didn't realize that it was more so than that, you know?
Yeah. And it even becomes more so of that as we get to the end of it, of like, if all this is even real or not.
Yeah, man, that's trippy as fuck.
But yeah, pretty much that happens, and fucking Scott gets visited by his dad, High Father, and he finds out that Darkseid has the anti-life equation, and that war has started again between New Genesis and Apocalypse, and they're just kind of like, and he tells him like, we need you.
Yeah. And basically another war happening and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And the afterlife equation, just because I didn't know, is how would you explain it? Because I have a little definition here.
I've always been a little confused by it myself, but I have always just seen it as the equivalent of like the Infinity Stones, pretty much, where it's just like the power to control life and death, and just that's it.
The thing I have here is to break a person's will and sends affected person to a personal existential prison. So, I mean, pretty, you know, around there. But this is some other guy who, you know, did the work for me in terms of like that. But I think that's a pretty good way to sum it up, too.
But, yeah, and we see that Scott he's trying out like a new trick thing with Oberyn, his assistant dude. And then Barda comes in and she's like, what are you doing, man? And he's like, what do you mean? And it's like, I'm doing this thing. And she's like, but Oberyn's dead.
Yeah.
And he's like, what? And it just kind of cuts to them fucking going to sleep, and these pages are just filled with these Dark Side is panels,
like one after the it's like a panel full of drawing stuff, then it says Dark Side is, then another panel, then Dark Side is, and it's just constant.
And he's getting milk, he's just chilling, and we just get a full splash page of Dark Side is. And it, you know, in that frame of the introduction by Tom King, it really speaks to this idea of like Darkseid kind of is a metaphor for anxiety, where it's like Scott can't sleep. He's getting up, he's drinking milk, he's just sitting on the couch, and he's just kind of like listening to his mother box and whatever, and he's awake, he can't sleep, he's restless,
and his face expression shows it all too. It's kind of blank,
and so I think that really speaks to that. And pretty much it goes on with Scott and Barda. They're like, all right, I guess it's time to go fucking do this shit and whatever. But he has this moment of doubt where he's like, I don't know, like I see things, I do things that aren't, I don't know how to escape this.
Yeah.
I can't escape this. And Barda slaps him, and it's kind of a repetition of, she's like, stand.
Yeah.
But this time he's kind of like a little like, do we really have to do this? Because he's kind of like, Barda,
like, come on, bro.
She's like, stand. And we get the sort of Jack Kirby narration again. And so the act goes on, and it just kind of ends with the two of them holding hands, and they go through the boom tube to go to New Genesis.
And let me see this beautiful fucking, this is what is this called? A splash page?
Cover art.
There we go.
So this is now issue 2.
It's fucking so beautiful. And it kind of speaks to like this destruction happening fucking right in front of him and this and that. He just looking up. It's just so dope. I just we'll put up every single one because it just looks so nice, man.
And issue 2 was always a very memorable issue for me, I guess just because there's a lot of action in it.
Okay.
But it's just such a great issue in terms of panel layout and artwork, where it's
colors.
Yeah. Mitch Gerrits does his own colors too.
Oh, nice.
So there's not another colorist doing this. So he really takes control of his own art.
That's awesome.
But the whole issue is basically, or at least a good portion of the issue is just kind of like Scott going from battle to battle across like Apocalypse and just fucking he hits up Orion every time. He's like, all right, what's next? And he's like, go here, do this. And he's like, all right,
let me just do this shit, okay. Fucking shit up.
And but his response is he's just kind of like so tired. Like you hear it's like this is the last thing he wants to be doing,
but he has to be doing it.
But he has to be doing it, and he's good at it.
Yeah,
and I just love the panel work because something I've even said to Mitch Gerrits himself, is that he changes at least something between each panel. Like even when a panel looks the same,
it's always something different.
There's something different, like someone's facial expression has changed.
And there are a lot of panels that are very similar. And going forward, there's a lot of panels where it's just kind of like the same thing. But I didn't know that. It has to be different for sure.
Yeah, because like even if you were to look at this page, page 41. The way that the blood starts to leak out more and more as the panels go on, it's just that small detail on top of the fact that as he flies away further and further, he's becoming more and more of a little blip, and it's just those small details that really make like because
the story comes to life.
Yeah, it really makes it very cinematic, I feel, and I love a 9-panel layout. Absolutely love it, and Tom King does too, which is why he does it a lot in his comics.
This is, from what I've heard, is to get as much story as possible.
Yes, because Watchmen did the same thing, and Watchmen is a thick book.
Really?
Yeah,
I gotta check
that out. Yeah, 9-panel layouts are a really great way to get as much story as you can, but it's also a great way to create a sort of pacing.
Gotcha.
And Mitch Gerrits has said himself that doing 9-panel layouts really help you manipulate time.
Okay.
And I think something that speaks to that is that there's an issue of the Batman written by Tom King where Reverse Flash is gonna come fuck him up in the Batcave, and he tells Barry, he's like, Reverse Flash is on his way to fuck me up, and Barry's like, okay, I'll be there in a minute. He says that, and so when you turn the page, it's 9-panel layout, and every panel is a second. It says a minute, 59. 58, 57. So every panel is a second, and you just see Reverse Flash come in and fuck up Batman for a whole minute until Barry gets there.
That's amazing.
And it really speaks to how you can manipulate time that way, because you can really make a panel a second if you want, because you have the space to do that.
So much to work with and everything.
So I just think it's so well done. And the issue just goes on, and he's fucking shit up. War is happening, and it just kind of ends with this funny moment where he's like, "How does the shower work?" He's like in some weird thing, and Barda asks him other box like it says that the shower's already on. He's like, "It is? Am I clean?" And he's like, "You got it to work?" And he's like, "I'm now the new god of showers." And he's just like, I don't. She asks, "Oh, did you leave it on?" He's like, "I don't know. I didn't turn it off. If that helps." It's just a little funny break.
Yeah. It has a lot of those things, a lot of little breaks. And I mean, one thing I will say, like, because Big Barda is his girl, you know, you know, whatever. And he really lives in love with her. And I really like how romantic it is between both of them. Like, he really does love her so much. And it's funny because she's big. She doesn't look at herself as this, like, not appropriate, but like normal sized woman and stuff like that.
She points out, like, I'm too tall.
Yeah. And she thinks she's flawed like that. But right here, where they're you know, showering and stuff like that, and she's getting undressed. As she's getting undressed, he looks at him and he just says, "You're beautiful." And she says, "I'm too tall." And he says, "You're perfect." And I just think things like that are cool. Like, they're just underrated to the acting. So, like, people don't think those go a long way. And I think that's really nice. And as the story goes on, it just continuously shows, like, how much he's in love with her, like, wholeheartedly. And it's really beautiful. And it's just cool. I just really admire those little parts. Just like the little shower bit is it's funny. It's like playful. It just kind of comes in it sneaks in a little with a little like, no, like let's see what they're about for real.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of this comic is about Scott and Barda's relationship, and as we see later on, what it means to be a family.
And this is like a lot of behind the scenes too. Like, imagine Batman fucks up a character, right? You don't see him like debrief afterwards.
Yeah, you don't see him take a shower.
Yeah, and here you're like, no, they're doing what of course they would do, because they're covered in slime and they're dirty and stuff like that. So it's definitely unorthodox when it comes to that stuff and everything, you know. It's cool.
But yeah, and it cuts to the two of them showing up to Orion in the sort of throne room, and Orion's kind of being a dick, and he tries to make them kneel, and Scott doesn't want to, but Barda does, pulls him down, makes him kneel.
It's like Wong in Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
He's like, you gotta kneel. It's part of the
That's true. But they kneel, and you see Orion he cracks a smile when it happens, and you're just kind of like, what a dick.
Facts.
But he's just kind of like, all right, I need you guys to fucking basically go kill Granny Goodness. Like, you guys, that's your next mission. You got to go do that. Like, I've already set it up for you guys. Don't you worry and whatever.
And Granny Goodness has tortured them when they were younger.
Yeah. And it'll go smooth. Trust me. And they go back home to sleep and stuff. And then as they're sleeping, Metron shows up. And Metron is like, you are not to know the face of God. And he just kind of keeps repeating that. And then we were met with, again, Scott's just completely muted responses of just kind of like, he's just kind of looking. He's like, hey, Barda, Metron's here. And she's just kind of like whatever about it, because she's just like, tell him it's late, like whatever. We have to be up so early to kill Granny. It's just there's such a mundanity to it all.
Like, we just gotta go do this later on and stuff. Even the whole thing is like that. Like, to me, I saw this book as more, the war is just kind of like the background story, and the main theme is just Barda and like them going through the motions and stuff like that. Like,
it
I guess for
is.
superheroes, like, you know,
because something that I've heard Tom King and Mitch Garrett's talk about at a panel before is that the way that they wanted to tackle coming to the fourth world, like and creating these characters, or representing these characters, I mean, they thought, well, what hasn't been done yet? They haven't been to LA. They haven't been on the streets of LA. They haven't just
chilled.
They haven't done any of that. So let's just do that.
And they definitely did. And they did.
There's also another little fun thing for you is that you see this a lot throughout the art, these little dots.
Yeah.
Like those are called Kirby crackles or Kirby dots.
That's cool.
There's kind of like a debate of what they're called. Like, some people like calling them Kirby crackles, some people like calling them Kirby dots. But it was just a very unique art style to Jack Kirby when he drew the Fourth World, because he was primarily an artist.
Okay.
But when he drew the Fourth World, he did a lot of these like dots and crackles.
What page is that?
This is page 50. 50. Like, he just did a lot of these dots and crackles, and so that's just kind of a little Jack Kirby thing that has now become like, has its own name now.
That's so cool,
and
man.
So it gets represented in comics pretty frequently, and so it's nice to see it here too.
That's so cool.
But yeah, and Metron just tells him, like, you are not to know the face of God. He just repeats it a few times, and Scott looks over to Barda. She falls back asleep, and then it just cuts to the next day. And then we have a moment which kind of speaks to sort of the PTSD of Scott, where he kind of like thinks about Granny Goodness and the X Pit where he grew up, and he's just kind of like, I mean, I don't know, like she held me once, like, I don't know. Yeah. And Barda's like, nah, like, I never liked her. Yeah. And we see we get introduced to Granny Goodness, and she's it seems like everything's all well at first. They're saying hi to each other, catching up and whatever. They have Jello. Yeah. No, this is Jello. And she's torturing someone at the dinner table too. And they're talking about maybe having like a treaty or something like that. Yeah. But she's kind of like, I can't imagine any treaty happening. And then it cuts to this really fun page. I love this page. Page 55, where it's the two of them, Scott and Barda, kind of sneaking through the camp. And the way that the panels are just laid out.
Sneak.
Yeah, sneak.
Like dotted lines, like bees, like how you would draw bees flying. Yeah. Just them following them. Sneak written SNEEK.
Barda tackles one dude and says, tackle TKLE. And Scott turns, so it says TRN. Jump JMP. It's just these little things where it's just, it's a really fun page. It's really well done.
And even with the Jello thing, like, they just show the characters eating a lot. You know, like, it's just a whole bunch of parts where, like, they really, I don't want to say sacrifice, but they just take up a panel of just them eating. And even when the future, they'll just be eating. And for me, like, I like movies and stuff where they make the people actually eat the food, or like, you know, like in Glorious Bastards, he eats the creme, you know, or in like Seinfeld, they'll eat the food actually. Like Kramer would just come with a banana and he'll just be like, anyway, just, you know, and I don't know, I admire that. So to see it in a comic book is just so random but admirable because it happens. And of course, the tortured guy, he gets no jello.
No jello for him. But yeah, they finally get to Granny Goodness, and Granny very quickly zaps Barda, and Granny tries to reveal a secret to Scott that this is all the doing of Orion, that he's trying to basically end this war in his own way and just trying to fuck people over.
Yeah.
Scott's just kind of like, I don't get it. I don't know what you mean. I don't know about this. And that Orion had contacted her that morning, basically telling them what's going to go on, and that she was to repay their betrayal. So basically, it seemed like Orion wanted Scott and Barda dead.
Yeah.
And while this is happening, Scott just doesn't know what to do. And they speak to the prophecy of who's to kill Darkseid, because that's something said earlier. There's a prophecy that the son of Darkseid will kill Darkseid.
Yeah.
But it's like
who's the son?
Yeah,
right?
who's the son? Scott or Orion. So that happens, and then just wham! Granny just gets fucking smashed in the side of the head by Barda.
She's like, "How you shock me, bitch?"
And fucking, it's just a couple panels of fucking Barda just going to town on her and killing her.
Yeah.
And they fucking leave. And I really thought about this with this outro narration, where he talks about, you'll be mad about his new exploit if you swallow the paranoid pill. Because the paranoid pill gets referenced in the very next issue, where we kind of see the aftermath of the death of Granny, and it's basically just fucking Orion cutting off her head.
Yeah.
And we have this conversation going on about a nightmare or a story that Granny told Scott when he was young, and that it was late, and that he just kind of needs to get it out because it was in his head and whatever. And he tells this awful story of this kid that basically is just going through some awful shit. And it just kind of ends with Orion holding up Granny's head. And Scott's like, yeah, and Granny would tell me that story. And then she'd say, Merry Christmas. And Barda's just fast asleep. And then the narration says, it's Dr. Bedlam calling, and he's going to spring a trap that is as simple and foolproof and sinister as his own existence. Read what lies in store for Scott Free, Mr. Miracle, Super Escape Artist. Open the door of terror and drop the paranoid pill. And that just kind of made me think of, like, what is the paranoid pill?
And the next panels, you see him actually taking some pills.
Yeah, he starts taking his pills. He pours himself some milk again. And we're introduced with Bug, Forager. I love this guy. There's a comic by Michael and Laura Allred. They're a couple in comics. That one of them writes, one of them draws. Okay. And they did a little mini series about this character, Bug, for DC's imprint Young Animal, which is led by Gerard Way, who's like the frontman of My Chemical Romance.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. But
all right.
Yeah, I when I first read this, I was like, oh, Bug, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
But he's just in Scott's living room, and Scott's just drinking his milk, and he's kind of telling him that, like, we don't want to follow Orion anymore. Like Orion just kind of uses us as like litter pretty much to just kind of be the first ones to die.
Marines. And
they're not dealing with it anymore. And as he's talking, Scott starts pouring the milk, and he starts over pouring the milk. Yeah. Because I guess this is a moment where he's really like, oh my God.
Like thinking about it, right?
Yeah, he's like, oh my God, this is a lot happening right now. But Scott's just kind of like, I don't know, have you talked to Orion? And apparently they sent their queen, and that she was executed for treason. And Scott's like, nah, I would have heard that. And Bug's like, I'm telling you. And so Scott's like, well, what do you want? And he's just kind of like, as a general, we'll follow you. Yeah. If like you'll have us, pretty much. And Scott's just kind of like, oh, come on, like, what are you talking about? And whatever the case is. And then Light Ray comes in a boom tube, and he's like, yo, Forager, what the fuck? By orders of High Father. And fucking kills Bug right there on the spot. And Scott just says, Jesus.
And just drinks his milk.
And just drinks his milk and says, quieter, Jesus. But he asked Light Ray's like, was any of it true? And Light Ray's just like, don't be stupid, Scott. And like he just kind of takes a second, drinks his milk. He says, "Merry Christmas." And he just gets back into bed. And he's like, "Hey, you Miss Forager and Light Ray. I love you." And it's just, we get another Dark Side Is panel, and he says it himself. And he's like, everyone says that, but what does it mean? I bet it doesn't mean anything. People just think it sounds cool.
She just knocked the fuck out.
He's just always rambling. Yeah. He has so many rambles throughout this. But then we cut to another thing that I wanted to point out.
What's up?
Is which I caught on my third read is that the panels or the pages are split up in terms of their background color.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think black means different planet, and then white means Earth. No.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. It's exactly that nice. Whenever it's on New Genesis or Apocalypse, pretty much in Fourth World, that we have black backgrounds, but when we're on Earth we have white backgrounds, which is just a really nice attention to detail, and it's like a visual language pretty much.
This is a little beautiful thing to throw in there, like, you know.
But we cut to Scott doing another act, and he's falling out of a crate from the sky.
Yeah. This is when I got to appreciate what the panels were there for. Because I'm like, damn, bro, like he really spent 9 panels just him climbing up. But like he really used it, you know, because like why not? And it goes to show how high up he's climbing up too, you know. So at first I was like, bro, this is so much of the same stuff. It really like does represent, when you really think about it, like how high he's climbing up and what he's doing, you know. And how long it took him to get up there. You know?
Yeah, I mean, even as the box is falling, it's like you can just kind of feel like the time going, and it's just like with each panel, it's just like the box is twirling and spinning in the air.
Yeah, and
it just finally crashes. But
that's dope.
Also, another fun thing is that we see Scott wear a lot of superhero t-shirts.
Every single, and I feel like the further it goes down into the book, the more like obscure the hero is in the shirt, because I recognize like the Green Lantern, the Batman and stuff, but there was some at the end I was like, I don't know who any of these characters are, so I don't know. Yeah, that was just me, because you probably do know. But yeah, I think I did see a band shirt too, but I don't know if I'm mistaken.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember a band shirt.
But yeah, he does wear a Batman shirt, which is dope.
Yeah, he wears a Batman shirt.
And again, they're eating, just having a dinner.
They're just eating, having like lunch or something, whatever, and they're just talking, and then they get interrupted by a fan that wants to take a picture with them. Because that's something they kind of also deal with. I mean, as we've seen with the talk show host scene, like they're kind of like celebrities on Earth, and especially with the fact that he's like an escape artist.
Yeah,
and it cuts to fucking his manager introducing him and stuff, and to Mr. Miracle and Orion speaking, and Orion starts to ask him some questions, and Scott's not really answering him, so Orion starts wailing on him again. And he's just like fucking beating on him, because he's asking him like, have you ever seen the face of God?
Yeah.
And Scott is getting his ass whooped. He gets kicked in the face and stuff, gets stomped on the face. And Orion says, I have, Scott. I have witnessed the divine. It helped me, brother. It will help you. Look at me, brother. See me. And he says, this is the face of God. And this panel just gets repeated throughout the rest. And it's very distorted, where the middle panel is so distorted where it doesn't even look like Orion.
Yeah, it looks like some other fucking person.
And it comes back to this idea of Dr. Bedlam and the paranoid pill in the narration, where the narration says, is it true? Is Dr. Bedlam with the aid of the paranoid pill devised a perfect trap for Mr. Miracle? It would seem so. And it's just, it's so bizarre. It's like, I remember on my first read, I was really like, yo, man, this is wild.
Yeah, bro. Even now, like, 'cause, you know, you got the reads. For me, it's still like, what? Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And it also just shifts between this, like, you know, oh, Scott's doing fine. Like, oh, no, he's getting beat up again. He's doing fine. He's getting beat up again, you know? And it's just like, it's just confusing to me, too. Like, you know, like, not in a way where I can't handle the reading of it. It's just, I would be so confused if I was Scott-free. Yeah. You know, it's just like, what is happening right now, you know?
And it kind of speaks to sort of like, again, the introduction of like the craziness of the world and just kind of how you like the flow, like the ebbs and flows of life and just the ups and downs and all that. But this is definitely a low for sure.
No doubt.
And we come to the next issue. I believe this is issue 4. And we're kind of just introduced to Scott, where he's now like patched up. He's got bruises on his face. He's got like a black eye and everything. And Light Ray pulls up, and Barda wants him to leave, but Scott gets out of bed to say hi to him and whatever. And basically, Scott is declared as an agent of Darkseid and an enemy of the free and proud people of New Genesis. And Scott's like, I'm gonna get some coffee.
And there you go with the Green Lantern shirt.
Yeah,
you know, and he's pouring into a cup that says "I am God."
Yes, and Barda gets pissed. She slaps him, and she's just kind of like, "What the fuck?" And Lyra's like, "You can choose the place of the trial," and he's like, "Can we just do it here? I got a show tomorrow." Like, he's just so done with it.
Yeah, man. And I just something just comes to my mind. But like an escape artist who can't escape, you know, your own mindset, you know, like that shit. Like he can escape anything, but you can't escape this. You know, you're what's inside there, up there, you know.
And
Jesus Christ.
I think that's a lot of what this book is about, and I think that's why it shows the mundanity of life a lot, because it's like I said, ups and downs. Like sometimes it's okay, you're having dinner or lunch with your girl, and a fan comes up and you're having a good time and this and that, but then seconds later you're getting your ass whipped by your like half brother or something over some dumb shit.
I mean, I always think and say like life is just waiting for the next bad thing to happen, because it pretty much is, you know. Like it could look at it as the next best thing to happen, but what proceeds? I mean, we'll die at the end. That's what I'm gonna say, you know. Like so, like, but there's always like those stepping stones of life, you know, and like we just kind of put off the bad things until the bad things really do happen. You know, like, you know, we could say whatever that is, but then you just continue normal, like, you know, and then something bad happens. You gotta get over that, you know, or like accomplishments too, but ups and downs, you know. So it's just the reality of life really comes out when something negative happens too, you know.
But so they kind of just agree that they're gonna have the meeting at the house and whatever, and they're just watching TV after that. And they're talking about the fact that he's going to get executed pretty much. Yeah. And they fall asleep, and we see I Drew God come from the TV, and it's in the pink, so we get that it's Granny's speaking, and the next panel is just Granny on the TV, but no one knows what God looks like. Yeah. Which just kind of is speaking again of like this whole idea and theme of like, have you seen the face of God? Yeah. What is God? Who is God? Yeah. And we come to Scott doing another act. He gets into a barrel. The barrel gets slammed by a train.
With the Wayne in the background? That's another train, I'm assuming. Yes. Like that? It's dope.
And then it cuts to the actual trial scene back at their condo.
And this is when the veggie tray comes in.
Classic veggie tray.
I wish I brought a veggie tray. I wanted to. I just couldn't find one, to be honest. But yeah, that's a big theme in this book, veggie trays.
Yeah, they get a fucking veggie tray. And they kind of just start the trial, and this is a really interesting trial that happens. Yeah, because Orion is basically tells him, "I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and you got to tell me true or false." And I remember. And he's like, "You can't give me anything else but true and just false." And I thought it'd be pretty cool if we could reread that scene.
So let me get to the part. What page does this start on?
Another funny thing is like after Orion explains all of this, like he's like, "Shall we begin?" And Mr. Miracle's like, "I'm gonna get a carrot." And he's just like
crunch.
Yeah, he's like, "Okay."
So dope. All right, yeah.
Let's see. We can start
96. No.
Let's start on 97.
97. Okay.
So I'll be Orion, and you can be Scott.
Nice.
All right. So. We begin. You confessed you believed Darkseid had infected you with the anti-life equation. True or false?
True.
You then accused the Highfather of being similarly infected. True or false?
True.
The Highfather is an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
I don't know.
Again, your lack of knowledge will not save or condemn you. Only your beliefs can.
What? Orion, come on. How am I supposed to know?
General, you know what you believe. True or false?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, fine. I know what I believe. Whatever. True.
Then again, what you believe, the Highfather is an agent of Darkseid.
True?
True or false?
True, I don't know. Maybe true.
The Highfather is an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
True.
I am an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
True.
You are an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
False.
Now, an agent of Darkseid would deny he was such an agent. True or false?
True.
An agent of Darkseid would also accuse a Highfather of being an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
True.
You have made both of these statements today. True or false?
True.
Now, an agent of Darkseid would not necessarily know he was an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
True.
Therefore, you could be an agent of Darkseid. True or false?
True.
You killed Granny Goodness. True or false?
False.
Big Bardo killed Granny Goodness when you defied my orders. True or false?
True.
You saw Light Ray kill Forager here in this room. True or false?
True.
Forager deserved to die. True or false?
I don't know.
For the last time, I don't care what you know. I care about what you believe. And then gets interrupted by a package coming in, and Bardo's like, "Oh, that's a door."
I'm fucking done.
1 second.
That shit gets so intense, and then it just ding ding.
Ryan Even's like angrily looking up to, like, "Oh my fucking
what is
god!"
That? An Amazon package, supposedly.
And he comes in and stuff, and he cuts back to Scott, and he says,
Orion, all of this, is it a trap?
General, I am High Father, shepherd of the gods, and you will address me as such.
I escape from traps.
And Bardo says, so say go, Scott, and we go. And Light Ray basically repeats that, yes, General, say go. And Orion says, of course it's a trap. Everything's a trap. We're all bound. Remember, Scott Free? We're all bound to something. And they take a pause. Scott.
My name is not Scott Free.
And then he continues.
Oh, that's just what Granny called me when I was little. Because I kept getting out and running after she'd hurt me. She'd capture me again and she'd laugh and call me Scott Free. And my name's not Mr. Miracle. That's the name of a performer, a guy I met here on Earth. When he died, I took his uniform, his gig, his name. Even Oberon was just from that guy. My real name? I don't know. I should have asked Fowler. I was young when he gave me to Darkseid. But I was born here. I must have had a name. But I didn't ask him. I don't know why. And now why didn't he couldn't give me a name.
And Orion responds, I see. You hate our father. You hate our father. True or false?
True, fine.
You hate me. True or false?
True.
You hate New Genesis. True or false?
True.
You hate Apocalypse. True or false?
True.
You hate your career. True or false?
True.
You hate your childhood. True or false?
True.
You hate your life. True or false?
True.
You hate yourself. True or false?
True.
You hate God. True or false?
True.
Right now, all you feel is hate. True or false?
True.
Hate made you doubt my reign as High Father. True or false?
True.
Hate made you accuse me of treason. True or false?
True.
Hate made you doubt everything. True or false?
True.
Hate drove you to escape everything. True or false?
True.
Hate made you kill yourself. True or false?
True.
You are hate. True or false?
True.
The anti-life equation is hate. True or false?
True.
You are the anti-life equation. True or false? And Scott just abrupts and violent just punches him. And he just starts screaming. Mm-hmm. And Bardo tries to calm him down, and his screams just kind of die down, and Scott just breaks down. That
was some heavy shit right there. He just, bro, what? and then this motherfucker just eats a carrot again. That's Scott Free. It's Orion.
Yeah.
Orion, the bitch. He just says Jesus, and there's a close up on the veggie tray, and then he just grabs one. Guilty, you are judged guilty. That's so funny, man.
And he kind of says it sadly too. He's like, guilty, your judge, guilty.
With his eyes closed and the eyebrows pointed upwards, showing how sorrow he is and stuff like that.
But he tells him, like, that's it. You're going to get executed. Like, you're done for. And the issue just kind of ends with fucking Light Ray and the other dude, the bodyguard, just kind of walking out as Scott is just in Bardo's arms. And the narration comes in again as it does. And it's just kind of talking about what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
And it ends with Scott just saying, I can't. And Bardo says, I know.
I also appreciate like how big Bardo is compared to Mr. Miracle, like Scott Free. How safe he must feel in Bardo's arms, you know, like just being such a superior character and this and that, and just how like she's there for him. Like it's just a comforting thing for him, probably, you know, just like it shows so much when you see it right here, you know. And then the beautiful artwork of them just sitting by the beach.
This is a great issue 5, I believe. And the whole issue is basically on the first page of of this issue. Yeah, that's where you see the Jack Kirby thing.
And it says right there, man, kid, comics will break your heart.
Yeah,
that's dope as fuck. And it speaks a lot to this one.
Yeah,
man, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, pretty much this whole issue is just kind of like sort of the aftermath, or not even the aftermath, but the prelude to the execution.
Yeah,
and it's just kind of like his manager's just saying some shit of like, oh, we're gonna like spin it away where it's like you're gonna try and escape death again, and whatever the case is, and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And so because it seems like it's their last day, Scott and Barda get a hotel and they have some sex, some crazy sex.
They do. Oh, and this is what thing I saw from the video. So they do have sex. They clamp cheeks like no other. But then they have Mr. Miracle on one page is bound, right, by his arms. He's basically tied up to the bed frame of the bed, and his arms are tied up, and he's naked with only his mask covering his, dick. And one thing I saw from the video that I watched was really helpful. I'll throw up the video too because it helped me like really understand this a lot. So you see him like here laying down, but it's in 9 different panels. So there's like a cross section. And what the person said, he said it's almost like these panels represent a cage that Scott Free is within. So he's kind of caged within this reality or something like that. And I thought it was really representative here, how like it's perfectly shown like how he's in a cage. And that's cool.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I mean he says I can always escape, and you can argue that he's looking, say, at the camera in this panel, saying that I can always escape. But it's interesting that you refer to these panels as a cage because another comic by Tom King is this comic called The Omega Men.
Okay.
And it's a really cool comic.
It looks cool as fuck.
It's about Kyle Rayner, a Green Lantern. Okay. And it's a really great comic. Nice. But a lot of this comic is not a lot of it, but a good amount of it is done in like 9-panel format too. Okay. Kind of like this, but not as intensely. Yeah. It's like here and there.
There's like a good amount of it.
Yeah. But the last page of it ends with Kyle Rayner, and he's kind of being questioned for basically the whole events of what happened throughout the book. And the guy asks him, "Are you with them or are you with us?" Kyle Rayner takes a second, and he just starts saying, "I used to draw comics. Before all of this, The Ring, before everything. You know comics, right? Panels, pictures, adventure. I don't know. You probably don't know, but to separate the panels, you draw these lines. Gutters, they're called. You kind of make a grid out of them. It's weird. I'd stare at them, the grids. They look like something familiar. It took me a while to see it, I mean. All those hanging crosses. It's a cage, right? They're just bars in a cage. The story, the adventure, is locked behind them, separated from us, as if it's something savage. As if we're something civilized." And the guys he's talking to is just kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. Kyle, listen, our planet, your planet is dying. War is coming to save everyone. So I'm asking again, are you them or are you us? And it's just Kyle smiling. And that's how the book ends.
That's dope as fuck, man. I like that a lot because when we read these things, that's true. Like, like we're like, oh, we're the normal ones and this and that. Like, obviously this is a story, but there's a lot of real life issues here, and that's crazy. That's a crazy, beautiful ending to that.
Yeah, I definitely want to bring that up because I like sort of this 9-panel grid being a cage for sure is like not necessarily a new idea. Yeah. But yeah. They have a grand old time. Yeah.
And they do show that a lot too. This is not the first time they only have sex in the issue. It's constant, like, and it just shows how in love they are. And I think that's cool.
But even still, we do get some distortion in it, which is interesting because I think that the distortion just kind of speaks to like the anxiety and like Darkseid is and like
like what is
and so then it cuts to Oberon's grave and he's just kind of like, I'm sorry and this and that, and they get stuck in traffic because it's LA, traffic is awful there, and they decide to go get some food, and some fans are kind of checking them out. Yeah. He gets his favorite sandwich. They're walking around.
So dope how they just eat.
And they have a little moment in front of like a little pond or like a little pool. Yeah. And he's just like, I like the water. I like the light in the water. And Bart's like, do you know what people put in that water? You can smell it. I can. And he's like, it's not about what's in the water. Just look what it does with the sun. It's perfect. And he kisses her hand.
And his little heart. Right there too, just drawn so like cutely, like so like just.
And she's just like, I still smell it.
Just little moments like that, man.
And then it cuts to them at sort of the piers, I guess, and they're playing like art like games and whatever. He's trying to knock these cans down of a ball. He's missing. She's commenting on that, but it cuts to her having the prize.
A big Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
she reminds me of Wonder Woman. Like to me, like she's a better Wonder Woman than
Damn.
Just because I like Big Barda. I'm Team Big Barda.
Nice. But he got the prize because he called the calling the prize giver's girlfriend and saying, I quote, "This is Mr. Miracle, and I can't escape noticing Hassan loves you." And the whole time, the person trying to take a picture of them is like, I think I locked the phone. Is this working? And like, even the way it's drawn, they have like the yellow squares over their faces for like the facial recognition. And there's even a square on a Wonder Woman's face. And it's just a little fun little moment. And then it cuts to this really...
And there's a war going on.
Yeah.
This is beautiful, but there's a war going on. But this is the main aspect of the comic. So, like, I just want to throw it out there because it just distracts you from all that. You know, again, ups and downs. And this is a huge up right now. Like, this is a glorious moment.
Even though it might be Scott's last day, it's a good day.
It's just his favorite sandwich. He's out with Big Barda. They're at the piers. They're just hanging out. And, yeah, like, I just mentioned the war stuff because, like, you kind of forget. You're so absorbed by this, you know, just romanticism and just happiness and just calm. Even the sunset is just calm, you know?
I mean, this whole issue is just kind of like almost a buffer.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, this might be his last day. So, you know, let's just have a good day. That's it. But these last few pages just kind of, well, not these last few pages, but these next 2 pages, I mean to say, are really intense because he has this really intense ramble that I reread like twice because I was just like, yo, man, what are you saying?
You have to reread most of this stuff sometimes
because he's just rambling. But I think this ramble of his really speaks to sort of the overarching theme of, especially of like the religious idea of like, who is God? Am I God? Are you God? Because he just starts. I'm trying to think of where to. I'm just gonna read it from the top.
Yeah, please, because I'm trying to like. But this is so much here. I think it makes more sense if you read it from the top.
He says, "All right, everyone knows that Descartes has doubted everything: the world's existence, his existence, truth, everything. Until he finally figured out the only thing he couldn't doubt was that he was doubting, because you can't doubt you're doubting because you're doubting. So that's I think, therefore I am, and all that. What people forget is that there's a second part. He's still stuck." I mean, just because you are doesn't mean anything else is. He could be a brain in a jar or in a dream or controlled by a demon, whatever. So he has to get out of that. So he uses this other argument about God. He says some things are better than other things. And God is what'd you call that thing that is better than all things? So good is better than bad. God is good. Strong is better than weak. God is strong. Kind is better than cruel. God is kind. If there are 2 choices, God is the better choice. He has the better quality. And then he said to exist is better than to not exist. So God exists. To be is better than not to be. So then God is. And then if God exists and he's good, he wouldn't put us in a jar or in a dream or with a demon. And that's how he crawls out of the doubt. I think, therefore I am. God exists. The world is whatever the world is. Later, people like Kant and stuff came on and attacked the God thing, saying basically the argument didn't work because basically the setup presumed the conclusion. Once you say God, if your definition of God is that God exists, then saying God exists because I said God, that's just a stupid tautology, wordplay, not a proof. But what bothers me is that if that's true, the wordplay thing, then it's true of all of it, of the first thing. I think, therefore I am. I mean, you're presuming an I. You're saying that I contains the existence, the thinking. It's just another tautology. I am, therefore I am. So if you throw out God, then you throw out you. You're back to the doubting, all of the doubting. Without God, I don't exist, and if I exist, God exists. We look to find ourselves, to see our own face, and we find the face of God.
That's so beautifully written, bro. That is so beautifully written. That is so, like, just, like, bounces off your mind and this and that, and it has elements of, like, religion, philosophy, just self-thought, all that stuff, and it's just...
Wow. What I thought was interesting, because I Googled what tautology means, and it's basically when 2 words have like the same meaning. Okay. Like 2 different words have the same meaning. Okay.
Like what would be an example would you say?
Let me see. I don't know. I guess like like in Spanish, like how you can say like what is it? Pesos or dinero for like money.
Okay.
So kind of something like that where it's like 2 different words, but they're both like the same thing.
I'm gonna see if I can find some examples real quick.
Go ahead.
Tautology example. The operation takes center stage. No, this is terrible. Okay. A good looking, beautiful woman, a round circle, a big giant, a widow woman. I guess this right definition is unnecessary repetition of an idea in different words to repeat the same thing in different words.
Yeah, I mean, because that's kind of what he's getting at. Because I think that word is pretty important, which is why I Googled it, because that's what he's getting at. He's just kind of saying to say this is to say that. You can't say this without saying that. You can't be this without being this. Like it's this idea of how like everything's connected. And so because of that, if God exists, I exist.
Yeah, like without God, I don't exist. And if I exist, God exists. That is so like just, it seems so simple. And oh yeah. But then you really think about like, wait, you're like, what the, and then I really love like, so good is better than bad. So God is good. Strong is better than weak. So God is strong. And kind is better than cruel. So God is kind. If there are two choices, God is the better choice. He has the better quality. It's just so, I don't know. It just speaks to you, even if you're not understanding what the fuck, because you kind of get what he's trying to get at. It's very interesting, man.
And that's why I say it's a ramble, because it's like, I mean, we've all kind of been like this, where we're just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like this shit's fucking wild. Like, have you ever thought about this? Like the fact that we're all just on this fucking rock floating in space.
I saw a picture of some lady. She put on Instagram. She posted a picture of her cat, and there was some soap in the background. I'm like, we usually wouldn't put soap in the background of photos because, it's so out of nowhere, but we use it. And I'm like, it's just part of life. Like, we all have soap in the house. It's just when I was in the bathroom washing my hands, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, bro.
And the way that it kind of ends, where he just says, and we find the face of God.
And that's interesting, man.
Because the question has been brought up, have you seen the face of God?
Yeah, man.
And here's Scott explaining, this is how you find the face of God. You accept this.
So interesting. So on the next panel, would these also be Jack Kirby's, what is it? Crackles?
No.
Is it just lights?
I think these are just like lights.
Got you.
But yeah, they leave. They're stuck in traffic again. And
very beautifully represented too.
Yeah, and Barda has a funny moment where she's like, you said you can escape anything. Escape this. And they end up like sitting out on like an overlook or whatever, and they're just kind of talking. And he wanted to show her the stars, but there are no stars out. And they decide to go home to get some sleep and stuff. And Barda has a moment where she just kind of breaks down, and Scott comes up, and they decide to have sex again, but not without the distortion still happening.
Exactly. And
they're in bed, and a boom tube comes in. And fucking, you see another dark side of his panel, and his manager is here, and he's just kind of like, all right, time to go.
I love Funky, by the way. Funky the manager, he's so cool, bro. I love that character so much. He's just so happy. Yeah. He's just never not happy. He's the shining light in the comic book.
He is. He's like the comedic relief.
Yeah, bro. He's like, all right, I know you're depressed and everything, but Funky.
But he's like, yeah, it's time to go and whatever. Yeah. And Scott's just like, I'm going to go get dressed. And he gets his shit on. And I just really like the panel where the mask is going on his face. Yeah. I don't know. There's just something about that panel. It just looks really good to me.
You really see it. Like, you really see it being pulled down and everything.
But, yeah, it's just a little, like, Funky's making a little happy moment of it and whatever. Yeah. And it's time to fucking do this shit. The world's greatest feat. And Barda just fucking wrecks town, kills all of them. And she just tells him, stay. Yeah. And that's that issue. And we come to issue 6.
It's badass how she's covered in blood, naked and stuff like that, just doing her own thing.
And the Kirby crackles are done very well to hide the nudity.
Yeah, super.
Because God forbid, the children.
For the kids.
For the kids! Yeah. But we come to issue 6, which is reaching the halfway point. And they're just... Scott's just flaming up the bodies. Yeah. He's burning away the bodies.
The flamer.
In the flamer. It's got cool text on it too. The flamer.
I don't remember the flamer, which is hilarious. That's funny as shit.
But Barda hits the button and turns it on, and they just have a second. She's like, I want to redo the whole condo.
I really love the condo part. I really love how they just, we'll go into it in a bit, but basically, they're going on to fight everybody, right? And where do they go? Apocalypse?
They go to New Genesis to basically try and stop the execution of Scott.
And then as they're fighting, they just talk like shit is going down. Like they're fucking killing people.
The whole issue is literally them just wrecking shop, going through New Genesis.
But they're talking about fixing the condo.
And they're talking about how they're going to redo the condo. And the whole issue.
I love what she says here in 137. She says, "We have all that stuff on the front counter. If that's not where if that's not there, where does it go? And but that's just magazines and crap. Okay, but we have magazines and crap in the condo, and that's where they go. I honestly think that if we don't have that counter, we wouldn't have that stuff. And this is what I love. If you have a place to put things, then you find things to put there. Magazines exist and papers and bills. They're real. They need to go somewhere. But I just love that. If you have a place to put things, then you find things to put there. And for me, like, I'm a mess at home, so I'm like, yeah. I just be putting shit on the fucking. But they're just wrecking shit. But the whole time they're talking about fixing up the condo, and then they kind of meet in the middle.
This whole issue is just like a juxtaposition from beginning to end of like, here they are wrecking up shop. This is really intense. They're literally trying to stop him from being killed, from being executed during a war. But here they are just like, we got to redo the condo, man. We got to redo it. It's about time. And that's the whole issue. It's such a fun issue.
Yeah, man.
They're just going through,
even the water where they face the creature and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're going through land. They're fucking fighting off the lasers. They're going through vents. The vents try to exert gas, and they break through the vents, and then they end up in water.
Yeah, and
they fight some like sea animals, and Scott rips out of one of them. And they break through the glass of a hall, and they fall in. And they fight these, which is just a funny moment where these two guards before the glass breaks, just like, so we're the fourth world. What were the first three? It doesn't work like that. If there's a fourth, then there's a first. What? Do you know anything about theology? Dude, I'm a god. I am theology.
Huh? Crash. That shit is dumb funny.
And they just crash in. And they're still just talking about their condo stuff, and they continue wrecking shop. Yeah. And it's just, the panel work is just so amazing. Yeah. Because the way that everything is done in terms of the speech bubbles, you can still read from left to right. But technically, these are kind of like 3 wide panels. Mm-hmm. And it's just done so well.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Like they're all come together.
Yeah. Like they ignore the borders. The gutters is what they're called in comics. Mm-hmm. But they keep going.
Even when they get to the part and basically it's a back. I didn't know they did this in comics, but I'm finally starting to grasp it. That when it's an outside voice that isn't neither the characters that are presented, it's like a speech block, right, or bubble with like edges or like points on the outer sides. Like what is that called? Or is that have a name?
When they have like the little like edges on them, that's just kind of like if they're on the phone or like
technology
or like a transmission, something like that.
Because like, warning, you are not allowed to be here. And then they go in and they're like, warning, nothing can cross the forever void. And they cross the forever void.
Yeah, they're just like, I love this moment because they started talking about the fact of how much space they have.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to find where they kind of start talking about that. Because I'll just start from the top of the page where Scott says, why aren't you affected by it? Why don't you? It haunts me. Why doesn't it haunt you? And Barda says, what did Granny say? Every time, every horror. What did she say, Scott? And Scott says, I love you. She said she loved me. And Barda asks, and you believed her? And he responds, my father, who is God, had just given me away to the devil. What did I know about believing? Barda says, you did. You thought it was all love because of your father, who is God, because he showed you to expect love. I was always in the pit. There was no God or father. I didn't expect anything. Granny's words were more noises among the screams. You don't believe noise. And then they just have a pause, or they're just walking
after like 7 panels,
and he's just like, so half a living room. And she's like, it'll work.
And to beforehand, when like in the second issue or something, when she was like something about Granny Goodness, and he was like, well, she hugged me once, right? Mm-hmm. And I just think about how like maybe a kid or kids or anybody or even a dog, right, who's been abused by the owner, or kids abused by the parents, like that's still, parent, that's still like the loved one. Mm-hmm. So like you may remember all that hurt and this and that, but like you want to hold on to the hope that there was something to that. Like, there was, like, you may justify their actions to say they were just loving me in their own like special way. I don't want to say special, but, and that's so sad. Like that's so, like, I can't think of a better word, tragic, because Barda has no idea of that because she was in the pit the whole time, she says, right? So she never experienced nothing like that. But I think, what is it? When you have the exposure to something like that, it's hard to take away. So like somebody who's always been with like torture their whole lives will never know what it. somebody who's enslaved, right? Like a slave will never know what it's like to be free.
Stockholm syndrome kind of deal.
Yeah, and but even like having a taste of freedom. Like imagine a slave, like the Amish people. You give them a taste of freedom. Not that they're slaves, but you give them a taste of when they go to New York City or whatever, live their life, get to like interact. They have to come back, and some don't. Like if it would be terrible if you gave a slave freedom and then put them back to slavery, because then they know what it's like to be free.
Yeah,
and I think like that's a tragedy in itself, like Scott-free never experienced that, but to a little extent he did. Like he was told that he was loved and he was held once, and that little taste is like, wait, I can have that, but never will you have it again. It's tragic.
It definitely speaks to sort of like the PTSD or like trauma that Scott deals with for sure. He's like, I don't know, I think I've been loved. Like it's hard to say. You
just kind of, oh man, that's sad as fuck, man. I'm trying to think of something else, but I can't really think, or like an animal or some shit.
But they end up in the next room, and a room is gonna crush them. And the room is portrayed by the panels. You see like the space get filled up by it. Dope.
I think of Star Wars from the garbage chute scene.
Yeah. But Barda's like, I want a bedroom, like another bedroom. And Scott's like, why would you want another bedroom? And she's like, I just want another bedroom here and whatever. And Scott's like, I don't get it. And
meanwhile, the thing is just closing in on
crushing them. And Barda's just trying to hold it up. And Scott breaks open a vent so they get through. And Scott like asks, and it's like, wait, so who's in the new bedroom? And they face Light Ray, and Light Ray kind of fights him a little bit, and they fight back. And they're both on the ground.
Light Ray just fights him a little bit because he's just powerless compared to them.
He's a nerd. Yeah, he's a fucking nerd.
Light Ray.
But they both ended up on the ground, and Barda just tells him, Scott, so I'm pregnant.
Yeah, man.
And Barda reflects a Light Ray shot and goes over and just fucking wails him. And Scott just runs up behind her and just hugs her from behind.
I love that scene.
Just says, I love you.
I love that, man.
Barda hesitates. She's like, I believe you, Scott-free.
And you see how happy he is, and he's just holding on to her like so tight, like you can see it through the panel how like
he's just got such a big smile,
and he's just so happy, and it's just being all the tragedy he's experienced, like that is like he doesn't even know of it. Like even in the down where he's supposed to be executed, that's like, just beautiful.
You would imagine that this would be a moment where the panels would get distorted, but they're not. They're perfectly clean here. Yeah. This seems like it's actually like a genuine moment of happiness where he's like, I love you. Like I'm actually happy about this.
Yeah.
Because he does not hesitate about it. And they finally get to the throne room, and he's like, like Barda's like, try and talk to him, just try. And he's like, all right, I guess. He doesn't really try, but whatever. And we'll do this when we get home. And he gets into the throne room, and he finds Orion dead on the floor.
Yeah.
And he's like, what the fuck? And he starts turning towards like the camera. He's like, what did you do? What did you do?
And there's some distortion still too, right?
And the pages are getting really distorted and glitching out, and his face is getting distorted. And then the page turns to Darkseid sitting on the throne.
Yeah.
And he says, Darkseid does not do. The next panel just says, Darkseid is. And he booms away. And the narration comes in, and Scott takes off his mask, and the pages are getting super distorted. And he just kind of sits on the throne, and Barda walks in, and she's like, what happened? And he tells her, I saw it, Barda. I wasn't looking, but there it was. I saw the face of God. And that's the end of that issue. That's the end of issue 6. And this is where we reach the halfway point of the whole story, where it's just kind of, we have a lot of big developments happening where now Scott and Barda are pregnant, and fucking Orion is dead.
Yeah.
And what does that mean for the war? And Darkseid is.
And Scott-free, bro, like his mind is like, what the fuck? He just found out some beautiful news, and then his brothers, you know what I mean? So it's just harsh.
And so then we get to issue 6, and you can take over from here.
Nice, bro. You were killing it, though. I might ask you to take it back because you were killing it, to be honest with you. Actually, continue, and I'm a butt in every now and then. I like how you're reading and stuff like that, to be honest with you.
Well, the next issue just kind of opens up, and it seems really mundane again. Yeah. They're at the emergency room, and Scott is like in the car and stuff, and someone tells him he can't park there, and he's like, what?
Yeah, this shit is hilarious, bro. He's like, what do you mean?
It said online there's a valet, and he's like, I'm the valet. He's like, okay, great. Well, can we use you? I don't want her contractions or what, like 4 minutes apart. And he's like, there's a parking lot on Olympic. It's not very far around the corner. Make a left. And he's like, look, she's about to have the first new god ever born on Earth. No one knows what's going to happen. I have to help her. If you're the valet, can you valet?
He's like,
and he just takes a second. It's on Olympic.
Dickhead.
So clearly, like, the comic jumps ahead in time, and we're cutting ahead to Barda having their child, and the pregnancy basically happens, and it seems like things are going well and stuff.
He's wearing a Superman shirt.
And he comes in, and like she's going through the pregnancy.
Yeah.
And people from New Genesis pull up and stuff. And they're kind of like mocking Scott. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna die" and stuff like that. And these are the female Furies. Sorry.
Okay.
This is basically like Granny Goodness's team.
Okay.
That Barda was a part of, so that's why they're there.
Because they want to see them born and everything.
Yeah. Right? And Scott doesn't let them in the room and stuff, and they're just kind of still going through the pregnancy. And it seems like Scott says, "I did that firefall thing with Granny too," and Barda's like, "Wonderful woman." It's just, I love those little moments where Barda's just kind of like, she can be so resistant to like sort of the PDA or like affection. Like she's affectionate herself if she can love Scott as much as she does. Yeah, but she can't express it. She can't vocally express those things, which is just so funny to me. But the pregnancy goes on, and it's kind of basically the whole issue, to be honest. They're just kind of having their mundanity throughout the in conversations and stuff. And
she actually shows worriness though. Like she's worried about the baby not like coming out good, or it's now alive or unhealthy and this and that. Yeah. And he kind of like reassures her like everything's gonna be okay, like, you know.
And Scott makes a point that everyone's still mad about Granny, so they kind of have targets on their back, and that they're kind of talking about who could comfort them and things like that. And the pregnancy is still going on, and they're talking about more people that got out of Apocalypse and the X Pit and things like that. And they're talking about more stories from there. And Barda tells this one story where she says, "But remember, everyone told stories what was up there out of Granny's reach." She's like right in the middle of her pregnancy too. It was heaven. And she groans. She says, "I remember before we got together, seeing you, trying to climb, escape on the ladder with all the Furies. We were all chasing you, about to get you, and you'd look back down at us, and you'd wave and smile, bow. And you were so handsome, and you'd say, 'I can always escape.' And then I got you." And she's basically ready to push, and she has her baby. And the pages get really kind of get distorted here as the baby's coming out, and they really showed the pregnancy too. This
is dope. I really like that as well. And the umbilical cord is around the neck of the baby,
and they can't get through it because it's like steel and stuff. And when that starts to happen, we have a Darksiders panel come in, and we see Scott is clearly worried, and so he grabs a diamond blade, and he cuts the cord himself.
And that was given to him by one of the sisters? What are they called?
The female Furies.
The female Furies. Because one of them was like, "I'm going to kill you with this one day, but right now I'm going to let you have it," and this and that, right? Or something like that.
And the baby's born, and Scott just says it like his name's Jacob. And Barda's doing good and stuff, and the female Furies are just kind of like, "This is great," and stuff like that. And one of them says, "As I said before, when you return to war, I will use it to kill you. The diamond blade." Yeah. And Scott's just like, "Okay." And Barda has a little funny moment where she's holding the baby, and she's like, "I like him. I think we should keep him." And they're just kind of pointing out like, "Man, this baby's kind of wild. Like, you know, he's grandson of Darkseid, son of Highfather, first child born of Apocalypse and New Genesis."
I love how he says, "I don't know, he looks more like a lump." It's just mad funny to me, bro.
Yeah, and that's basically the whole issue. We have some more distortion happen, especially as the baby starts to cry. Yeah. And the narration even comments on the lump. It says, "Only the arena of the gods would produce this combat. Only vile Granny Goodness would find an adversary like the lump.
Yeah.
Only Scott-free has a chance to survive the battle of the id.
I thought they were gonna keep calling the baby the lump.
But that was issue 6. Kind of like because what some people say about Tom King is that his stories don't really read well by issues, like when they come out monthly, because since they're so kind of quick in terms of like the things that happen, like not every issue is like a cliffhanger or anything like that. And so some people say that the best way to read Tom King's stories are just straight through, having the whole story.
I would get that, because if I read this, I would be like, wait, what was happening before, like with the war and this and that? Like, I'm glad I read it like this, no other way, to be honest with you.
But we get to issue 7. We have a dope cover again.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
And it's on Apocalypse and fucking just kind of back to war, pretty much.
Yeah, this guy looks like a douchebag.
He looks like Hitler.
Yeah, bro. Looks like hipster.
But yeah, we're introduced by some fucking like soldier or sergeant or whatever, and Scott-free fucking blows his brains out.
Yeah, awesome.
And just cuts back to the condo, and Funky's there again.
The goat.
And which I was a little confused, because I was like, didn't Barda like smash his skull in?
The Funky?
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody else, not Funky.
When Funky and the guards from Apocalypse show up, and Barda tells him to stay.
Oh yeah, wait, right here, right? Like,
yes.
Oh, she does. I guess he's just a loyal ass manager. I didn't realize that.
It's either that or just like maybe she didn't kill him, or maybe
like she just hit him really hard.
Yeah, that, or maybe it kind of speaks again to like what happens, what they kind of question later on of like, is any of this real?
Gotcha.
So I don't know.
I didn't realize that when I was reading it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So that was just something I was kind of like, why is Funky back? But yeah, and Scott's wearing a Wonder Woman t-shirt.
Awesome.
And he's just kind of giving Jacob some milk, and he's singing the Mockingbird song. And that's basically the whole page, and it cuts back to Apocalypse and war and stuff.
Jesus Christ.
And just
Such
crazy
contrast.
shit going down.
Yeah.
And it's just fucking crazy dope art, and just intense art and action, and just shit's all over the place. And Scott has to get patched up because he gets like a massive like cut on his leg and whatever. And then it just cuts back to the condo and with Jacob again. And I love this little scene where
Batman.
Yeah, where he finds a little Batman toy in Jacob's crib. He's like, Funky, like, what is that? And like, why, boss? That's Batman.
With the hands on his head.
Yeah, like making the ears. He's like, I told you can't put things in the crib. They have studies about infant death syndrome, babies dying, stuff in the crib, it can kill them. And Funky says, what? I had a Batman. Everyone has a Batman. Batman doesn't kill babies. He says, yes, absolutely. They have studies. Batman kills babies.
and even here, he's probably wearing a shirt. You can't see it here at all. But
he's wearing a Watchman shirt.
It's a watch. Oh, it's a smiley face with the blood coming down, right? Okay, there we go. Damn, how the fuck you see that shit, bro?
Well, because you see the blood on this panel.
Still though,
and it's a yellow circle, so it's like it's got to be Watchmen.
Good shit.
I mean, the only reason why they don't show it is because Watchmen, even though it's printed by DC, it doesn't take place in the main DC universe.
Oh, so they're not supposed to know who that is.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So is this happening if he knows, if he doesn't know? Oh, shit.
Exactly.
Oh, shit.
But it cuts back to war, and they're just having a conversation. I believe it's Light Ray here, and they're just having a conversation, and Light Ray tells him, you want to be a god, Scott, but you're just playing another role on another stage, and you're sad everyone's not clapping. And he kind of just flies away after that. And I think that just starts to speak to this idea of why is Light Ray saying this to him now? Yeah. What happened recently? He had a child. And so far, what have all the gods been in this comic? Fathers.
Yeah.
So are you a father when you become a god? Or sorry, are you a god when you become a father? So
to some extent, yeah, even if it's just you're the god to a kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think as this is the second half of the book, I think this is where a lot of these sort of more intense questions, and this is where the comic becomes less subtle, where it just starts sort of attacking the story in a way.
More blatant.
Yeah. And it just kind of cuts to Scott kind of throwing another body on top of the pile, and he's thinking about some stuff. And it cuts back to Earth, and he's wearing a Nightwing t-shirt.
Okay, see, that I didn't know who the fuck that was.
But and he's talking to, like, it seems like a fan or something. And he's just like has Jacob in a cradle and whatever, and they're just kind of there, and they're just talking. Then it cuts back to Earth, to Apocalypse.
Yeah.
And more shit is going down. Where let's see what happened on this page. I'm trying to remember. This guy is just kind of kneeling before him, and Scott's trying to figure out something about he gets a call from Barda, and I believe it's Barda, and she's like, I'm already at the doctor, and he's like, I know, I'm sorry, I need to ask her about the feedings, and he's like, I could do the appointment. Scott, you know about my breasts. And she says, like, fuck again. He's like, you stay, I'll do Kanto. And she's like, I'm sorry. He's like, no, it'll be easy. Just let me know how it goes.
They take turns, right? One takes care of Jacob while the other goes to fight, and then vice versa.
And so it's still just more battling. Scott's getting his ass whooped, and he's all fucked up. And they have like another phone call of like what happened. She's like, she said it's normal. That's good. I like normal. How to go to Kanto, and this and that. And they're just raising a kid while being in a war. That's
so
all
casual.
It's like the casualness of raising a kid in this world, in their world, or they're just kind of like they have to. It's the flows and the ebbs in life.
And how much more Jacob is important to them than this war stuff. Even though the war is super fucking important, you know. But Jacob is obviously the center of attention right now.
But cuts back to Earth, and fucking baby's crying. Funky takes care of him, and Funky's just being himself, just being a goofball.
Yeah.
And Scott's just like, this is not how Granny did it. And he just takes a moment. He's like, I'm gonna make a sandwich. But cuts back to Apocalypse, and more war is happening.
Yeah.
And they found out that one of them had that the parademons that they've been fighting have kids. And
they kill one of them, right? Light Ray kills one of the kids of the demons.
Yeah, like a baby comes out, and Light Ray shoots it, and it's like crippled, and Scott's like, wait, and then like it just kind of dies, and Scott's like, no.
Like he kind of feels remorse for the kid of the demon.
Yeah, and it cuts back to Earth, and it's just more casual shit. Funky feeding Jacob, and the Scott and Bardo just talking on the phone, and then it cuts back to Apocalypse.
Yeah,
and more war. And
just
it's just
war.
It's just this whole issue is just all about that, and I couldn't catch what's on his T-shirt when it cuts back to Earth here.
Yeah,
I believe it's Blue Beetle.
I don't know,
but because it's half of the shirt, it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, it looks like that though. It looks like a buck, because I would say Spider-Man, but that makes no sense.
Also, on the page before on 198, when they're back on Earth, he's wearing a Booster Gold T-shirt.
See, I don't know who that is either. I thought that was just Funky.
Nah, that's Booster Gold. He's a cool character. Yeah, he's a time traveler.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's wearing a Blue Beetle shirt on the next page of Earth.
Okay.
But as you clearly see, this whole issue is just kind of back and forth, where it's like almost
like parenting and then life, like superhero.
Yeah, and kind of the issue just starts to end where Scott's just walking through the remains of the war and stuff, and he's sort of like hurriedly singing or saying the Mockingbird song again.
Yeah.
And he gets on his knees. And we get another Darksiders panel, and fucking Barda calls him, and something seems like it's something good is happening pretty much.
Yeah,
and that kind of gets Scott to get back up, and he's like, and he starts singing the song again.
Yeah, a goddamn diamond ring.
Yeah, he's kind of like really adamant of like now he's pushing himself. He's like
his motivation has to stem from like Barda and Jacob and like me seeing them again every single day.
And so it cuts back to Earth, and they're just watching TV. He's wearing an Aquaman t-shirt this time.
See, I didn't know that either.
Nice. And they're just watching football. Tom King loves writing sports into his comics.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I love the TV, how when it turns either on or off, it goes click. Like, you know, it's a click, and it's just you can hear the picture, the drawing here. Like, you know, like it's awesome.
But yeah, they're Barda and Scott just have another little fun moment, and they're talking about like Funky getting the hang of it and of sort of being there as a babysitter and stuff like that. And Barda tells him, "Okay, Mr. Highfather, Lord Deity of the Fourth World, co-leader of the armies of New Genesis, a little longer because you'll miss him." And Scott says, "My God, Barda, do you have any idea how beautiful you are?" And they kiss.
So nice.
And
so nice.
They have a little moment where they're just kind of like, all right, the baby starts crying again. They're like, your turn. And he's like, I can always escape. She's like, can you? And he goes to check on Jacob and stuff. And the page, that one panel gets distorted pretty bad. Mm-hmm. And he starts singing the song again. And that's the end of issue 7.
Yeah.
And issue 8 is definitely where things start to take more of a turn for the story for sure. In terms of like the war and stuff. Because we cut back to Apocalypse again, and they're just talking about how fucking awful it is there, and especially the narration, just talking about how bad of a place Apocalypse is, and the page just ends with Scott being like, "Is there a restroom?" And they're just sitting at a table. He's like, or something. Yeah. And the table's being held up by people on their knees and stuff.
Apparently, I think that's what they did. The Mongolians, I think that's what they did. They would sit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like a torture method. If it's not them, somebody else. I forget what. But they would sit on their thrones or eat dinner as they were sitting on like the place or the floor would be on the bodies of people who were still alive. Damn. And they would just eat over them and stuff like that as they sat down on them. Savages, bro.
Fucked up.
But here they're so nonchalantly doing that shit.
Yeah, because it's Apocalypse.
Yeah.
One of the issues before says that on Apocalypse, the word Holocaust is a household name or household word.
That's funny.
But yeah, they're having this conversation of basically what's going to happen to Jacob. They're talking to people of Apocalypse, and they're figuring out what's going to happen to Darkseid pretty much because that hasn't changed. Darkseid is still there.
Yeah.
And it seems like Scott finds the bathroom and whatever, and he talks to this one dude there.
Oh man, this is awesome.
It's just this little thing where the guy says, "I had a thing with Leonardo da Vinci, the painter, you know." Scott says, "Yeah, like the Mona Lisa." Scott says, "I know who he is." And the guy spits. And then just for like the next 2 pages,
it's just a spit falling down.
It's just a spit falling down
into the big pit that is the restroom.
Yeah. And he's just like, he was all right. He had a boyfriend, but, you know, it's one of those complicated whatevers. But it was nice, real nice. Afterward, we're lying there, like on the hay or grass or something. I don't know the difference between hay and grass. Anyway, we're lying there, and he starts crying. I thought it was the boyfriend or some religious blah-dee-da-blah. And I tell him, it's okay, it's okay. And he starts telling me the story about these 2 guys, a master and his apprentice, artists. And I'm like, what does this have to do with the price of tea in China? And he's just like, shh, listen. Oh, and man. As these panels are going on, as the spit gets further, the speech bubbles, just like how I start to speak quieter, minimal. That the speech bubbles become smaller and smaller.
Yeah, bro.
To the point where it just cuts to narration boxes because they're just good. That far away.
I never noticed the spit lands on somebody.
Yeah.
That's so funny, bro.
But
yeah, man.
And he continues, he's like, so the apprentice thinks he's better than his master, and he challenges this master to a contest, a painting contest, paint the better painting. They take a whole year to finish them, and then they both show up in front of an audience. They're outside, right, with a crowd, and the 2 of them got their paintings. The apprentice pulls back the curtain on his art, and all it is, after a year of work, is just some grapes. Not even a lot, like 6 or fewer on a plate or something. And the apprentice is like standing proud, chest out. And the audience is like, what? Grapes? Nice grapes, yeah. But against the master, he's cracked or he's insane or he just couldn't do it. And the apprentice ignores that and just all calmly cool looks up at the sky. And there's some birds there, right? Flying. And they start flying toward the picture. And then these birds start pecking at the picture, trying to eat the grapes because they're so good. They're so perfect. To the birds, it isn't art. It's just what is. And what's better than what is? The audience goes nuts, cheering and huzzahing. The apprentice is bowing and smiling, pointing at the birds. He's won. He knows he's won, and he turns to the master, points at the master's painting, and he says, all right. Not that there's a need, but let's see what's behind your curtain. The master says, what curtain?
Bro, I absolutely love that story so much. Me and Beatrice were doing laundry, and I was reading the book as she was getting soap or whatever. Like, I'm just there, like, in front of machines. And I read this, and I'm like, wow, like, you know, like, what an amazing story. So, like, we finish up this part, and we go to, like, fold clothes. Mm-hmm. And then we're there. I'm like, look, let me tell you a story from here. Like, let me just read it straight off the book, right? And I read it to her. And like, as soon as I finish reading the thing, she's like, wow. She's like, that's better than the whole book. Because I tried to explain it earlier, but there's so much to explain, you know? So I read, and she's like, that's 100 times better than the whole thing you're reading right now.
That's funny.
Yeah, right? But it's so good. And the other day, I was at the bar, right, with Brian and Jess. We were there, right? Wow. And I got really drunk, so I was like, yo, guys, can I tell you a story? Like, it's a random story. Like, just bear with me, right? So I tell the story, and it was cool. Like, they reacted pretty well to it. Like, they understood it. But it's just a fun story to tell. Like, and then you get to the part where, like, then what's better than what is, you know? Like, you know, which is more into the book. But I think that story is super, super. Like, I wonder if he came up with that, or if that's like an old.
I don't know folklore. Actually.
Like, but if he came up with that, that in itself is incredible. Like, that deserves its own book. Like, just that page, because it's such a good story. Such a good story.
It definitely speaks a lot, kind of like what you just mentioned real quick of, again, speaking to what is and dark side is, and this whole idea of what is anything.
Yeah.
And this whole book is just super existential.
Yeah.
But that happens, and it cuts back to back to dinner, but it's day 2.
This is the perfect book for newborn babies and dying people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty much.
Well, I'm sorry, not dinner. I don't know why I said dinner, but it's just this dude fucking looks like looking at papers.
He puts on sunglasses.
He has to put on his reading glasses and stuff, and he's looking at everything.
That's so funny, man. That they make him the big, gigantic beast, fucking little glasses with pink shades.
They almost look crooked too. Yeah. It's so funny. But yeah, they're just he's saying that that. It's been 38 days, but it's not clear if we're working off the NG calendar. Obviously, we'd have a different approach if there were an AP calendar. And Scott's like, yeah, I believe that was the NG calendar. Do you have that, Light Ray? Light Ray's like, what? And he's like, the Mountains of Blood Withdrawal, that was an NG calendar calculation, right? Light Ray? And it's just, they're just talking politics. Yeah. They're just going back and forth and stuff. And it cuts to day 3. And Bart is just like, this is taking forever. And Scott's just in agreement with her, and they're figuring out what's gonna happen next with Granny's secret and things like that. What Granny had said to Scott, because still Scott hasn't told anyone but Bart about that. And they come back to day 4, and they're trying to go through more terms and agreements, and they're just kind of going back and forth. They're getting really angry at each other. And Barda, I love how Barda's just kind of like very observational through this. She doesn't speak up or anything like how she has before, which is interesting. But fucking this one dude just gets fucking demolished. It's intense.
Yeah, he just gets smashed, bro.
This dude from Apocalypse gets so mad, he rips the guy from out underneath the table, ripping the chains, and just fucking wails him at a wall. The guy's like face just caves into the wall.
To deserve that.
We get another panel distortion as he's screaming.
Yeah.
And Scott is still just jaded as he is. He's just like, is it enough? And fucking, they're still just going back and forth, and it ends with another Dark Side is panel. And then it cuts. I don't know what shirt he's wearing in this one, to be honest.
Me neither. I mean, I didn't even know half the last 5. So for this one, I don't know either.
And then it cuts to them just kind of being in bed, and they're just kind of talking about like what just happened. And they're talking about in the next warp, we'll get Calabac and cut his head off. And they're just kind of having their little moments again. But it cuts to day 5, and they have a present for Mr. Miracle where they hand him the Mirror of Goodness. And it was used by Granny Goodness, but since she's dead, she's not using it anymore.
Yeah.
And so pretty much the mirror, I forget what it does exactly.
Isn't it the one that shows how they were tortured in the past?
Yes.
Yeah, so they will look into there.
And they looked into it. And as they look, they see how scarred they are.
And it's like no flesh on their body scarred. Like it's like pretty bad.
Like they're just completely scarred, just from head to toe, looking like Deadpool.
Yeah.
Just pizza face.
Oh my God, it's so gross. And even in just a beautiful image, like it's like they have no flesh. Like it's all red, Barda's hair is half off on her scalp. She was scalped basically, and she's still holding him. You know, well, because they're not hurt in the moment. That's what they used to look like. But Scott Free is crying.
Yeah,
and he's really crying, and then Barda's just consoling him, but she's just as pained. And that's a sad scene right there.
It is. But then it cuts to day 6, and we have more politics, more back and forth, and Scott goes to the restroom again, and he runs into the same guy.
This motherfucker always peeing.
And he's like, you remember that thing with Da Vinci, the painter, from like the first day? Scott's like, yeah. He's like, I made that up. I tried to get with him, but he wasn't having me. He had a boyfriend. That part was true. What? Why? I don't know, I guess. You piss with the son of God, you got to say something, even if it ain't true.
That's fucking so silly.
It's so dumb. It's like, I mean, like realistically, like say if you were in a room with a celebrity, what would you tell them?
I'd be like, yo, I don't know if you ever hear something like this, but I once saved somebody by smashing a dog's asshole in their face. Do you want to hear? Like, yeah, sure, come with me. And as I walk with them, I'll think of the story.
Nice. But it cuts to Scott and Barda. They're just kind of skinny dipping pretty much, or taking a bath, whatever it is.
In like fucking hot ass boiling lava water.
Yep. And they're just so whatever about it. They're just like not really putting like any attention to it.
Yeah.
Then it cuts again to day 7, and more politics are going on. And he's saying that the one speaker for Apocalypse is saying Darkseid is willing to withdraw all forces immediately, return all prisoners. Further, he would disarm and allow a new Genesis force to inspect Apocalypse. Finally, he would surrender the anti-life equation. And he says, in return for this complete capitulation, Darkseid humbly asks only one thing. And he says he asks for custody of his only grandchild, Jacob Free. He asks that the boy be raised on Apocalypse, that he be raised here as the one true heir to Darkseid.
Hell no.
And it just cuts to this page where every other panel is Darkseid's face, with like his eyes just sparking in the darkness. And the pages are distorted, or the panels are distorted, and Scott and Barda are just completely shocked.
Yeah.
And Barda's getting pissed and she's screaming, but Scott is just completely shocked, and it just ends with him being like, what?
Then we get this badass fucking, was it cover art?
Cover art.
Of Darkseid just looking badass.
I believe this is issue 10. But you want to take it from here for a little bit?
Let's see. All right, so we get them coming back. They go through the boom tube?
Yeah.
Boom tube. Right, they go back and Funky is just chilling. He's exhausted. Just knocked the fuck out. And they come back and they're back in their house. And it's the announcing again. It says, they hastily leap from the boom tube, which links both worlds, and scan their surroundings with startled surprise, alliteration. This is not the place they had expected to see, but it's enough that they are here. Big Barda, scot-free, in the midst of a miracle to be. And right after the cover art going into the issues, there's always this little writing, right?
Yeah.
And then this one, and it says like, I had to escape. I was in a bad place. And in the first one, just to like go real quick, it says something like, let's see. It says on the first page of everything, it says something wrong with me. There's something wrong. And then it goes to the origin of Mr. Miracle. So I wonder if you get all of those and put them all in writing, if it comes out to like a story or just like, maybe it's just only relative to the issue. But I was just curious.
I think it's just relative to the issue, personally.
Right? Yeah.
But I mean, I could be wrong. Definitely, as you see with each of those pages, like it becomes more and more distorted. Like the distortion takes up more of the page.
Yeah.
Like if I were to just pull up the first page, but here we go. It's pretty tame.
Oh, okay.
Comparatively to when you look at issue 10 and see how much more distorted it is.
You're right. And so they get back home and they're chilling, and then they're at a bar, presumably because there's a glass filled with a big ice cube and some beverage inside. And they start chatting, and this is Scott Free at the bar with people. I don't know if these are fellow superheroes or just regular friends that he had.
One of them is Booster Gold, the one with the shades, the yellow shades. That's Booster Gold. The other guy, I can't remember. Did they say his name?
I don't know. I definitely recognize the Booster Gold guy now. But basically after drinking, they're discussing the colors. I assume that they were discussing the colors of Jacob's, superhero costume, but I don't know what they're talking about really. They say, I just need a color. Then we can go off and be a team and fight, and we'll have a good name. Or maybe they're talking about themselves. Blue and gold, and red and green and yellow. And they're having some drinks, and as you can see here with the bubbles around their faces and stuff, they're pretty, crunk. And they're about to get out of here. The Ubuntu about to take them home. And at the end of the panel, Scott Free says, I got to stop the war. They're all dying. But how am I going to give away my little guy? I can't. And, now he's thinking about, like, Jacob and how he has to get him up to, like, basically save, this place from the war. And he gets home. And he said, I should drink some water. Barda's awake with him. And when he gets home, Barda says Jacob's gonna be up in 2 hours. But he's just thinking about the color still. And how they need to get a cake for Jake's birthday. And then he's like, you want to get a Batman cake? Barda says, you want to get a Batman cake? Maybe a Batman cake. He likes Batman. And Scarfree says, Batman, no way. Remember, Batman kills babies.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And this I like a lot. So he's taking a shower, but I think Barda's talking. And they're talking about like throwing a birthday for a kid and how throwing a birthday for a kid isn't really for the kid. It's for like the parents and having, survived this long with the child, not having heard it. I'm going to read it straight because I do like this a lot, but I do like that a lot too. I never realized that when you throw a birthday for a 1-year-old, or even when they make that joke about like when you go to a 1-year-old Hispanic's birthday and there's just beer everywhere, like, of course people are just going to drink, but it's also like, I never considered that the parents are celebrating too. Like they made it a year with their baby. And that's a big accomplishment, especially with the deaths, the babies dying in the crib and stuff like that. Like that can just happen out of nowhere. So Barda says, I don't want to have a whole big thing. He's not even going to remember it. Maybe we'll just invite like a few of the people, of the JO people, Justice League people, right? And then maybe some of the backstage guys. I think we should probably have Funky there. Even though it's his day off, we'll tell him not to work. But I don't know. I don't think Funky can be around Jake and not work. But we could tell him, I know you're going to say stuff. But I think and then you see Jacob here kind of cowering into this fetal position. Scott, sorry. You see Scott cowering into this fetal position, kind of hearing what she's saying, but he's in his own brain right now, even to the point where he's on the floor in a fetal position. But Barda continues, and while he's suffering without her knowing, she says, I know you're going to say stuff, but I think we have to invite the Furies. I don't get to see them when we're not punching each other, and it'd be fun, and they'd like it. I read that like you're supposed to make it a celebration for us, not him, since he won't really know. He just sees cake and toys. But for us, it's like, it's been a whole year and he's alive and we're alive. We made it. And Scarfree's just on the floor, just tortured, like by his mentality.
And then I just want to point this out real quick. We see that he's wearing a Sheriff of Babylon shirt, the comic that I said that Tom King and Mitch Garrett's worked on before.
Look at that. See, that's what I didn't know. When I seen that shit, I was like, what the hell? And then he's just really being specific about the cake he wants for Jacob. He's like, no, you got to get it like this. And the lady's like, all right, I got you. But even I like how this is drawn too. It's very specific.
What is
just like how like they have those books in the like if you go to Baskin Robbins and you want cakes, like they have those binders with the cakes drawn in the middle, how it will look when you get it. But he's like, he's like he wants the cake done at a certain time, like whether it be on Sunday or Saturday. And the lady's just trying to get his stuff done, but he wants to get the Batman cake overall, which is a cool Batman cake. Yeah, there's a bat symbol and everything. Then he's at home.
Wearing a Reverse Flash t-shirt.
Reverse Flash. What is that? Reverse Flash.
Flash's villain. Main villain.
No way. Really? Reverse Flash? That's funny. Barda just put Jacob down to sleep. And let's see. They go back to discussing the war. And they're talking about now like whether they give up Jacob, right? Because he says we have to talk about it. It at least needs to be discussed. I'm assuming in reference to Jacob being given to Darkseid, and Barda just like breaks the poster on the wall that's covered in glass, and she just walks away while there's glass on the floor, and Scott's head just goes down, and he's kind of just like probably regretting that he just mentioned that to her, but knowing that he has to because at the end of the day they are still fighting that war. And then you see Scott in the car. I'm assuming by himself, right?
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah. Oracle, take some time. It's basically trying to read the face of God. It's delicate. Your father and brother understood this. So he's talking to somebody through the telecommunications or something like that. Let's see. He's talking to High Father? You gotta help me out this one.
The review you request is not yet complicated, High Father. This is my hesitation. I just got to store. It's closing, and I sir, the interpretation Blaze Oracle takes him. He's either talking to his mother box.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking. That's what I mean. The mother box.
Or he's just or maybe he's talking to Light Ray because I mean he's being referred to as High Father because since Orion is dead, he's technically High Father.
But he's still just getting stuff for the party. He's getting cups and plates and stuff like that. Oh, this is hilarious. This is just so subtle. You want to read this with me?
Okay.
Okay, cool. Who do you want to be?
I'll be Scott.
Okay. I'll be the clerk that he's buying. That right now, Scott is buying the cake at a birthday party store or something like that. And I'm the sales clerk and you're Scott Free. I scan the thing. Poop. Poop. I can't fucking poop. Holy fuck. Poop. Do you have a rewards membership?
Can I ask you something?
Membership rewards will get you discounts on selected items. Plus, you earn points toward $5 gift certificate, which can be redeemed on selected items.
There's this war I'm losing. Billions are going to die. I can stop it, even like win it, really. But I have to surrender my only son.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what to do. What should I do?
Yeah, that's tough. Damn. I guess the way I look at it, it's like life needs more happiness. The whole point of it all is to maximize happiness for the most people. Not like quick pleasure or whatever, but a deep, meaningful bliss thing. It's almost math or an equation, you know, that explains like what life should be. Like a life equation or something. What gives more people joy? What gives more people joy? So you just put your decisions into the equation or whatever and see what happens. So if it increases happiness for the most people to end the war, go for it. Like if the happiness you lose for the kid is less than all those people not dying, then you do what you have to do, you know? It sucks, I guess, but that's life, man. Doing what you do. You can't really get out of that. So, did you have a rewards membership?
What? No, I'll just pay normal.
Okay, insert your card and press the green button.
And, yeah, he just fucking...
And then at the end he says, it'll beep when you're done.
Great.
You should get a rewards membership. It's like free money. And so, to me, this is kind of weird because the guy kind of answered the question that Scott Free asked, but in a pretty specific manner. You know, like even when he says it's like an equation, a life equation. And what does Darkseid have? The anti-life equation.
Yeah.
And then you go back to like what we think of this whole comic book. It's like what is and what isn't, you know? And I don't know if this is part of that, but that to me just seems like if you're making up stuff in your head or something is going on that's within your mind that you're living within, right? Then things will be relatable to it. Kind of like this being, maybe I'm reading too much into it with this, but just a little sign of what's reality, you know, and what you're making reality. You know, you kind of answer, you know, why would this clerk say this? You know, like, you know, this is so specific, you know?
It's definitely kind of like one of those little oracle moments where it's like that one character says that one thing that is just a little too close to home. And
yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like, and then he's just like, but do you want the rewards membership? And then... So this is another. So we go to the next page, 242, and then Mr. Miracle is getting into I am assuming something he's gonna escape again, right? It's like a little like weird ass bomb looking thing.
It's like a ball with a bunch of swords.
Oh, there we go. Look, to me, it looks like an atom. And now he's pushing Jacob on the swings, and him and Big Barda are talking.
He's wearing a Shazam t-shirt.
Shazam, there we go. And they're talking about how they used to be tortured by Granny. And Barda says, we were prisoners. Granny tortured us. We weren't happy. And Scott says, yeah, then I know. But now we spent all that time here. And now it came out okay. We're doing well. And then Barda really gets angry. This is, I think, really important. She says, is that why I had to find you bleeding out by the toilet? Because of how well we're doing? And Jacob's just like, wee, just being pushed in the swings. And Scott says, that's not fair. I'm trying. And Barda says, great. Good for you, Scott. Keep on trying. Obviously, she's referencing his suicide attempt. Mm-hmm. Scott says it's not fair. The baby's just laughing, and he's like, I was in a bad place. Oberon had died, and I had done so much, everything I ever wanted, and I just had to escape. And then Barda says, yeah, and what did I have to do? I had to scrape you off the floor or cry with strangers in the ER. I made fucking life work while you were to whatever you were to do anything. When do I get to escape, Scott? Jacob's still laughing. And Scott says, I don't want to talk about this. This is supposed to be about the war. We have to talk about the war. And Barda says, and what were you escaping from exactly? Me? While she's getting teary-eyed. And Scott looks at her and says, no, I wasn't. It wasn't. And Barda says, you're dying to get away from me, and I should run from you for that. And instead all I can do is take care of you. You selfish fucking bastard. Did you ever, for a second, just think? Can you think? And Scott says, it wasn't. I'm not trying to hurt anything. And Barda says, well, good for you. Aren't you the fucking god hero of New Genesis? All praise Scott fucking free. And she walks away. No, not yet. So you're all fucked up, she says, and I'm still with you. So that makes me all fucked up. And you want to give that to our kid so we can win some fucking war? What is wrong with you? We got through it. Scott says. And Barda says, no, we didn't. We are it. And he isn't. And she takes Jacob and walks away. And he just goes, Barda. And that's a really intense fucking scene right there. I know I call it a scene, but, just paid and stuff. But it's just sad. And then you really think about, like, suicide is obviously a very important issue. And obviously anybody thinking about it, please don't, and reach out to the sources that are there for you. But it's true about the people you do leave behind. And that's not to put blame on people doing that stuff and everything also. But it just brings up a lot of questions, and it does bring up a big matter of, like, Scott was what was he trying to get away from, know? And because Barda is part of his life, and it's really tough. Like, even reading that shit was hard to read because that's sad.
We're like in issue 10, and this is the first time that Barda ever tries to acknowledge it or anything, which I think really speaks to the fact that Barda does not like talking about her feelings.
Yeah, and that makes perfect, because when she does, she kind of lashes out, right? Like when she when it gets to a point of real just heatedness, then she lashes out and she hits the people. She's like, no, fuck it. And I guess she just reacts more than just talks, Yeah. But you're right, because these things must be eating her alive. And I think what comes with coming from a past like hers, like being a kid that was tortured, is just suppressing all those emotions and feelings. Because when she was a kid, she had nobody to talk to, nobody to vent to, nobody to like cry to. And even now she doesn't either, and that's crazy. That's fucking wild.
It's important when she says that, when Scott says we got through it, and she says, no, we are it. Yeah. And it kind of speaks again to like what is and what isn't, because, and also to the trauma and PTSD that the both of them have gone through. Because in those moments, what is PTSD or trauma a part of your character? Is that just kind of who you are
altogether, right?
Like I started watching the Vampire Diaries.
Okay, the show is a show.
The show.
Okay,
and there's a character, like the main character. It opens up with the fact that the main character lost their parents like some months ago.
Spoiler alert.
It's in the first episode, motherfucker. But and it's just this idea of like she doesn't want people to think of her as the girl who lost her parents anymore. So I think it's kind of like that same idea where it's like, are you more than your trauma, or are you your trauma?
I think it's tough. I think that's a tough little debate. Not like debate ultimately, but more like just a thing to like wander on, right? Because it's true. Because when do you overcome something like that, or do you ever overcome like that? I know it's kind of like the same question, right? Yeah. Kind of like tautology, but it really speaks to it, because I guess it's how you phrase the question that decides how you live through it, right? Like when you say like, am I past this, or am I okay with going forward with this? Rather than saying like, am I this, or am I, like it just matters. And I think on all aspects, you just got to really address it in many ways. Is it an ever long battle? I think it is. I think it's always just something that you always constantly have to like fight, but you can always be on the upper side of those things if you just, do it in the right way, or have the right support, or, this and that. But it's tough. And like even a suicide attempt is something to be guilty of, like, which is not to say you're a terrible person if you've tried it, but you consider it and you're like, what if my parents, or what if my daughter, or whatever, like you come to mind with those things. And it's a very heavy little section right here. And all whilst Jacob is just happy, like he's oblivious to all these realities that both of their parents are facing, and the war that he's a part of now, because of them too, and it's just back to how we were saying earlier with the whole like adopting kids. Why would you bring a kid into this world with this whole, it's just that when you do bring a kid into the world, like you do bring them into this craziness that you're responsible for bringing them into. And then when a kid's like, I didn't ask to be born, like they didn't, like nobody is asked to be born that's alive. So we get to this thing of like, why are we alive? And I wanted to bring up this thing real quick. In The Sopranos, no spoilers, right? But in The Sopranos, obviously the main theme is mafia, this and that. And the son of Tony Soprano is AJ, right? And he gets a better education than most kids, because of money. And he gets caught, he starts being rebellious at a young age. And he kind of steals his dad's car, breaks a window. He's caught smoking weed with some other kids. And they're kind of like coming at him. And the mom says, you could have killed those girls driving them in the car like that. And AJ says, that would have been interesting. Carmela says, what did you just say? And he says, death just shows the ultimate absurdity of life. He continues to say, and Tony says, what is this? And Tony's like, are you trying to get me to lose my temper? Because I'm about to put you through that goddamn window. And AJ, the son, says, see, that's what I mean. He says, life is absurd. Carmela's like, don't say that. The wife, God forgive you. AJ says, there is no God. He says, they start blaming the school. They're like, where do you learn this stuff, at school? And, sorry, I'm just reading. And they blame the English teacher. They're like, is this a new English teacher that's teaching you all this stuff? Like, why are you acting like this? And then the sister comes in. And the sister Meadow says, look, guys, you put them in education. This is what education is. Like when you open your mind, because you read a certain book, and what I'm trying to say is that we're exposed to ideologies and things of life, and how, my bad, I read it all scrambled up, but a kid's mind, when it opens up to the reality of the world, it's okay to wonder these things, because nothing necessarily has an explanation. Like, have you ever seen the face of God? Like, what is the explanation to that? Is there an explanation to that, or is it just obscure, and the question is the only answer, And so I think it's a very interesting thing. And I like how the show kind of like goes out the way of this plot of, mafia and gangsters and stuff like that. And then we get this perspective, this is the last I'll read, of a guy who's very into church, right? He says this. AJ references a person named Nietzsche, right? And he basically is a person in history.
Yeah.
And that, you know who he is? Okay. But the guy says to him, he says, Nietzsche wound up talking to his horse, right? And I know what you're going to tell me. Sartre, right? Well, Sartre was a fucking fraud, right? He copped it all from Husserl and Heidegger. Go on. He's telling him to play with the baseball bat and everything. He says, hey, you should start at the beginning. Take a look at Kierkegaard, right? He said, Kierkegaard said, every duty is essentially duty to God. and then AJ says something stupid. But then, and this is the last I'll say, I forget what they mentioned in the story, but that the therapist says in the show, he says, the way this thinking kind of sprouted was, that's further back, but a lot of this free thinking and outward thinking started after World War II. I know these people might have been before World War II, but the reason after World War II this thinking happened is because after all the craziness of war and blood loss and all that stuff, that people kind of wondered, like, what is the purpose of life? Like, what is going on with the world? And, like after experiencing all that, how can you just return to society as a normal being? And a lot of free speech writing was written. I'm a little messed up with my thing because I just saw the episode yesterday.
Okay.
But that's why I bring that up, because these guys, I don't know who they are. They're obviously huge in literature, I'm assuming. And
they're like philosophers.
And so I don't know who these people were. But I do like how there's two roles to be played, how you can say, like, one was of AJ being young and saying, what is God? There is no God, and this and that. And the other is like, well, these people who say that are often senile themselves. But what is senile ultimately, And it's a tangent, it's a beehole for sure. But I really like how it plays into this book for sure, because there is no right or wrong here. There is just a what, and ultimately, And yeah, I really want to bring that up because I watch Sopranos, bro. Watch Sopranos.
I want to.
It's a good show. I've tried my hard not to spoil shit there, but it's a good ass show. Oof. All right, so they get after the suicide talk and everything. What are your thoughts on that in general? Like with those, like, in general. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, no, it's interesting that The Sopranos talked about those writers and stuff. Mm-hmm. But it definitely does speak to this book of just kind of like what is and what isn't. And definitely a lot of the idea of education is supposed to sort of make you more of a free thinker.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of an interesting concept of just like, as a youth, you are developing, and I guess like the better education you have, the more you're going to question things. Yeah. I guess there's always going to be that correlation. Mm-hmm. So it's really interesting to kind of think about that.
Yeah. Like you get existential almost, with the wisdom becomes, consequences. Mm-hmm. And that pretty much is one, even though it isn't one in a negative realm, it's still something where, like when you see a kid talking like that when they were just playing video games and talking about foolishness, and one day, then the next day they're like, why do we exist? And
cartwheel.
Yeah. We don't matter. Cartwheel. Just stuff like that. So, and then, I mean, I think of everybody as a big ass grown kid, like not doesn't justify their kiddish actions, but in terms of what we are as human beings, we're just forced to be an older version of ourselves when, I don't know, like this is a weird world where we follow rules, but like norms, whatever's rule is part of the norm we follow. But if it was just a different crack in time, this rule would not exist and there'd be naked people all over the place and just like, just weird shit. Like buildings would be sideways, like bent over. It's just weird, like the butterfly effect type shit. Like people would be eating everything blended or something like that. It just takes one quirk in time to just fuck everything up. But nothing's ever fucked up because there's no set of rules to how life should be. Yeah. We're just living how we think is normal.
I mean, Orion said it earlier in the trial scene where he like kind of says that we're all bound by something.
Yeah.
So. That definitely like norms and just sort of those conditions.
Even Doctor Strange with the dimension, the universes he travels to and stuff like that. Like some of them are just way different than ours, and it's just weird, man. It's just weird. This is a fucking weird world. Yeah. But then we get to Funky and the baby. They're putting up the stuff for Jacob's birthday, and I like that. I like this part a lot. It's very adorable. How Funky and Jacob, the baby, ended up writing a story together. Mm-hmm. And Scott's like, how can you have written a story together? He only says like 6 words. And Funky's like, no. He says, Jake doesn't have to talk. Funky talks plenty. He provides all the imaginations. I do the words. And on the next page, it's just a comic drawn by Funky, I'm assuming, right? And then it's awesome. It's just a little story about a superhero dog saving everything, and it's just adorable how it's written by both of them. A kid's mindset with that Funky just kind of,
You know who drew this?
Who?
Tom King.
He drew himself?
Yeah.
No fucking way.
He has a knack for bad drawings. And he'll even do bad drawings on people's comics as like for their signatures, to the point that people actually get annoyed that he does that because they're like, oh, you kind of ruined my comic with your bad drawing.
But that's awesome. Well, it's awesome because this was beautifully incorporated then. Like, this is so clever. Like, it looks like a kid drew this. Like, if you told me a grown man drew this, I'd slap you. Like, like he has a talent for drawing bad. That's pretty dope. So he would draw on other people's comics, like if they like, can you draw something for me, or he would just do it.
Like, so if you went to go get a Tom King comic signed, he would probably do a doodle on it.
I'm gonna do it. And so they're setting up for the party. They're talking about getting a dog, and it's like, no, you can't get a dog here. It's against condo policy. And we go to the next page, and let's see. It's just, Scott and Barta, hanging out. What kind of shirt is he wearing there?
I believe her name is Vixen, if I remember her name correctly.
Vixen. They go down. They just put down.
Or I think that's Hawkeye. Actually, if that's a hawk,
it looks like a little bit like a hawk, but I don't know.
Or not Hawkeye. What's his name? Shitty shit. His name is like Carter or something like that. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name.
Carter! That's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Carter! Thank you. That's my
Hawkman. There we go.
Never mind. And so now Bart and Scott are laying down, and they continue to discuss, and they say, Scott finally makes up his mind and says, I'm going to bring Jacob to him. But when the moment comes, when he's right there with me, instead of giving him the kid, I'm just going to kill my father. I know it'll be. I mean, I can't. I'll probably lose and die. But maybe, Granny said that there's the prophecy. And maybe I can fulfill it. And then we can have the party. And Barda is so casually, not even glancing at Scott, just looking at what's the mom box?
Mother box.
Mother box. She says, sound good. I'll come too. And Scott's like, okay. Just so casual. And then we get the end of the announcements. But we see, as the announcements go on, Scott and Barda continue just to make love again, and then it says, it's true, they're in business. But what a business it turns out to be. Life and death set to music. Mr. Miracle, Big Barda, and a force so malignant and evil that it threatens more than just the greatest show off Earth. And then there's another black panel at the end, Darkseid is. And then you see the cover art where Scott Free is back turned to us, but Darkseid is facing directly at Scott Free.
And he's also, in the cover art, you also see that he's wearing chains that have been broken off.
Oh, so he escapes from something.
Yeah, which is because the point of cover art is to sort of speak to the issue of what's happening in it. And so if you think about the cover art to the first issue, where the first issue is him all tied up, by all these chains, you could almost paint the story of like he got out of that, and now here he is facing Darkseid
after breaking out the chains and everything. Yeah, nice. And what issue is this? Is 11?
Yes.
11. So we're at the issues 11. We see the crazy veggie tray again. And the beginning panels on the beginning page on the left says, don't remember it. Don't think about this, buddy. Which is kind of crazy in general. Ignore, just fucking. And this is how it begins. So they bring the veggie tray. And they're asking, did you bring the extra diapers? Because they're dressed up as Mr. Miracle and Big Barda's in her suit. And they're about to bring Jacob to New Genesis or Apocalypse? Apocalypse. And let's see. They say bring the Batman because Jacob needs the Batman. And then they go into the boom portal, right? Portal?
Boom tube.
Boom tube. God damn it. And they walk in. And they get greeted. Barda says hi to Leilani and vice versa. And they just, Big Barda, always so big. And sweet Leilani, always so sweet. What are you doing here? You helping with the exchange? Barda says. And then Leilani says, I'm supposed to check your weapons. You have any weapons? And then Barda just says, I have a stroller with diapers. And Mr. Miracle, very happy, says, I got a veggie tray. And, Darkseid comes into the page, into the right side. And he just starts eating the carrots.
Yeah, a lot of people love this. So just people have thanked Tom King of I never knew I wanted to see Darkseid eat a veggie tray, but this is the greatest thing ever.
And it just it's just him eating the shit, man. It's just so funny. And I bet you it's veggie tray skyrocketed in sales after. And now it's like you said before, the 9 panels are split into rows of 3. And you kind of see each row of 3 show Darkseid first. And they think that Mr. Miracle and Barda's here to kill Darkseid. Who is this person right here? They're just an assistant?
Yeah, it's probably just like an assistant or something.
And Mr. Miracle says, no, we're here to end the war. Accept his offer, the kid for peace. His assistant says, you are lying. And Scott Free says, fine, I'm lying. I'm going to kill an infinite god with my incredible escape powers. I'm going to escape him to death. And the assistant says, sarcasm. Mr. Miracle, with his arms flailing, says, you think?
And Jacob is just crawling away as this is happening.
And so they believe him. And they said, bring the child to Darkseid. Darkseid is silent the whole time. He's just watching. And Barda says, no, I'll bring Jacob to Darkseid. And he picks up Jacob, says, Mommy's got you. And she says, remember what Mommy said? This is Grandpa. And Jacob's like, bah. And she says to Jacob before he hands him off, and remember too, always, Mommy loves you. And Jacob finally gets shown to Darkseid, and Jacob's unfazed. He don't know what the fuck is happening. And just pulls on Darkseid's nose. And Scott Free says, Nana is nose. That's what he says. Some kids don't even talk. That's pretty ahead. He's just turning 1. Barda says, what? When did he ever say that just for nose? That's just noise. Scott Free says, he says it's for nose. Barda says, no, he doesn't. Maybe he says it for the cat. This is chatting right now. Well, it was Darkseid is holding Jacob, just still playing with his nose and stuff. And Darkseid is serious as ever. And the assistant says, okay, you've delivered Jacob and you've honored our pact. And in the next minutes, all the troops will be withdrawn, the capture shall be returned, and your specters will be welcomed. And Barda asks about the anti-life equation, and the assistant says yes. And this is interesting, I don't know this, but he says, obviously you must recognize the equation is knowledge. It is learning the way to take a person's will, to remove that which allows any resistance. It is an understanding of how to excise hope. The Lord God knows how to do this, and as knowledge cannot be erased, he forever shall.
And Darkseid is just ripping out his eye.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
As this is being said.
Just without a care in the world, just rips out his left eyeball. And the assistant continues, says, however, without his eye, the Lord God cannot wield the Omega beams, and without the beams, the equation is quite useless. He cannot execute the schematic. So you see, by necessity, the Lord God retains the ammunition. But you have the gun. That's so dope. And the assistant holds Jacob. Hopefully this will be satisfactory. Barda says, satisfactory, holding the eyeball in her left hand. No. She squishes the eyeball and says, but I guess it'll have to do. And Scott-Free says, that's our side. That's your side. I got nothing else to say except bye to my boy. And the assistant glances at Darkseid, and the assistant says briefly. And then this part just breaks my heart because epicness will follow. But Scott-Free goes to his baby, picks him up, and he says, you won't remember what I'm saying. I don't remember what my dad said. If I did, I think I'd hate whatever words he used. But deep in me, you know, when I was in places I couldn't get out of, sometimes I thought I felt it. Someone out there beyond at the end of it, all of it. Maybe someone loved me, or maybe loves me. So don't think about this, buddy. Don't remember it. Just kind of know that your father, that I love you, Jacob Free. I love you so much. And he hugs him so tightly, and you even see his eyes sorrowed in the sense of like, he's not giving up because he's going to plan on attacking in a bit, but you see how much he loves him. And then connivingly, he just looks at Barda and says, okay, I got him. And Barda's like, fantastic. And then shit goes off, and Barda, what does she use? Like a fucking gun or some shit?
There's like some crazy like gun thing attached to like the bottom of like the carriage.
Oh shit! I didn't even know that was the carriage. That's crazy.
Yeah, she just like flips the carriage up, and there's like some crazy fucking gun thing. And
the assistant's like, "What are you doing? You fuck!" And then Barda just unleashes the powerness of the carriage. And then Barda yells, "Hey, Darkseid, you know what Scott and I do? Like every day of our damn lives, we go all the fuck over and we look for the most dangerous shit in the universe just to see how we can amaze an audience by getting around it. This gun is powered by energy taken from the Miracle Machine. We extracted it during a crisis a while back. Thought it might be fun, but you know, we never figured out how to use it. It was the one thing that was too much, too powerful. Whatever we put in front of it, every shield and tool, all the tricks of our trade, test after test after test, nothing. Nothing stops it. Nothing slows it. Nothing survives it. In other words, you motherfucker, there is no escape."
And Darkseid is just falling to his knees with every other panel.
He's just like, ah, and then they're yelling, die, die.
But Darkseid starts getting back up.
He's like, get the fuck out of here. And he says, Barda says, "You bastard." There's a panel of Darkseid is. And Darkseid is standing over Barda, right?
Yeah.
And he says, "Yes, I am."
Now, when this happened, I was very questionable of if this was a meta moment where, because it says Darkseid is,
and then he responds,
and then
right?
he says, "Yes, I am." But is he responding to Barda? Or is he responding to the panel?
I don't know, but I think he's responding to the panel for sure, because it's "Yes, I am." You know, like instead of like a comma, it's like a period. But you never know; it could be either. Shit, what do you think, Link?
He's like, I don't fucking know, man.
And then, you know, Scott-Free's holding his baby, but he sees Barda's hurt. The assistant says that you violated the agreement, and because of that, the Lord God has decided to redeploy his troops and to execute all prisoners. He's tight about his eye, but he believes that there is at least one way to replace it. If he takes yours, High Father. And Scott-Free just holds Jacob, stares at Darkseid, and he says, "Fuck you." And then, I don't know, Darkseid said this or assistant? He says, "You are..." The
assistant was saying this.
He says, "You are a disappointment, Scott-Free. You were given the greatest gift one can receive. You were given pain. Pain makes you steady, strong, able to conquer, rule. But what did you do with all your pain? Performed, married. And as he's getting hit, bread. What a waste. What a pity. And Jacob starts crying while Scott Free's getting beat up. And these next few panels is just him crawling towards Jacob as he's kind of defeated, almost beaten up. Barda's laying there saying Scott Free, and Scott Free's just holding Jacob saying, I can't, Barda, I can't.
And Darkseid's shadow just comes creeping in.
And Barda says, stand, which is like before, right? She was like, stand. And then he says, very like slowly, standing. Good. And then he kind of wields this like sword, no? Or something like that.
Yeah. Like a blade or a dagger or something.
And he yells, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, to Darkseid as he stabs him in the other eye. And
he stabs him in the same eye, in the left one. He just goes for the hole.
And then he just gets blood spatter all over him, which is a crazy shot. And then he says, you know what that is, you fat fuck? Yeah, I got the idea when my kid was born. That's a foreign knife. But this one's not made of your flesh. No, that blade in your brain is made of Orion. Remember Orion, Dad? Your other boy who you killed, leaving me the body? Remember Orion? The guy that prophecy says is the only one who can kill you? Oh, wow. That's dope. But Scott, you're a stupid escape artist. How could you make a Fahrenheit knife out of Orion? Good question, Lord Dead God. And then, lucky for me, I knew someone who was raised making bone wine out of dead gods as gifts for dear Darkseid. Like you always said, always marry up. So Barda had made him the knife and everything, right? And Scott says, what was with all that bleep you in front of Jake? Oh, no. Does he say that?
Barda says that.
Barda says, what was with all that bleep you in front of Jake? Scott says, I know. Barda says, what happened to escape this? Scott says, it was in the moment thing. And she says, I thought we agreed on escape this. And they just go back, silliness, And the assistant says, have you prevailed? You have slain the devil. You have seen fear, embraced fear, mastered fear. You have seen love, embraced love, been mastered by love. And then Barda says, Metron, you fucking... Scott says, what? And then, now Metron is talking, right? He was the assistant the whole time. Yeah. And Metron says, you challenge the unchallenged. You dare the trap of death and you escape. Now it is time, my son. Time to look into the face of God and hear your cheers and take your bow. Where you are is not where you should be scot-free. Oh my God, I almost read my page. And then we get this amazing fucking panel of, he says, there is another world. And explain this panel to me. Like, what are the characters you see here? Because I see Superman and Wonder Woman and shit. But who else do you see here? I see Green Lantern.
I see Deadman. I think I see Booster Gold up in the left corner. That should be Light Ray. Supergirl, Crypto, Jonathan Kent, Damian, Hawkgirl, Orion. You got Hawkman. You got Bug, you got Firestorm, Donna Troy, Swamp Thing, Wally West, Kid Flash, and then the top guy in the center. Starfire too, and then top guy in the center. I'm not too sure.
Okay. See Batman and shit. Is Swamp Thing a good character?
Yeah,
he's a good guy.
Yeah,
I thought he was a fucking monster.
And not all monsters are evil, Frankie.
Shit. And then he says, there is another world.
Yeah, he says that, and it really starts to open up for what is the last issue of like this question of like, what do you mean there's another world? Because Metron kind of shows him that this is another world
that you could be a part of to scot-free.
Yeah. So it really brings this question of like, well, what do you mean? I thought this, like, for me especially, I'm like, I thought this was already the world he was living in. So what is this?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the end of issue 11.
I like how Jacob says, fuck. And then the cover art is them receiving flowers from a crowd after having broken out the chains and everything, right?
Yeah, from the first cover art.
And then we see here, it said in the left side, it says, and then I wasn't scared. And Scott Free is escaping this guy has a Doom Patrol shirt.
Yes.
And they're just escaping.
Also, there are some pretty there are cameos on this page.
Okay.
So I don't know these two girls, if they are anyone in particular, but these two guys here, this is
Walter White. I'm sorry.
This is I'm forgetting his name, but these two guys were the chief and editors of DC at the time.
So
on the right is Jim Lee. And on the left was his partner, but I'm forgetting his name at the moment.
Nice. Okay.
So that's them too. And then I wouldn't be surprised if like, the guy wearing the Doom Patrol shirt is Nick Darrington, who did the cover art.
There we go. I was like, I know it sounds familiar. What the fuck am I saying? That's dope.
I would imagine like also these are the two guys from that showed The League on FX.
Okay.
Because they have a podcast where they talk about I don't know if they talk about comics, but they're comic book fans and they're fans of Tom King and Mitch Garrett's work, and so this is Tom King and Mitch Garrett
so
in front
dope.
of them.
That's so dope.
Mitch Garrett is the one with the beard. Tom King is the bald one.
Okay, I thought it was the other way around. So they're watching Scott Free escape from like a binding jacket above a flame.
Yeah.
And then we see Barda. She's in underwear. And Scott Free is showering. And they're just talking and stuff. And he says, "This is where you put it?" Barda says.
No, that's what Granny says. Because
Granny's
it's the
in the
pink
mirror.
speech bubble.
Oh, shit. Good shit. Granny says, "This is where you put it?" She's referencing the mirror, right?
Uh-huh.
And Barda or Scott says
Scott
this.
says it.
Scott says, "I like it there. It looks good. It matches things." And Granny says, "Do you know what I want to get through do you know what I went through to get that mirror? Death, pain, torture, all for you." And Scott says, "It wasn't all for me." And Granny says, "And like nothing, you just hang it here in a bathroom, in a condo in Los Angeles." Scott says, "Well, it had to go somewhere." Granny says, "Fine, it's fine." And all while Scott's shaving his beard.
Which something that we haven't noted, but every issue his beard gets longer.
Because he did have like an aftershave at one point. You're right.
In the beginning, when you see him in the hospital after his death or suicide attempt, there's one panel where he's clean shaven, and then it's like 2 panels later, you see that he is starting to have a stubble.
Okay. So
throughout the entire comic, he's been growing this beard, which you could say is just like another metaphor for in terms of his depression.
Yeah, like just letting it be and everything.
Yeah.
And so they just basically talk about the mirror placement, and Granny, then she pulls up, but it's thwarted in imagery. And Granny says, "Look at you." He says, "What?" She says, "All grown up and so handsome. How could you do it to me? You seen, my boy, this is real. All the rest, the deaths, the war, the wife, the child, this is pretend life you. It's in your head. You're insane. You're making it up to escape from me. You little fool, you had a chance. Metron was a signal. You should have opened your eyes. You should have come back. How could you leave your granny?" And then Barda's like, "Where the fuck is Funky?" And Scott's like, "You want me to call him?" They'll both call him. And they basically have to go back to Apocalypse. And then Funky arrives. And then they go through the boom portal.
Tube.
Damn. Boom tube. And they go through it and they end up in Apocalypse. And they, see Light Ray. Light Ray's like, "Should we?" And they're like, "Shut the fuck up, Light Ray." He's like, "Yeah, okay." And who's this guy? This is the guy who was with Da Vinci, right?
I believe so, yeah.
He says, "I am more than honored. I am delighted." Barda says, "Great." He says, "To begin this season of war, the first under our newest dear leader, King Calabac, with the battle between myself and you, my dear big Barda. It is miraculous." Cancel is his name. Barda says, "Cancel, I'm sorry we have an appointment on Earth. It would help if we could please move it along." He says, "Yes, well, for you, darling, anything. Prepare yourself for God death." Barda says, "All right, I'm prepared," or whatever. "Can we just go?" They fight, but Barda just completely annihilates Kanto. And who's this guy's name again?
Forager. But he's also called Bug.
Okay, so Bug, he says, "What can I say?" Oh, no, he says, "What can I say, man? You're in hell. You killed yourself. You died. You went to hell. You had to escape, and you actually found a way to escape, and you decided not to escape. So now you're just in hell, like forever. Dude, you should have gotten out. It's miserable here. It's all death and fire. Look what happened to me. I'm telling you, there isn't a speck of hope in it. I know I get you. You think you can fight it. You think you could just punch and punch and punch, and it'll be okay. This devil has to fall eventually, but you just don't really get it. This devil came after the last one, and after this devil comes another one. He doesn't get better. It's never okay. That's why it's hell." So this is Bug saying that he's in hell, and Granny saying that he's in what, like
in a pretend life.
Yeah, right. Like they're just not. And so now you get to the point of like what continuously, like what is,
Yeah.
and this is really going to be more clear and clearer. Like, is anything that's happening, And now Barda, they're finding out that she's having another baby. Ooh, clapping cheeks. And then you see, what is this called again?
Sonogram.
There you go. It's called a sonogram. It's the evidence of clap cheeks. And it's a girl. And this guy's not Buck. This is somebody else. This is Orion. The guy in the middle, right? Mm-hmm. It says, Darkseid's gone. I am gone. You are Highfather. You have the family of your dreams. You are in heaven. You killed yourself, went to paradise, tried to escape, found a way, decided to stay. Barda says, I can't think of any good girl names. She kind of, he can't see this. She only, like, Orion, right, is only what Scott can see.
It seems like it, yeah, right? That only Scott can see it.
Because she completely ignores it, and I can't think of any good girl names, Barda says. We probably shouldn't even do names. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know. Never mind. And also Orion says, I cannot say that I blame you, brother. Scott looks back and says, I'm not your brother. But Orion says, but I can't say I'm disappointed in you. And Barda just continues to not hear anything. She says, what about Rosalind? Rosalind the Gold. That was my grandmother. She was very cool. Orion says, I thought life was supposed to be the challenges, the struggle, the moment before the bow. If everything is easy and nice, like how now everything is easy and nice, you might as well be dead. With more like glitchiness in the panels.
Yeah.
So they're back in traffic. And this is a very cool scene. This is the one I posted and everything just because I really like it. And it reads, we have to face it. This is happening. This is real. We're going to need to move. The condo can't. We can't again. No matter what rooms we move, we can't. We still need to move, Scott says. Barda says, I love the condo. We can go anywhere. We're doing less performing, more guiding. We don't have to be stuck in this mess all the time in LA anymore. I love LA. That's the myth, the metaphor gone senseless. No one loves LA, Scott says. People just come here because they think they have to. Then they don't leave because they think they can't. And Barda says, darling, please, after everything, haven't you learned? That's all that love is. And I mean, it speaks a lot into like, where is Scott? Where is he putting himself? You know, and why would he leave somewhere that he loves so much when Barda is there and his son is there?
And it's also kind of like, it's I would say it's like almost a pessimistic view of like love. Yeah. Of like, love is putting up with it. Love is dealing with it.
Yeah. And I always like people, like if they ever ask me, whatever they do, and I'll say like, I never think love should be easy, right? I always, like, when I give people advice and stuff, I say love should be, I don't want to say always difficult, but it's always ever challenging because you grow with somebody. It's not just the same thing all the time. You have to grow with the person and, you know, develop with the person, you know? Therefore, love should always be something you're working with and toward. It should feel like it's easy, but it should always be hard work, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So, I kind of agree, but in a sense also, it's just like, what is love without working hard for it? You know, it isn't, in my opinion. It's just kind of like easy love is the initial love. The harder love is like the long-lasting marriages and stuff like that, you know? But does that have to come with pain, or can that just be with ease? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all subjective, I guess. And then Funky says, with great power comes great possibility. Oops. If they wrote with great power comes with great responsibility, could they get in trouble for that?
Yes.
They can?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
It's words.
So? I just told you about Shima Gorath.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So that's why they wrote with great power comes great possibility.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. I'm about to write that shit. And me, the approach is about. So Funky's just playing with Jacob. And, you know, Barda says, I have to call the Furies. I promise to give them the news about her having a baby. And if I want, you know, they get mad and start killing things. He just needs a nap. And Scarfree gladly puts Jacob to bed. And he starts singing again. He says, hush, little baby, don't say a word. And Jacob's just, you know, saying Jacob things. And while he's singing on the next panel, Darkseid is just sitting there, you know?
He's leaning his legs up against him and stuff.
And as he's singing, laying down and putting his legs on Darkseid with the frame all fixed that Barda had punched earlier in the comic.
Yeah.
You know, Darkseid is still just looking at him.
There's a new poster in it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not the same poster.
And Darkseid is looking at him, and he just continues to sing at him. And the comic ends, basically, right? Until we get to this last page. Oh, no, we don't. No, so sorry. And it goes back to what you read earlier. It's not the same thing, right?
No, it's not.
So we go back to what we read in the initial, where the kid is writing into a paper, and it says, and the son asks, what is the fourth world? And the father said, the first world is the old world, the world of my parents, from which they fled. The second world is a new world, which they sought, which they found, where I came to be. The third world is our world, as it's now, in the making, the future being born. And the fourth world, my child, that is my world, the world I see when I close my eyes and try to escape. Shit deep, bro.
Yeah, I think that just kind of speaks to like, because like those two guards or whatever, kind of joking about like, dude, I am theology, and like, what is a fourth world? How can you have a fourth world without having a first or second or third? And so it really speaks to this idea of generational, like family. I think of like. The first world is say like your grandparents or your parents, like say
or like great grandparents,
like if they're immigrants or something. And then the second world is like the place that they move to, and the third world is like the future that they're making, like say you a child, and then the fourth world is you, the child, but you can't really see that. You can only close your eyes and try to escape. So I think it works really well, and it also kind of says in the background like young Scott free. So it's like, is this supposed to be a young Scott free?
Right here, right? And it does look like him though, a little bit, like with the hair and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the blue eyes.
And then now they need hot dogs, so Scott free goes to the store. And he's gonna get a veggie tray, but no, he says no veggie tray. He's like, no, I'm getting some hot dogs. And there's a speech roll that pops up and it says, you have had your revelation. And then the High Father, like a glitch of him, comes behind Scott Free. He says, you understand now who you are, who I am. As I once did, you faced the anti-life equation. It affected you, warped your world. You fought against it, almost escaped it, but not quite. You were not as strong as I, sadly. You could not make the choice I had to make. But my boy, let there be no shame in that failure. You tried. I know you tried. And I am forever proud of you. And they kind of have a stare off, and Scott just punches High Father and says, fuck you. High Father says, Scott, and Scott says, fuck you. And the High Father says, Scott, you can't. Can you not comprehend who I am, what I did for you? You hear me, boy? I am your father. Scott walks away. I am your God.
And then that just kind of raises the question of like, is Scott trapped in the anti-life equation?
Yeah, definitely. And he basically said he failed because he wouldn't give up Jacob, right? Like he didn't make the choice that High Father make, because that's what I got from that. He says you could not make the choice I had to make to end the war, I was assuming, and then don't be shamed by that. I tried. You tried.
Yeah, I would say so. That makes sense, because High Father did give up Scott, so it's like he made that choice already.
But Scott, he was like, "Fuck that! I'm not making that choice." And then Jacob is there to next frame their home. They heat up the hot dog. He's just demolishing the hot dog. And Bardo tells Jacob that they're going to have a sister. He's going to have a sister. And Jacob's like, what? The fuck? And then Scott says he's taking a while. But I like that she says this. Bardo says he's so young, he will remember the world without her. Whatever came before, this will just be his world. And then, what's this guy's name again? Smoking a cigar? Oh? Oberon. He's smoking a cigar, and Scott says, those will kill you. And I like this a lot. Oberon says, what are you gonna do? Scott says, you could quit, exercise, live longer. Those are things you could do. Oberon says, what do I need more life for? I had a good life. I saved the world, made people clap, saw you married to the best girl. I'm fantastic. But Scott, pal, how are you? Scott says, I'm sorry. And they hug. I think I did everything wrong. I shouldn't have escaped. Oberon, everything is wrong. Oberon says, it's okay, kiddo. Come on, you're all right. Scott, listen. That world, that other world Metron showed you, all those crises and continuities that never really make sense. That world for those superheroes who always end up hunky-dory. You think that's more real than that wife of yours, that kid? Sorry, I mean kids. Come on, send me another one. Scott says, you heard about the baby? The baby girl? Oberon says, I heard. Put a big smile on this craggy old face. Kid, all this, it'll break your heart. Can't escape that. But if you're good, if you stay good, you'll know. There's someone out there who'll help you put it back together. And Scott says, something weird happened today as he approaches Bardo. Right when we came home, I picked up Jake and I looked in his face. And I just got this. I saw this thing. It was like Jake wasn't looking at just me. He was looking past me, and my dad looking at me, and my dad's dad looking at his dad. The generational thing you said earlier. Mm-hmm. And all the way back to the beginning. No, I'm not looking just at Jake either. I'm seeing his kid looking at him, and that kid's kid looking at that, and that kid's. all the way forward to the end. And it just felt like we were nothing. Our look was just one look among a million looks, a million years, more than a million, endless, but with an ending. And I was scared, to be that small, deep down scared. I almost wanted to run away. It was a trap. But then I thought, all those other people, they're not real anymore, or yet. They went or are coming, but they're not here now. And I'm here, and you're here. Jake's here. Even this new little girl, she's here. And then I wasn't scared. I didn't have to run. And I just enjoyed it, seeing all of it. All of us are going back and forward, like looking into the face of God. What shirt is he wearing there?
Adam Strange.
Adam Strange.
I actually have an Adam Strange poster right there.
Oh, shit. Dope. I always wondered what the fuck that was.
Tom King actually wrote an Adam Strange comic pretty recently called Strange Adventures. Pretty good. That shit out.
That's dope. Nice. Like, what a perfect fucking way. And then, like, looking into the face of God, and Barda says, you want to watch something? He says, sure. Where's the remote? Scott says, fuck. She says, what? I forgot. What? Funky said yesterday Jake put it in the dishwasher and Funky didn't notice, so I guess it got washed. I meant to run to the store today, but with everything, sorry. Barda looks up and she says, Dark Side is. And Scott says, yeah, I know, but we are too. Barda says, Scott free, Mr. Miracle, what is wrong with you? Scott says, I can always escape. Barda says, can you? And with the glitch in the panel, it just says the end. And it says, the Mr. Miracle series will not be continued. Its new and thrilling successor will soon be on sale. Look for it. And it says, thank you, Tom, Mitch, Clayton, Nick, Jamie, and Brittany. And yeah, that's the fucking book. Holy shit, we got the whole book. It's like a little read along. But the cover, this is cover art too, right? Following?
Yeah, so this is incredible. This is the variant covers. So whenever a comic comes out, you'll have multiple covers to an issue.
Okay.
So these are the covers that Mitch Gerrits did for each issue.
These are incredible.
So you could either get a Nick Darrington cover, which were the main covers, or you could get a Mitch Gerrits cover, which were the variant covers.
Bro, when I finished the book and I fucking seen all this, like this was just a bonus on top of everything. These are great, man.
And if this one looks familiar to you, it's because I have it as a poster as well.
Oh, shit. What the fuck, bro? Yeah. Easter eggs, bro. All over the place. It's crazy. We'll show it on the Elementary and shit. That's fucking awesome. Those shits are signed too, I'm imagining?
Yes.
It's awesome, bro.
Yeah, these are all of Mitch Gerrits' covers for the series.
They're really well done.
I didn't get it for all of them because I didn't have the money to get both covers every time. Mm-hmm. But I did love this cover with like the burning Batman baby. Oh, wow.
That's fucking awesome as shit. I like this one where he's at his party just crying.
Yeah.
With the Batman mask over his head.
And I'm pretty sure I got this one, the last issue variant cover, where it's just Darkseid is with him in the cover.
That's awesome. It's kind of keeping Jacob out those little flames of whatever Darkseid is, right?
Yeah.
Except Darkseid is, except right here, this little corner of my little bubble. It's incredible, man. And it kind of broke my heart when it says the Mr. Miracle series will not continue. You know, I was like, damn, like what the fuck? No way. And then it was like, we'll give you something else. But this, and I don't think it needs to continue, bro. Like this was perfect in itself.
Yeah.
Because you could reread it so many times, you know?
And to even step back, when Oberyn says that Scott, listen, that other world Metron showed you, all those crises and continuities that never really make sense, that world full of superheroes who always end up hunky-dory, that he's referring to like the main DC universe. Yeah. And so that spread where we see all those heroes that Metron shows to
he
Scott,
could have been a part of that.
Yeah, so it really again raises this question of like, what is reality? And like, is Scott dead because he's told by people that he's either in heaven or in hell, or maybe in the anti-life equation?
I think he's in the anti-life equation, bro. I think he's being fucked with.
Or I think what's an even better point to make is that maybe this is just reality, and he's just sadly sick.
Oh my god,
and that's all it is.
Oh, that's even sadder, bro. From the video I saw, one of the points they made is like, what if like what's happening right now is just a figment of what he's making up, and he's, you know, like what you said, like he's sick within it. But what happens to Barda? And what happens to everybody else if he's sick within this reality, like heaven or hell? Like, where is she? What's she doing? Yeah. You know, and like, what if he did die and she's just being left behind with all this darkness that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if it is heaven or hell, why is Barda there?
Yeah.
And things like that. So now it definitely, the last issue is there to just kind of throw one last final wrench and say, yeah everything might be okay, but is it?
Yeah. Is anything? Question mark? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, And it's just to me it's a depressing comic book. It's something that really like just messes with your mind, and like you want to hope the best for him, but like there's so many outcomes that aren't the best for him. You know, like it's just very just heartbreaking, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely kind of think of the idea that it is just kind of, this is reality and you just have to kind of deal with it.
Yeah.
Because especially after reading the introduction by Tom King, I think and kind of like how you've mentioned before of just like life just kind of goes on.
Yeah.
And like it doesn't, like you kind of wait for like the next bad thing to happen and you just have to keep on and just act like it didn't happen or something like that, or you just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that's sadly what life is, just dealing with it.
Pretty much, because what else can you do? You know, because then if you don't, you just go into this pit of, you know, outcasts in society, you know, where you just let it absorb you. You know, like, and not to get too deep or anything, but on Mother's Day, Beatrice was by her house, like in Queens, and she saw some guy laying down. Like she said, she never seen this before. She saw a guy laying down on the floor. And I've seen that in Corona before. Like some guy, like I've been up in the morning over there, like at 7 a.m. And some guy's just drunk on the floor, like concrete. Like you walk over him on the sidewalk, just passed out. And she said, I've never seen that before, like around there. And I just thought immediately, I was like, maybe it's because it's Mother's Day and some people just don't know how to handle that stuff, you know? And they just, you know, it's really harsh for them. And it could just be that he was just drunk and this and that. But being that, you know, I don't know what Mother's Day was, but it could be either way.
It was on a Sunday.
So it could be like him just on a Saturday night, just being drunk out of his mind, just falling asleep on the concrete. And the first time I saw that was crazy to me. But it's not unrealistic, you know? And to me, it's just one of those things where you can go into this, like people who commit suicide on certain days, you know, or jump in front of the train, this and that. Like, it's just, those could be the people that didn't bounce back from the harsh things, you know, that were inevitably going to come. And not like horrific events, more like death in the family or like sickness or, you know, just anything. And you're not weaker for not overcoming it. Obviously, it's a harsh thing in life, but it's just there again. Kind of like the comic. It's just there's no real answer to these things. It's just kind of we are forced into this little corner where we don't want to be.
Well, I think what the answer is kind of this whole idea of like you are the face of God. What is the face of God? Like. And when Barda says Darkseid is, and Scott says, yeah, but so are we. I think it kind of speaks to this idea of where Scott was rambling that if God exists, then I exist. If I exist, God exists. Therefore I am.
So if Darkseid is, then we are, then we exist. No?
Yeah. And it's just kind of this idea of like, if I'm happy, we're happy. And just, you kind of just have to make the best of it pretty much. And you just kind of have to do what you can.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, bro. That I thought this was gonna be a fun little comic book. Fucking just like action and shit. But I mean it is a great read. And I do think that I'm thankful that we didn't do this first as a comic book, because I would have been like, what the fuck? But I think like reading this, I would recommend to people who read a couple comics beforehand.
I mean, there's a reason this wasn't the first comic to ever come up. Like, it's definitely more of like you have to have like an idea of how to read a comic first of all,
and just kind of look at everything and stuff like that. And I forgot who I was talking. The artist at the print shop that I went to. This is completely irrelevant, but he was talking about how he feels that with like comic books and stuff, how like the dialogue sometimes takes away from the art. And how I think, and I've seen that there's certain ways to read comic books, you know, but also that he makes his comics only by visuals, and he hopes to put out 2 series of his comic books, one just visual and one just with dialogue and visuals.
Nice.
And so it's really cool, and we'll put it up right here so we can actually shout him out and everything, because he called my name Sergio. And I don't know, with this book I feel like even going through it now, like I picked up on more of the visuals because some of the things you pointed out, and just like taking it slow and stuff like that. Like sometimes I'll just read and stuff and all that stuff, but to really appreciate the artwork as well as the thing, they both are incorporated so well here.
Yeah, I mean, I always say it, but you know, the art is always just as important as the actual dialogue in a comic, because it's half of it's more than half of the work, honestly. Yeah. Like, you know, artists work harder than writers. Like,
that's a fact.
I've seen a joke before where it was like, oh, it's the weekend. Writers like take your family out to dinner, have a good time, maybe watch that movie you've been meaning to watch. Artists get back to work. There's no break for artists. You know, especially in the comics world where you're always dealing with deadlines. There's no breaks.
Even animation and stuff like that, but like old school animation where you drew all over and over and over and over. But just in general, I agree. And yeah, writers just do whatever they want. Because I mean, but this guy Tom King, like he's writing from the soul, like he's writing from the soul, and that hurt is definitely translated into the comic book. So it's pretty dope. He got the opportunity to do that, you know. And for was it Jack Kirby who
created Mr. Miracle? Yeah,
props to perfect transition to him. He's dead, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, but man, then what a fucking book, bro. And that was more like a read along, which I like, you know, because I hope that anybody that wants to read this book, kind of wants to glance over it, reads with this alongside, because I think it's a good book, and if you need like a little assistance reading it, like this is a cool way to do it for sure.
I also just wanted to get really detailed with it because like
it deserves it.
It is kind of a hard read. Like it, like I said, some people would argue that it's not subtle, but I think especially if you're not familiar with comics and things like that, it's definitely a harder read. So that's why I kind of wanted to take it slow and really just kind of really take it issue by issue.
Okay, shit, bro. I really like that a lot, and I'm really grateful for this fucking book. That's some real shit, man. Because I'm gonna put somebody else onto this and be like, yeah, it's all me. That's just me. I found this. Nah, I'm fucking with you. This is a really great read. That's all I can say, really, just because reading it is majority of everything. When you take in the story and you put it down and you're like, damn, I'm done. You know, I'm done. What the fuck did I just you know? So hopefully if you're listening, and which I expect you to be.
Damn.
No, I'm kidding. But hopefully you enjoyed this as well as we did, because this is awesome, man. This is awesome. Definitely won't be the last time I read this shit, to be honest with you.
And you know, before we head out, just gotta do our usual shout outs. Remember to follow us on the socials and things like that.
Pod.
Yeah, we'll be making a Twitter soon.
Definitely. Elon Musk. We'll see you.
Watch us be the first ones banned.
Donald Trump.
But that's been what's going on in the earth.
In our minds.
This is why it mattered.
This is Earth Mind Matter. Good morning, good evening, good night.
Boom.